Chapter 202. Fong Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly stop. The enemy is right in front of us. How can there be internal strife? Quickly stop, or else. Everyone was shocked. Fong Yuan was ruthless again, killing another clansman. www.c. read net. I will only kill Guyu clansmen. Those who are not involved, step down. Otherwise, I will slaughter all of you. Fong Yuan roared. Everyone was shocked and retreated. They did not expect Fong Yuan to be so crazy. Fong Yuan has gone crazy. He has lost his mind. Let's attack together. That's right. If this continues, we will not be able to wait for the first generation to defeat the enemy. We will all be killed by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was like a hornet's nest. The crowd was agitated, but no one dared to attack immediately. Many people were roaring and shouting. Ha ha ha, interesting. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed and suddenly attacked, killing someone beside him. Lord Bai Ningbing, you. The person who died was a Bai clansman. Not good. Lord Bai Ningbing has also gone crazy. Everyone was shocked. Fong Yuan's gaze focused as he looked at Bai Ningbing. He did not expect him to have such a change. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally. Since you can kill clansmen, I will naturally not be weaker than you. Sigh, since the situation is already over, no matter what the result is, the casualties are too heavy. Bai village can no longer be a village. The only clan leader who has helped me is also dead, so I might as well kill him as well, for the fun of it. That would be for the best. Fong Yuan laughed heartily, and his figure flashed as he began his massacre. These clansmen were going to die anyway, so he might as well let them die in his own hands, and increase the aptitude of Fong Yuan and not Guyue's generation. How could these people in the blood barrier be a match for Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing's combined forces? Especially Bai Ningbing, who was close to death. His strength was very strong, and he killed many more than Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan stabbed him from behind and drew his blood. After killing 100 people, the blood skull Gu reached its limit. The surface of the crystal skull became bright red. Fong Yuan laughed heartily, activating the blood skull Gu above his head. The skull opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of fragrant blood, drenching Fong Yuan from head to toe. Fong Yuan enjoyed this. He breathed in deeply and enjoyed everything. He had black hair and a black robe, and his entire body was bathed in blood. He was like a devil from hell that had come into being. When the surrounding people saw this, they were all frightened out of their wits and howled miserably. My aptitude has really improved. Fong Yuan's aptitude was originally C, grade 44%, but because of the man-beast life burial Gu, it dropped to 43%. But now that the blood spring had seeped into his body and filled his aperture, his aptitude rose by 10%. It reached 53%. It really is a good treasure. No wonder Guyue treasures it as much as his own life. Fong Yuan opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction before starting a new massacre. The two of them stirred up a storm of blood within the blood barrier. It was a bloodbath. Fong Yuan, you crazy bastard! Guyue coldly rushed over. Fong Yuan dodged her attack, then raised the chainsaw golden centipede and slashed. The young girl was split into two. Fong Yuan, spare us. We are your uncle and aunt. Guyue Dong too and his wife knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Fong Yuan sneered and waved his left hand. The blood moon blade flew out and 2 heads fell to the ground. The blood skull, Gu took the blood of Guyue's clansmen and condensed it into a blood spring essence, watering Fong Yuan again. I'm enjoying this. Fong Yuan closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He felt a warm flow of air flowing through his body, making him feel refreshed and rejuvenated. His aptitude rose by another 10%, reaching 63%. A Gu master's aptitude was C grade at 4 or 5, B grade at 6 or 7, and a grade at 6 or 7. At this moment, Fong Yuan officially left C grade and became B grade. But my cultivation has fallen. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze solemn. Fang Yuan's aptitude rose to be grade, but his cultivation fell from rank 3 to rank 2. It was strange. In Guyue's generation, the cultivation did not fall, and the aptitude increased. Why did this happen to Fang Yuan's body? This is troublesome. It should be the stone aperture Gu. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He, Fang Yuan, had used the stone aperture Gu to squeeze out his aperture's potential, causing his cultivation to rise to rank 3 peak stage. But this blood skull Gu irrigated the blood spring essence, increasing the aperture's potential and raising Fang Yuan's aptitude. Without a doubt, these two Gu were in conflict, but the blood skull Gu was rank 4, while the stone aperture Gu was rank 3. The blood skull Gu was above the stone aperture Gu, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to change from stone to light membrane. But the effect of the stone aperture Gu was also disappearing. It even started to reduce Fang Yuan's cultivation. Fang Yuan did not expect such a change in such a short period of time. But Bai Ningbing was getting stronger and stronger. He slaughtered in all directions. Fang Yuan did not have to worry and did not take the initiative to attack, continuing to take his clansman's bloodline. Outside the blood barrier, Guyue's generation saw his clansmen being slaughtered and flew into a rage, roaring continuously, but there was nothing he could do. He had inherited his bloodline and waited for hundreds of years, wanting to kill his own bloodline to raise his aptitude. After planning for so long, in the end, it was all for someone else's benefit. This kid, he is so ruthless at such a young age. His demonic nature is even deeper than his ancestors. Master Tenshuru saw this and was inwardly shocked. The slaughter continued. 4 to 6 hours later, Fang Yuan's cultivation fell to rank 1 initial stage, but his aperture returned to light membrane, able to recover primeval essence. He had drenched himself in blood for close to 10 times, and as time went on, the effect became worse. The first 2 to 3 times it was still a 10% increase, but towards the end, it increased by a few points. However, his aptitude had skyrocketed from the original C grade 43% to 90%. 90% aptitude is a grade aptitude. In my 500 years of my previous life, I relied on luck to raise my C grade aptitude to be grade after 200 years. To think that this was a blessing in disguise, directly raising my aptitude to a grade. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, inwardly excited. Bai Ningbing stopped killing and walked over. What should we do next? Inside the blood barrier, only the 2 of them were left. The others, be they Gu masters or mortals, were all killed. Outside the blood barrier, no one was spared from the shockwaves of the battle between the 2 rank 5 experts. In the entire battlefield, only the 2 people inside the blood barrier and the 2 people outside were left. Fang Yuan cast his gaze outside the barrier, speaking leisurely. Next, we just have to wait for Guyue's generation to escape and the blood-curtained skyflower disappearing. And then, Bai Ningbing asked. And then, Fang Yuan turned his body and glanced at Bai Ningbing, smiling, and then you can die. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Oh, what do you mean? Soon after, his eyes narrowed into a line, his eerie blue pupils hiding a dangerous killing intent. The northern dark ice soul physique's self-detonation is very powerful. Although your cultivation is low and the chances are not high, you can fight against a rank 5 expert. When you self-detonate, you can control the direction of the frost, right? Fang Yuan smiled. How would I know? Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. I never self-detonated. I know, you can do it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Uncontrollably, the scene of Bai Ningbing's self-detonating appeared in his mind. And that sentence, live on for me, witness the wonders of this world. I will stay by your side. After you self-detonate, when the time is right, I will save your life and bring you back to life. Fang Yuan said. What if you don't save me then? Fong Yuan smiled indifferently. Then you need to take a gamble. When you self-detonate, I will always be by your side. If you doubt my sincerity, you can release the ice tide at any time to kill me. I believe you have already felt it. That's right, my cultivation has already fallen to rank 1 beginner stage. At that time, I will not have any power to resist. But if you believe me, then I might be lying to you, and I will not bring you back to life in the end. In fact, I might not even have the ability to revive. So you have to take a gamble. What you choose not only depends on what you think now, but also what you think before you die. Bai Ningbing was silent. Fong Yuan's words made him take a gamble. Actually, wasn't Fong Yuan also taking a gamble? He used his life as a wager, and it all depended on what Bai Ningbing thought. So exciting, so interesting. Then I can only take a gamble, haha. After a while, Bai Ningbing raised his head and clapped his hands as he laughed. Fong Yuan ignored him and focused on the battle outside the blood barrier. As he expected, Gen 1 Gyue was at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed by Master Tenchiru. Although he had replenished his primeval essence, he had less primeval essence with every use. In a protracted battle, how could he compete with Master Tenchiru in terms of consumption? Moreover, Master Tenchiru had already figured out his methods and would not let Gen 1 Gyue easily turn the tables. This is really infuriating. After a while, Gen 1 Gyue howled to the sky. Little thief, you ruined my 100-year plan. I will let you off for now, but I will definitely kill you in the future to vent my hatred. After saying this, Gen 1 Gyue flapped his wings and flew towards the horizon, escaping from the battlefield. Don't go. Master Tenchiru immediately turned into a light and chased after him. Without the sound of their fierce battle, the battlefield immediately quieted down. This was a good opportunity to leave, but the blood barrier skyflower became a huge obstacle. After about 4 hours, the blood barrier gradually thinned and was about to disappear. However, at this moment, a white light flew from afar and turned into Master Tenchiru. He was injured, and the wound extended from his left shoulder to his waist. It was so deep that bones could be seen, and purplish-red, poisonous blood flowed out. However, Master Tenchiru was in high spirits, and he was filled with the joy of avenging his great hatred. He held a head in his right hand, and it was disheveled and bloody. It was Gen 1 Gyue. He actually killed Gen 1 Gyue. Bai Ningbing revealed a surprised expression. Fong Yuan laughed. Looks like this old man really hates Gen 1 Gyue. He must have paid a heavy price for killing Gen 1 Gyue. As they spoke, the blood barrier completely disappeared, and the two no longer had a barrier. Little thief, quickly hand over those 2 gu. I am in a good mood now, so I can spare your lives. Otherwise, when this blood barrier disappears, I will make you die without a burial ground. Master Tenchiru floated in the air and looked down arrogantly, laughing loudly. Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and smiled lightly but did not speak. Master Tenchiru was furious. Good lad, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You deserve to die. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a white light and pounced forward. Bai Ningbing laughed boldly and took a big step forward. I was waiting for you. Saying so, his skin lost all color, and he turned into an ice sculpture. A cold wind suddenly rose, whistling and sweeping. A frost spread, and endless glaciers rose. Chapter 203. Bam, bam, bam. The glaciers cracked as Master Tenchiru attacked. In a blink of an eye, he had almost reached the surface of the ice layer. We cannot let this old man escape. Fong Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing could no longer speak. He resolutely self-detonated an arm, turning it into a vast frost wind. The wind blew and the glacier spread, rapidly increasing the thickness of the ice layer by 100 feet. Master Tenchiru roared in the ice, attacking crazily. Bai Ningbing self-detonated his arm again. The glaciers pressed down again and again, suppressing Master Tenchiru's attempts to break through. Under Bai Ningbing's special manipulation, the frost was like an army, firmly surrounding Master Tenchiru. Although Master Tenchiru was rank 5, after killing first-generation Gyue, he was also at the end of his rope. He charged forward again and again, but was still trapped in the ice. It is actually the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. But if you want to kill me with just this, you are dreaming. He finally realized, activating the life-retaining Jade Burial Goo. A green jade light shone, enveloping his whole body. Next, the light turned from illusion to reality, turning into a transparent jade coffin, firmly protecting him. The jade coffin was extremely sturdy. Bai Ningbing tried many times, but to no avail. Finally, he could only deepen the ice layer around the jade coffin, forming an ice mountain that was hundreds of feet tall. Fang Yuan had been concentrating on observing the entire process, as expected of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though it was the second time, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. He was beside Bai Ningbing. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's arms were all gone. He had turned into an ice sculpture. Even his face was starting to blur, gradually covered in frost. Everything was on the surface. His consciousness was gradually dissipating. Once it dissipates, he would truly die. Seeing the ice layer around him starting to spread towards him, Fang Yuan was clear. Relying on himself, it would be extremely difficult to escape sooner or later. He would be sealed in the glacier and freeze to death. It is time. Immediately, he took out a pair of goo worms from his aperture. These 2 goo worms, one emitted black light, the other emitted white light. They chased each other and formed a Taiji light sphere. It was the yin-yang rotation goo. Go. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the black, glowing goo immediately flew out and entered Bai Ningbing's ice sculpture. Although Fang Yuan was rank 1, he had a large amount of rank 3 snow, silver primeval essence stored in his aperture. Almost all of it was used to activate the goo worm. In an instant, black light soared into the sky. Yin Qi gathered and formed a vortex in the air. A brand new life force brewed within the ice sculpture and continued to flourish. The dazzling black light dissipated, and the ice sculpture made a cracking sound. Its surface cracked into pieces and scattered down. Bai Ningbing was still in her white robe and silver hair. Her arms were still intact. Her features were picturesque, and her cheeks had a cute blush as she broke out of the ice. The ice tide stopped abruptly, and the cold air dissipated in an instant. The layer of ice around Fang Yuan had spread to only a few inches away from him. He had narrowly escaped death. I actually came back to life. Bai Ningbing was rather shocked. She looked at her own lily-white hands and touched her entire body. She was filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I used the yin-yang rotation goo's yin goo on you just now. This goo can use yang to give birth to yin, allowing you to be reborn and become a new person. It is a rank 4 healing goo and has the effect of reviving the dead. But it has a flaw. Once it is used, the Goo Master's aptitude will drop by 10%. Bai Ningbing originally had the 10 extreme physique, which meant she had 100% aptitude. Now that it dropped by 10%, she was on par with Fang Yuan and had 90% aptitude. But this news might be a nightmare to others. But to Bai Ningbing it was good news. This feeling is great. My aptitude has dropped, and I no longer have the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Haha, so what if it's 90%? She laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. It is very hard to change the 10 extreme physique. Although this method has lowered your aptitude, as long as you continue to cultivate, your aptitude will continue to recover. One day, you will return to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. At that time, you will need the remaining Yanggu. It can allow you to turn around again and lower your aptitude by another 10%. Saying so, Fang Yuan ignored Bai Ningbing's fixed gaze on the yang gu and kept it in his aperture in front of her. The yin-yang rotation gu in this world only work in pairs. You have already used the yin gu, so you must use the yang gu in my hands for it to have any effect. Using other yang gu will not have any effect. Don't think of snatching it. This yang gu has already been refined by me. With a thought, I can make it self-destruct. Fang Yuan said casually. Right now, Bai Ningbing was still a rank 3. He was only a rank 1, so he naturally needed a method to make Bai Ningbing hesitate and unable to deal with him. So that's it. Fang Yuan, you are really good at scheming. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh. What do you want me to do to get the yang gu? Fang Yuan laughed for a while before saying seriously, this Qingmao mountain has already turned into an ice mountain desolate region. The 3 great clans and countless living beings are all frozen under the ice. In 3 to 5 days they will all die. Such a phenomenon will definitely attract the attention and exploration of many people. Moreover, that old guy is not dead. He is sealed in the jade coffin, waiting to escape. We cannot stay on this Qingmao mountain anymore. We must leave this place. What about me? I only have rank 1 cultivation now, and my gu worms are not complete yet, so I cannot roam the world alone. In this situation, I will have to rely on your strength. The world is so big and exciting, and Qingmao Mountain is only a small corner of it. If you follow me to roam the world, it will be exceptionally exciting. So that's it. You've really arranged everything properly. Humph. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, her heart filled with happiness and surprise, but she was also somewhat helpless. But Fang Yuan's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. I can agree to it, but there is one thing I need to be clear about. What is it? Fang Yuan asked. It is not me following you, but you following me to roam the world. Bai Ningbing's red lips curled up, laughing proudly. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Then where are we going next? What do you think? Bai Ningbing asked. By Gu Mountain. Fang Yuan answered, laughing continuously. What are you laughing at? Is it so funny? Bai Ningbing did not understand. Fang Yuan laughed until tears came out. You still haven't noticed anything wrong? What's wrong? Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows, her expression suddenly becoming extremely interesting. Surprise, fear, confusion, panic, shock, anger. All these were tangled up on her face. She looked at her full and round chest, shouting, How did I become a woman? Her voice reverberated in Qingmao Mountain, shaking off a few snowflakes. That's for sure. Yin-yang rotation gu. If the yin gu is used on a male body, it can turn yang into yin, becoming a woman. If the yang gu is used on a female body, it can turn yin into yang, becoming a man. Yin-yang rotation. Yin-yang rotation. What did you think it was? Fang Yuan said matter-of-factly. I fuck. Bai Ningbing stared angrily at Fang Yuan, cursing angrily. This time, she had to get that one and only yang gu. Brother Bai, don't be impatient. Being able to survive is already a great fortune. Fang Yuan consoled. Great fortune, my ass. Why don't you try turning into a woman? Bai Ningbing's angry roar reverberated in the snowy mountains and glaciers. 2 days later, the sun hung high in the sky, the ice and snow melted, and a clear spring flowed on the iceberg. Kacha! The ice cracked, and a jade light soared into the sky, hovering in the air and turning into a jade coffin. With a bang, the jade coffin exploded, and Master Tenshiro let out a long howl, seeing the light of day again, regaining his freedom. This life-preserving jade burial gu was a rank 5 gu, and was extraordinary. As long as the gu master had a breath left, it could preserve his life and delay his injuries. Not only that, the jade coffin that was formed was extremely sturdy and could be called a powerful defensive weapon. Damn thief! He cursed in a voice that was both angry and impatient. Although he killed his lifelong enemy, Gue, he did not take back the Blood Sea true inheritance. How would he explain it to his sect when he returned? In his memory, the ice cave where Fang Yuan was in had already been broken. I hope he did not go far. He inspected the surroundings, hoping for luck. He used his Gu to scout, and found that there were still many remnants of life in the depths of the ice layer. Life was tenacious, and could often create miracles. This glacier had only been covered in snow for 2 days, not enough time for all the life forms to die. Found it. To think he actually hid here, the most dangerous place is the safest place. So crafty. Master Tenchuru's body suddenly shook as he found something, and was pleasantly surprised. He rushed into the ice layer, and soon he fished out an ice cube. Inside the ice cube, Fang Jing's body was covered in a layer of moonlight. It was the moon raiment. He was already on the verge of death, and he only had 1 breath left. Master Tenchuru swore that he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance for the rest of his life. However, he was a rank 5 expert after all, and when he saw Fang Zheng, he was immediately disappointed. This person is not him. It's just that they look alike. Sigh. He sighed deeply, and suddenly he was stunned. Wait a minute, they look so alike, it's very likely that they are twins. In that case, he is that thief's close relative. Master Tenchuru's blurred eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. With his close relative in hand, he could refine the kinship bloodworm. It was because of the rank 5 kinship bloodworm that he could find Gue's generation in this vast world, among all the living beings. I did not completely fail the sex mission. There is still hope. This lad is my only hope. I must save him. Fang Jing opened his tired and heavy eyes and woke up with difficulty. Where is this? His eyes were blurry, and he could only see a blurry figure in front of him. At the same time, his whole body was sore, and he had a splitting headache. His last memory was in the wilderness of the 3 clans' competition. The sky was filled with iron beak flying cranes, and everyone around him was running away. He was wearing the moon raiment, but he was surrounded by flying cranes. In the midst of the battle, a flying crane pecked at his forehead. He fainted immediately and rolled down the cliff. You are the old man on the back of the crane. When he saw the person in front of him, clearly, Fang Zheng was so shocked that he struggled to get up, but he fell down halfway. Lad, you still want to run away in front of me, Master Tenchuru? Master Tenchuru stroked his beard and sneered. He looked at Fang Zheng from head to toe and said, Speaking of which, I am your savior. If not for me, you would have frozen to death. I advise you not to move recklessly. Don't blame me if you fall down. Fang Zheng looked around him and was instantly shocked. The surrounding clouds were floating, and he was lying on the back of the giant crane. He was high up in the sky, and he was walking in the sky. You, who are you? Where are you taking me? Fang Zheng exclaimed, I am Master Tenchuru, and I naturally have to return to Central Continent. Central Continent. Fang Zheng shouted in shock. Chapter 204. Yellow Dragon River, Southern Border's 3rd largest river, was over 8,000 kilometers long, originating from Huanggu Mountain, flowing through Xianming Mountain, Gue Bay Mountain, Qingmao Mountain, Baigu Mountain, Leicai Mountain, and others, finally flowing into the sea. If one looked at the entire southern border from a bird's-eye view, the Yellow Dragon River was like a character passing through more than half of the southern border's area. The character roared and stirred up the sand. The waves were grand and majestic, splitting the shore, piercing through the gorge, shocking the earth, bringing the clouds, and spitting out the mist into the sky. The Yellow Dragon River's current was rapid, the yellow water surging. The fish, turtles, snakes, and mussels in the river were full of vitality. At this moment, on the river surface, a bamboo raft was tossed about in the waves. This jade-green bamboo raft was tattered and full of scars. In the middle of the bamboo raft was a simple mast with a white, tattered sail. There were resources piled around the mast, stabilizing the center of gravity. The bamboo was tied up with hemp ropes. Some places were tied up again and again. Evidently on the river surface, they had been urgently processed many times. The river water surged forward. The bamboo raft rode the current, drifting with the waves. Every time the river water slapped, the bamboo raft would emit sounds of being unable to bear the heavy load, making one's heart skip a beat. On this bamboo raft that seemed like it could fall apart at any time, there were two youngsters. One was a young man with an ordinary face, wearing a black robe, black eyes, and black hair. The other was a young girl wearing a white robe, blue eyes, and silver hair, looking like an immortal. They were Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Ever since the battle on Qing Mao Mountain, Bai Ningbing self-detonated the northern dark ice soul physique, trapping Master Tenchiru temporarily. They spent a lot of effort to break out of the ice, cut down the green spear bamboo, and after building this bamboo raft, they immediately escaped. Fang Yuan's 1,000-li earthwolf spider was already dead, while Bai Ningbing's white form immortal snake had flown away earlier with no news of it. The two did not have goo worms to travel on, relying on their own strength. Their speed was too slow and would definitely be chased by Master Tenchiru. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use this method. Yellow Dragon River had a tributary at Qing Mao Mountain. Back then, that rank 5 river-swallowing toad had followed the main river channel of Yellow Dragon River and accidentally landed at the foot of Qing Mao Mountain. From the tributary, the bamboo raft entered the main river. Following the river, it traveled more than 1,000 miles in a day. Naturally, its speed was extremely fast. It's already been 5 days. Looks like that old man won't be coming. Fang Yuan stood on the bamboo raft and looked behind him as he muttered. The bamboo raft's speed was ultimately not faster than the Iron Beak Flying Crane King. However, the Iron Beak Flying Crane King was a beast after all, so it needed to rest. It couldn't be compared to the bamboo raft, which relied on the flow of the water to stretch on endlessly. The longer it took, the safer Fang Yuan would be. Moreover, Fang Yuan remembered that after Master Tenchiru killed Gyue, he came back alone. The Iron Beak Flying Crane King was most likely dead. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan. Although she couldn't hear the contents of Fang Yuan's words, she knew what Fang Yuan meant. She laughed. What's there to worry about? If that old thing chases after us, we can just turn around and fight to the death. The battle on this Yellow Dragon River will be very exciting. But if we die here, we might end up as food for the fishes and prawns. Hee, this is quite interesting. Fang Yuan ignored her and stared into the distance. Thinking about it, after 5 days, they were already very close to Baigu Mountain. In his memories, there was a hidden inheritance in Baigu Mountain. It was set up by a pair of righteous rank 4 Gu masters, waiting for a fated person. I did not personally experience Baigu Mountain's inheritance in my previous life. I only heard about it. But it is said that in this inheritance, there are some rounds that require 2 people to work together to pass. Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Bai Ningbing as he thought of this. Although he was traveling with Bai Ningbing, it was only because of the situation and the pressure of a strong enemy. He himself was only rank 1 initial stage. He needed help to roam the outside world. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had become a girl, and he had the Yanggu. It was the same as having a hold on her greatest weakness, forcing her to compromise. If they really entered Baigu Mountain, would they really be able to work together? This was a huge problem. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound could be heard. Not good, the rope fell off again. This sound was too familiar to Bai Ningbing. She immediately cried out in alarm. The river water was extremely strong, and in these 5 days it had broken the rope binding the bamboo spear many times. But fortunately, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations before he set off. Quickly get the rope. I will handle this for now. Fang Yuan quickly squatted down and used his hands to hold the area where the rope had split, preventing the terrible situation from worsening. The river water was extremely strong, and holding the bamboo raft required a lot of strength. Bai Ningbing was far from being able to handle it. Only Fang Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, could do it. Fortunately, this situation had happened many times before, and Bai Ningbing had experience in dealing with it, quickly fetching the rope on the bamboo raft's simple mast. Coming. She quickly came over and handed over the rope. Fang Yuan quickly fetched it and quickly tied it, sweating profusely as he wrapped several ropes, barely managing to hold the raft in place. The bamboo raft is already badly damaged. According to the situation, it can only last for 1 more day. After 1 day, we will have to reach the shore. Fang Yuan sighed. The Yellow Dragon River was not safe, and there were many dangers hidden in the surging river water. If the bamboo raft collapsed in the middle of the river, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would fall into the water, and their lives would be in unpredictable danger. Thud! Suddenly, a soft, muffled sound could be heard. What sound? Fang Yuan instantly frowned. Bai Ningbing tilted her ears, her expression puzzled. What sound? Why can't I hear it? Ginseng roots grew out of Fang Yuan's ears, and almost immediately after, a continuous thud sound could be heard. The bamboo raft also started to shake slightly. There's something in the river. It's attacking the bamboo raft. Bai Ningbing exclaimed. With a whoosh, a black line shot out from the river beside the bamboo raft and brushed past Bai Ningbing. This black shadow was extremely fast and could not be seen with one's eyes. Bai Ningbing only felt a chill beside her ear, and a stream of liquid flowed down her cheek. She subconsciously touched it, and it was blood. What the hell is this? She cursed and looked up, only to see a shuttle-shaped black fish falling from the sky into the river. It's a shuttle swordfish. Damn it, quickly reach the shore. Fang Yuan shouted and hurriedly pulled the sails. This shuttle swordfish had 2 sharp heads and a large midsection like a shuttle. They could only be seen in the great rivers and seas. Often, there were hundreds or thousands of them. They were carnivorous, and often set out in groups to hunt prey that were dozens or even hundreds of times larger than themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, black arrows shot out from the river's surface. The bamboo raft shook violently, and a large number of shuttle swordfish hit the bamboo raft. Fortunately, the green thatched bamboo was an excellent bamboo and was extremely hard, so it was able to resist. A large number of shuttle swordfish stabbed into the bottom of the bamboo raft, causing it to be in a precarious situation. The sails were adjusted, and with the help of the river wind, the bamboo raft tilted to the side of the river. But the school of shuttle swordfish in the river did not give up. A large number of black shadows swam and fiercely attacked. Crack! A green spear bamboo broke, and a shuttle swordfish crashed into the bamboo raft. Its momentum was exhausted, and it landed at Bai Ningbing's feet. Its body was covered in tightly packed scales, and its head was shaped like an awl, shining with a dark light. Bai Ningbing looked at it helplessly. After she self-detonated, all the goo worms on her body were frozen to death. Yin-yang rotation goo only saved her, but did not have the ability to revive her goo worms. Crack, crack, crack. Next, a large number of bamboo shards broke. The bamboo raft withstood the first wave of attacks. It was already outstanding enough. It could no longer withstand the second wave. The river water spread, and the bamboo raft was damaged, starting to sink. Quick, quick, quick! Fang Yuan cursed and protected the sails. If the sails were lost, the bamboo raft would have no power, and Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would die if they fell into the river. The shuttle swordfish prepared for the third wave of attacks, and large numbers of shuttle swordfish shot out like a rain of arrows. The bamboo was pierced, the hemp ropes were torn, and the bamboo raft started to collapse. Canopy goo! Fang Yuan barely activated the rank 3 goo worm, and immediately the primeval sea in his aperture fell at a terrifying speed. This was under the situation where he had a 90% a great aptitude and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Rank 1 initial stage, green, copper primeval essence could not meet the requirements of the canopy goo in terms of quality. Even the white light armor that was formed was extremely weak and did not have the aura of a rank 3 cultivator. Bam, bam, bam. The shuttle swordfish crashed into the white light armor, producing a series of muffled sounds, but could not harm Fang Yuan. But Bai Ningbing was already injured, and she frantically dodged on the bamboo raft, dodging the shuttle swordfish that shot up from below. At the same time, she stood behind Fang Yuan, relying on him to block most of the attacks. The situation was extremely dangerous, and the sails were also broken, with many holes covering the surface of the sails. The bamboo raft's power was getting weaker and weaker. There was less than a third of the bamboo raft left, and a large amount of river water rose up, covering the feet, and it was about to sink. Damn it, could it be that even a rank 5 Goo Master can't kill me, but I am going to die in the hands of these puny shuttle swordfish? By Ningbing's side, with another wave of attack, the bamboo raft would definitely collapse, and they would definitely die if they fell into the water. However, the shuttle swordfish group's attack had yet to arrive, causing Bai Ningbing to hold her breath, her heart on edge. We've reached the shore. The shuttle swordfish group won't swim to the shallow waters. Huff! We are temporarily safe. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his body extremely sore and limp. These days he had not slept or rested, controlling the sails and constantly adjusting the direction of the bamboo raft. He had almost reached the limit of his stamina. Bai Ningbing also fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. Her white robe was dyed red with blood, and there were dozens of injuries on her body. Fortunately, she had battle talent, and with the bamboo raft to reduce the shuttle swordfish's momentum, she only suffered light injuries. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing and immediately felt pain on his body. He was also injured, and blood flowed out continuously. The canopy goo had only been activated for a few minutes, and the primeval sea in his aperture had completely dried up. Without protection, his body of flesh and blood naturally could not resist the shuttle swordfish. His original plan was to drift for another day, but there are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky, and people have their ups and downs. Plans can never keep up with changes, and there was still a distance to Baigu Mountain, but Fang Yuan had to reach the shore now. The sails had already lost their use, and Fang Yuan used all his strength to steer the bamboo raft away from the reefs and stranded on a beach. The two waded through the water, stepping on the soft sand, and reached the shore. Bai Ningbing covered her injuries and sat down. Her face was pale. If this goes on, we will definitely lose too much blood, and it bodes ill. What goo worms do you have that can heal me? Quickly take them out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Where would he get a healing goo? Chapter 205. 5 days ago, Fang Yuan was reborn on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, he was working together with Bai Ningbing inside the blood barrier, and in the midst of the massacre, he had collected some spoils of war. But these goo worms were all injured. These 5 days, Fang Yuan had been drifting around the world, and due to the lack of food, they all died one after another. Healing goo worms. Fang Yuan had always been lacking, and had never found one to his liking. Unfortunately, my goo worms all died in the self-detonation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be injured like this. Bai Ningbing looked up at the sky and sighed. But Fang Yuan laughed. Don't be too pessimistic. Not everything can be solved with goo worms. Bai Ningbing looked over in confusion. She saw Fang Yuan secretly activating his primeval essence and spitting it out. A red light appeared, and a lantern-like flower goo appeared, slowly rotating and floating in the air. It was the Tusada flower. Fang Yuan willed, and the Tusada flower's red light surged, and in the brilliant red aurora, several items flew out. There were bandages, a large medicine pot, and a small medicine bottle. The powder in the small medicine bottle can disinfect and reduce inflammation. A small amount is enough. The medicinal paste in the large medicine pot can stop bleeding and regenerate muscles. You should know how to use bandages, right? Fang Yuan said, splitting the items into 2 portions and giving 1 portion to Bai Ningbing. These are mortal methods, but they have been taught in the academy. Bai Ningbing took it, and her lips curled. You are quite well prepared. Saying so, she opened the large medicine pot, and a pungent stench assaulted her nose, causing her to tilt her head back, and exclaimed, Why is it so smelly? Fang Yuan smiled and did not reply. He took off his clothes and first poured the powder in the small medicine bottle. His wound immediately felt a burning pain. He then opened the large medicine pot, and the medicinal paste inside was like mud, a black-green color, and the smell was unpleasant. But Fang Yuan was already used to it in his previous life and was unmoved. He took out a handful of black-green medicinal paste and smeared it evenly on the wound, his movements extremely practiced. Then he wrapped the wound with a bandage and wrapped it round and round. Soon the treatment was done. Because of the medicinal paste, a cool feeling quickly spread from the wound, replacing the original burning and pain. Your medicinal paste is quite useful. Beside him, Bai Ningbing was still tending to his wounds, gritting his teeth as he gasped for air. Her white robe was torn and tattered. Now that she was applying the medicine, her breasts were almost exposed. Her body was exposed, but she was not aware of it. While using the medicine, she sighed. Sigh, now that I think about it. How good it would be if I had a goo worm that could heal me. Fang Yuan glanced at her, then summoned the tusita flower and produced 2 sets of clothing. He had made ample preparations. He had planned to run away anyway, so he had prepared many sets of clothes. In addition, Bai Ningbing was about the same age as him and had a similar body shape, so his clothes were quite suitable for her. Take this. He handed a set of clothes to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the clothes and was slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. It's better to be prepared. Fang Yuan replied, then took off his remaining clothes and his soaked shoes and socks, changing into new clothes. Immediately, he felt much better after changing into comfortable and clean clothes. Bai Ningbing also changed into new clothes, casually throwing the tattered white robe on the beach. But her expression was not good. Evidently, now that she was out of danger, she realized the changes in her body after dressing her wounds and changing her clothes. What do you plan to do next? When are you going to give me the Yanggu? She walked forward and asked with a frown. Fang Yuan picked up the black robe and socks. Didn't I say it before? I'm going to Baigu Mountain. As for the Yanggu, I have to wait until I reach rank 3. Bai Ningbing's frown deepened, raising her voice. I have to wait until you reach rank 3. She had never thought that one day she would fall into such an awkward situation. A man had actually turned into a woman. After the stimulation of life and death faded, this damned strange feeling surged in her heart. If it was possible, she did not want to endure it any longer. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at her, not saying a word. He walked to the river and used the river water to wash his clothes. Although this black robe had holes, it could be used again after some repair, unlike Bai Ningbing's white robe. He did not know how long he had to survive in the wilderness. He could not waste this robe. Bai Ningbing was a smart person. Fang Yuan's silence made her realize her true situation. Now, she only had rank 3 cultivation, but did not have a single goo worm on her. Even if she did, she would not dare to do anything to Fang Yuan. The Yanggu was refined by Fang Yuan, and as long as he willed it, it could self-destruct. The yin-yang rotation goo came in a pair. If this one was destroyed, then Bai Ningbing would never be able to become a man again. Looking at Fang Yuan's back, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling extremely gloomy. She was a genius of the Bai clan, yet she had fallen to such a state, being manipulated by others. This feeling made the proud and arrogant Bai Ningbing extremely unhappy. We don't have a healing goo now. If we meet with danger again, what should we do? The problem is not just this. I don't have a single gooworm on me. I have no battle strength. No, I have to capture some wild gooworms to refine. Otherwise, I won't even have the strength to protect myself. Bai Ningbing was speaking when her stomach suddenly growled. Damn it! She held her stomach, feeling a wave of hunger. Hey, the one who washes the clothes, quickly take out some of your dried meat. I'm starving. During the 5 days of drifting on the bamboo raft, they had been relying on the dried meat that Fang Yuan brought for food. Although the dried meat was hard and felt like dry wood when chewed, it could fill the stomach and provide energy. Fang Yuan stood up, using his hands to dry the water off the black robe, and shook it before replying to Bai Ningbing. What are you in a hurry for? Hold it for me. Bai Ningbing frowned, and reluctantly took the black robe. Fang Yuan called out tusita flour, and took out a bag of dried meat. Bai Ningbing grabbed it without hesitation and started chewing. He chewed until his teeth were cracking, and his teeth were sore, but he was enjoying it. Fang Yuan looked at her with a smile. When had this, by clan genius, ever been hungry? Thinking of his previous life's experience, he could understand her feelings now. Bai Ningbing chewed a piece of dried meat and licked his dry lips. The dried meat is filling, but it's too hard. Sigh. I'm already satisfied to have dried meat to eat. The smile on Fang Yuan's face became wider, and under Bai Ningbing's shocked gaze, he took out a metal pot. You even brought a metal pot? That's great. We can use water to boil the dried meat and eat it. If it's water, we can use river water. But we need firewood to start a fire, so we might have to chop down trees. Saying so, Bai Ningbing looked around and felt troubled. The shoal they had landed on was water on one side and tall cliffs on the other 3 sides. The cliffs were covered with dense trees, but there was not a single piece of wood on the shoal. If Bai Ningbing wanted firewood, he would have to climb up the cliff and chop down the trees. If it was his glorious past, doing this would be a piece of cake, and he could do it with ease. But now, she did not have a single goo, and if she wanted to climb up this slippery cliff, she would have to spend a lot of effort. Bai Ningbing was troubled. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan took out a pile of coal. Coal was much easier to use than wood, and Bai Ningbing was pleasantly surprised. Following that, Fang Yuan took out flint, kerosene, and a metal frame. Everything was quickly set up. Bai Ningbing saw this, and her expression turned solemn, her azure eyes staring at Fang Yuan. You are too well prepared. Did you want to leave Qing Mao Mountain long ago? Fang Yuan's preparations were a little too excessive, even bringing these things, and the intelligent Bai Ningbing found some clues. What do you think? Fang Yuan laughed and did not answer Bai Ningbing's question, but pointed at the metal pot. You can go scoop some river water. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's attitude made her gnash her teeth in hatred. She scooped the water, and Fang Yuan had already started the fire. First, he boiled the water in the metal pot, and Fang Yuan poured a small bag of dried meat into it. Not long later, a meaty aroma wafted out. Bai Ningbing smelled it, and subconsciously licked her lips. Fang Yuan took out a pair of chopsticks and spoon, and started eating heartily with Bai Ningbing. The cooked dried meat only needed to be chewed a few times before they swallowed it. The boiling hot meat soup made the two feel even more comfortable. The only fly in the ointment was that the yellow dragon river water contained silt, so it tasted terrible when eaten. But in this kind of situation, how could they not be satisfied with such treatment? I'm still not full. Give me another half bag of dried meat. Bai Ningbing was not satisfied and rubbed her stomach. Fang Yuan immediately rejected. I can't eat any more. I have to use it sparingly. Why are you so stingy? Look at the forest in front of us. How many wild animals can there be? Bai Ningbing shouted in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan glared at her. Of course I know there are wild animals in the forest, but wild animals also represent wild beasts. How many wild beasts can you deal with now? What if we encounter a herd of wild beasts? What if we encounter wild goo worms that ambush us? Even if we kill a wild beast, is its meat poisonous and can we eat it? Do you have any poisonous goo worms? Bai Ningbing choked and was speechless. Fang Yuan snorted. Bai Ningbing was a genius of the Bai clan and was naturally arrogant. This beating was enough. If he continued, it would be as bad as not enough. He sat cross-legged and took down the pot. He hung the freshly washed black robe on the metal frame and used the remaining heat from the coal to dry it. Fang Yuan continued, "It's getting late. We will spend the night here. Tomorrow we will explore the forest. I specially chose this place with cliffs on 3 sides. There will be very few wild beasts that can reach this beach, so it is relatively safer. But we cannot be careless. We will take turns to keep watch." This was the benefit of having 2 people. Fang Yuan willed and summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and the sky canopy goo. "I'll lend these 2 goo worms to you for now. Familiarize yourself with them," Fang Yuan said. He was only at rank 1 initial stage now and could barely activate a rank 3 goo worm. Even with a grade recovery ability and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he could not display the power of a rank 3 goo worm. Thus, he might as well give it to the rank 3 Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the goo worm and could not help but look deeply at Fang Yuan. Between goo masters, goo worms could be borrowed. Within the goo worm, the goo masters will reside. As long as they get the master's acknowledgement, others can communicate with the goo worm and use its power. Of course, it would not be as easy as refining it himself. Also, as long as the original owner willed and wanted to go back on his word, others would immediately lose control. But even so, goo masters rarely lend their goo worms to others. Chapter 206. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bai Ningbing stretched out her slender hands, caressing the dark, golden carapace of the rank 3 goo. She mumbled with a complicated expression. She had suffered quite a bit from the chainsaw golden centipede in her battle with Fang Yuan. She did not expect that there would be a moment where Fang Yuan would lend it to her. Fang Yuan's method of using the chainsaw golden centipede left a deep impression on her. Bai Ningbing immediately followed suit, waving the chainsaw golden centipede like a sword. From time to time, she would use her mind to control the chainsaw golden centipede's body, waving it like a whip. The silver edges of the chainsaw spun, drawing a strange and distorted light in the air. Sky canopy goo. She kept the sky canopy goo in her aperture, raising her eyebrows and secretly injecting her white, silver primeval essence. Immediately, her body lit up with a white armor. Fate is really mysterious. To think that one day I can actually use your goo. She looked at Fang Yuan and sighed. Fang Yuan was silent, but he sat cross-legged beside the warm coals, closing his eyes. He sent his mind into his aperture, and a full A-grade talent primeval C immediately appeared. 90%. It was originally just a little over 40%, but now it had more than doubled. Although my cultivation dropped from rank 3 to rank 1, and a few years of hard work were wasted, it was all worth it. But this is all worth it. Fang Yuan was very satisfied. Throughout history, goo master cultivation had 3 main points. First was talent, second was resources, and third was goo worms. These 3 aspects were indispensable and were the most important. Originally, Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and he used all sorts of methods to use resources and goo worms to make up for his lack of talent. The few years he spent at Qingmao Mountain were quite difficult. Although his cultivation progress was good, it was also the result of his hard work, racking his brains and taking risks. If his talent had been a grade, his life would have been completely different, and he would have reached rank 3 long ago. Fate makes fools of people. I have a grade talent now, but the stable growth environment in the village is gone. In terms of resources and goo worms, it can't be compared to before. Fang Yuan was roaming outside now, and his cultivation was too weak. His life could be in danger at any time, and it was naturally not as stable as Qingmao Mountain. Of course, there was no stable trade to exchange for what they needed. Fortunately, I have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My biggest problem in terms of resources has been solved. At the very least, I won't have to worry about it before the third rank. Fang Yuan scanned through with his mind. In the 90% green copper true yuan sea, there was a blue and white lotus rooted in his aperture at the bottom of the sea. Its petals were plump and filled with pure and holy celestial qi. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was rank 3 and had huge potential. In order to refine it, he directly destroyed the spirit spring of the Guyue clan. It was equivalent to a miniature mobile spirit spring. Back when Fang Yuan was rank 3, it was able to continuously recover Fang Yuan's primeval essence, allowing his recovery speed to reach B grade. Rank 3 cultivation was white silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was at the initial stage of the first rank green copper primeval essence. With the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus in Fang Yuan's aperture, his primeval essence recovery speed was extremely fast. If I use a rank 1 gu, my primeval essence recovery will be shocking, almost limitless. If I use 1 or 2 rank 2 gu, although my primeval C will drop, it will continuously recover and the C will be relatively stable. If I use a rank 3 gu, my primeval essence will fall sharply. The consumption will be far greater than the recovery. In no time, my primeval C will completely dry up. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. After all, it was green copper primeval essence, and it was an initial stage jade green one. The quality was too low. Other than this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Fang Yuan had some other gu. First was his vital gu, Spring Autumn Cicada. This rank 6 gu was ranked 7th in the world's strange list. Once it became his vital gu, it could no longer be moved out of the aperture. Right now, it was at the center of the aperture. After another rebirth, its aura was no longer as strong. The yellow-green light had completely disappeared. It was dispirited and extremely weak. It concealed its body, and as time passed, it silently absorbed the river water of the River of Time, starting another round of recovery. Fang Yuan understood in his heart, I cannot use Spring Autumn Cicada in a short period of time. Once I use such a dangerous state, I will sink into the River of Time and self-detonate for nothing. Without Spring Autumn Cicada's pressure, the other goo worms released their nature. The rank 2-4 flavors liquor worm's chubby body flashed with 4 different lights. High up on the quintessential essence sea, he was happily playing in the water. The carp, fossil-like, stealth scales Gu quietly lay at the bottom of the sea, allowing the primeval seawater to wash its scales. A black beetle with a pair of iron pincers on its head flew above the sea. This was the plunder Gu. Circling and playing with it was the remaining white armor yang Gu from Yin Yang rotation Gu. The rank 4 blood skull Gu was also at the bottom of the sea, occasionally flashing with a bright red light. As for the other Gu worms, including the blood moon Gu, they had turned into a red crescent hidden in Fang Yuan's palm. The earth communication ear grass had become one of Fang Yuan's ears, not showing normally. The Tusita flower was placed on Fang Yuan's tongue. As for the sky canopy Gu and chainsaw golden centipede, they were lent to by Ningbing. Counting the numbers, Fang Yuan now had a total of 12 Gu worms. This number was too much. Normally, it was normal for low-level Gu masters to have 2 to 3 Gu. At rank 4 or 5, it would increase to 4 to 5 Gu. Even the great divine investigator Tai Shui Lung only had around 7 Gu. Don't look at Guyue's generation and Master Tenshuru. Those were special cases. Both were old monsters with hundreds of years of accumulation. The number of Gu worms Fang Yuan had was 3 to 4 times that of ordinary Gu masters. Too many would bring a heavy financial burden to the Gu master, as well as logistical pressure. These Gu were carefully selected by Fang Yuan and were easy to raise. But now, the resources carried by the Tusita flower were limited, and still brought a burden to Feng Yuan. The first to bear the brunt was the 4 flavors liquor worm, as it needed wine as food. There was a lot of wine in the Tusita flower, but in total it could only last it for half a year. In this half a year, I need to find new wine. Or I can refine the 4 flavors liquor worm back into the liquor worm. Next was the plunder goo. The plunder goo's food was hard to find, and there was not much left in the Tusita flower, so it could only last for 5 months. Next was the earth communication ear grass. The earth communication ear grass fed on ginseng roots, but there was a lot in this Tusita flower, and it could last for close to a year. As for the blood skull goo and blood moon goo, they both needed fresh blood and needed to be carefully calculated. If the yin-yang rotation goo had both yin and yang, it would be a complete taiji light ball with yin and yang energy transforming, and would not need the goo master to provide food. But now it lacked the yin goo, and only the yang goo was left. Feng Yuan had to release it once in a while to absorb the yang energy in the surroundings. Raising the yang goo was very important. With the yang goo, he could restrain Bai Ningbing. With a cheap bodyguard like Bai Ningbing, he would have a guarantee of survival. This meant that from now on, Feng Yuan could not casually go into caves or underground holes. If he was trapped in a special environment without yang energy, the yang goo would starve to death. At that time, the desperate and furious Bai Ningbing would become Feng Yuan's greatest enemy. Right now, Feng Yuan's situation was a little awkward. The goo worms in his hands were generally of higher ranks. Rank 3, rank 4, and even rank 6. Unfortunately, his cultivation was only at rank 1. High-rank goo worms, to him, were cumbersome and not convenient to use. More importantly, he was severely lacking in healing and movement. These were his 2 biggest shortcomings. Next, I need to solve these problems and collect wild goo worms. Hopefully, my luck is good, and I can find a suitable goo worm. Being able to escape from the shuttle swordfish group was my luck, but I can't be so lucky every time. Feng Yuan pondered for a while. Then, with a slightly serious expression, he slowly opened his eyes. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw Bai Ningbing holding a white eggshell, walking over. Look, I just activated the chainsaw golden centipede and let it drill into the ground. I didn't expect there to be an egg hidden under the beach. It was broken by the chainsaw golden centipede. Bai Ningbing said, "This egg was half the size of a wash basin. The white eggshell was completely broken, and only some yolk remained." Feng Yuan only took a glance at the eggshell, and his expression suddenly became nervous. "Not good. This is the egg of a 6-legged crocodile. Don't tell me this beach is where the 6-legged crocodiles lay their eggs." He quickly stood up. "Quick! Activate the chainsaw golden centipede. See how many more of these eggs there are under the beach." Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold, and she pointed behind Feng Yuan. "It's too late, look!" Feng Yuan turned around and saw hundreds of dead trees on the surging yellow sand river surface. The dead trees swam ashore one by one, and they were all huge crocodiles. These crocodiles had thick carapaces, sharp teeth, and 3 pairs of legs. At this moment, countless pairs of red eyes stared at Bai Ningbing. 6-legged crocodiles. Bai Ningbing subconsciously loosened her hand, and the white eggshell fell on the sand. The eggshell broke, and the yolk flowed out. Roar! The 6-legged crocodiles roared angrily and moved their 6 legs, charging towards the 2 youths. At the same time, Qingmao Mountain, the old site of Guyue village. White snow covered the land, and glaciers covered the land. A group of people stood silently in the snow, like iron nails, nailed into this white world. "Father!" Tai Ruanen knelt on the snow, screaming as tears flowed down her cheeks. 5 to 6 days ago, Tai Shualeng had an intense battle with Guyue, and even before his death, he was still worried about his daughter's safety and sent out the giant mountain puppet Gu and iron hand grappling Gu. The giant mountain puppet Gu was like a bronze mask, covering Tai Ruanan's face and protecting her. The iron hand grappling Gu turned into a giant hand and brought her far away from Qing Mao Mountain. Not long after, these two Gu worms that were contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu turned into blood water. Tai Ruanan rushed back to Qing Mao Mountain like a madwoman. But on the way, she met with danger and was surrounded by beast groups. At the moment of danger, Tai clan's reinforcements arrived. Tai Shueleng was a prudent person, and as a precaution, he had already sent a letter to the clan asking for reinforcements. Tai Ruanan received the help of the reinforcements and rushed back here. But she saw the whole mountain covered in ice and snow, freezing all life, and there was no news of her father. He was completely missing. She and the Tai clan reinforcements searched for several days and finally had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Divine Investigator was dead and her father was dead. Chapter 207. Lord Divine Investigator died in battle. This is the glory of the Tai clan men. Lady Ruanan, please restrain your grief. A young Gu master behind her consoled. On the snowy ground, Tai Ruanan knelt, her cries weakening. Her shoulders trembled and her hands were clenched. The white snow melted into water in her hands. The young Gu master frowned, continuing, "These days we have investigated the entire battlefield. We found some traces left by humans, and a small number of survivors escaped from this battlefield. Lord Divine Investigator's letter mentioned about the Blood Sea inheritance. I am very worried now. Is there that demonic Gu master who inherited the Blood Sea inheritance among these survivors?" Tai Ruanan heard this and stopped crying. She stood up from the cold, snowy ground. A gust of cold wind blew, but her haggard face showed determination. The hatred of father's killer is irreconcilable. Regardless of whether this demonic Gu master is alive or not, we need to follow the traces and track him down. How did father die and who killed him? I must get to the bottom of this. The young girl's voice was hoarse, but as she spoke, her gaze brightened and her tone was firm. The young Gu master heaved a sigh. Tracking and searching must be done. Our Tai clan's people cannot die without knowing the reason. However, Lady Ruanan, you don't need to go. Before coming here, the clan leader instructed us to bring you safely back to the village. Tai Ruanan stared. What? Don't even think of chasing me away. The young Gu master smiled, looking at the sky. In the azure sky, there were a few white clouds. Tai Ruanan wanted to argue, but her pupils shrunk. You! Before she finished, her eyes closed and she collapsed on the snowy ground, falling into a deep sleep. Guei, the young Gu master spoke. Yes, I order your group to escort Lady Ruanan back. Yes, Guei hesitated. Then what about you, young master? Me. I will naturally follow the Yellow Dragon River and continue my pursuit. The young Gu master smiled proudly. The Yellow Dragon River surged, the wind blew. Hundreds of six-legged crocodiles climbed onto the shoal, attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn it! Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling a heavy psychological pressure. If it was before, she wouldn't care about this crocodile group at all. A single ice blade storm would be enough to deal with him. But now, she only had the Sky Canopy Gu and the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and also did not have the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes scanned the surroundings as she cursed. It's all your fault for choosing such a good place. There are 3 cliffs here. How are we going to escape in such a hurry? Why are you panicking? This was only a group of 100 beasts, not a group of 1,000. If it's 1,000 beasts horde, we'll definitely die. But there's still a chance of survival for the 100 beasts. We can fight them. Fang Yuan quickly put away his clothes, metal rack, and metal pot, and retreated behind Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's confident look made Bai Ningbing feel slightly assured. What are you looking at? Hurry up and fight. Fong Yuan glanced at her and urged, Why else would I lend you the goo worms? Don't forget the Yonggu is with me. Bastard. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, her heart filled with anger as she cursed. She did not know if she was cursing the 6-legged crocodiles or Fong Yuan or both. But no matter what, she held the chainsaw golden centipede and charged forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The silver edge saw spun wildly, and the rank 3 goo's violent aura spread out, causing the 6-legged crocodiles to stop their charge. A bunch of ugly worms. Bai Ningbing sneered, charging forward and slashing fiercely. A 6-legged crocodile's back was hit, and with a miserable cry, sparks flew as it was cut into 2. Blood splattered on Bai Ningbing's face and clothes. She was stimulated by the smell of blood, and battle intent emerged on her face. Swoosh, 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 the chainsaw golden centipede slashed horizontally and vertically, creating a gust of wind. Over 26-legged crocodiles died one after another. The situation was good, but Fong Yuan's expression turned grim, shouting, Avoid the 6-legged crocodile's back armor. Attack their abdomens. Ha ha ha. Such a domineering goo worm. Much better than the ice blade goo. I like it. Bai Ningbing turned a deaf ear, laughing maniacally. She had transformed into a female, and her beauty was like that of an ice fairy. But once she started fighting, she showed her past heroism, surging like a man to the point of insanity. But gradually, the frequency of her attacks started to slow down, and the effects of her attacks became weaker. What's going on? Earlier, one attack could cut a 6-legged crocodile in half, but now 3 attacks can only heavily injure it? Bai Ningbing raised the chainsaw golden centipede and saw that the silver-edged saw was uneven, and its sharpness was greatly reduced. She was born smart, and immediately thought of Fong Yuan's warning, and curled her lips and snorted. A 6-legged crocodile charged in front of her and suddenly jumped. It opened its bloody mouth, and its shadow shrouded Bai Ningbing. Courting death, Bai Ningbing quickly lowered her body, raising the chainsaw golden centipede, and slashed at the 6-legged crocodile's stomach. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the 6-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut by Bai Ningbing, and a horrifying wound was formed. This unlucky 6-legged crocodile was still in the air, but large amounts of blood spurted out from the wound, and its internal organs spilled out. With a plop, it finally landed on the beach, and instantly dyed the surrounding sand red. Its body violently twitched twice, and then completely stopped moving. It could not be any more dead. So easy? Seeing such a good attack, Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows in surprise. The 6-legged crocodile's back was hard and thick, but in comparison, its stomach was extremely soft. Its white stomach was its weakness. Fong Yuan had 500 years of experience, and naturally knew all of this. But Bai Ningbing grew up on Qingmao Mountain, and had never left before. The teachings she received were also limited, so she naturally did not know. Roar! The crocodiles roared. Dozens of 6-legged crocodiles were killed, and the beast horde suffered such a setback. The deaths of their companions incited their rage and wildness. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Bai Ningbing. Wild beasts had limited intelligence. The lightning Leakin had human-like intelligence. But among the huge beasts, it was a special case. These wild beasts treated the most dangerous enemy as their number 1 priority, and the first target to be eliminated. As for Fong Yuan, who was hiding at the back, they gradually ignored him. Come. Bai Ningbing did not retreat, but advanced instead. She was not someone who did not know how to adapt. After gaining an advantage with that attack, she immediately changed her battle method. The centipede's tail stabbed into the beach, and then its body shrunk, and its sawtooth suddenly whipped up. The 6-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut open, and blood and internal organs spurted out. One by one, 6-legged crocodiles fell to the ground, and Bai Ningbing went on a killing spree. At this rate, the crocodile horde is not a threat. It seems that my true threat is not this beast horde, but Fang Yuan. The situation was good, and Bai Ningbing could not help but have other thoughts. The Yanggu was in Fang Yuan's hands, causing Bai Ningbing to be cautious, and had no choice but to listen to Fang Yuan. But he was a Bai clan genius, proud and arrogant. How could he resign himself to fate? If I kill Fang Yuan, will I be able to get that Yanggu? Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light, and a thought appeared in her mind. But the moment this thought appeared, it was immediately dispelled. She understood Fang Yuan like she understood herself. With Fang Yuan's personality, he was as hard as steel, ruthless, and meticulous. Even if he really died, he would definitely destroy the Yanggu. This was 100%, and there was no other possibility. Moreover, I don't have any goo worms on me. Whether it is the sky canopy goo or the chainsaw golden centipede, they are all his no matter what. I have to get my own goo worm. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, and he looked at the battlefield in front of him. Bai Ningbing's movements were slightly hesitant, and the light in her eyes was seen by him. Towards Bai Ningbing's thoughts, Fang Yuan was clear. Fang Yuan was not surprised, and even understood Bai Ningbing. If it was him, he would have the same thoughts. Both of them were arrogant people. How could they be willing to be manipulated by others? However, the situation is stronger than the person, so what if he is a genius? He. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan was confident. With such a huge weakness in his hands, Bai Ningbing was like a butterfly in a spider's web. Struggling a little at the beginning was expected, and was inevitable. But in the end, she would fall into his hands, recognize reality, and be tamed by him, becoming a useful chess piece. The battle continued. Large numbers of 6-legged crocodile corpses fell on the shoal. Bai Ningbing was panting, sweating profusely, and her attacks slowed down. She did not have enough stamina. Strength had always been her weakness. When she fought with Fang Yuan in the past, she was at a disadvantage because of Fang Yuan's strength of 2 boars. Now that she had fought for more than an hour, her stamina was running out. After all, she did not sleep or rest, and floated on the bamboo raft for 5 days and 5 nights. The rest and reorganization from before was too short. What made it even more difficult for her to talk about and irritate her were the 2 lumps on her chest. Every time she moved, these 2 burdens would move, and she was not used to it. Fang Yuan, are you still not going to make a move? She panted heavily, shouting. As she spoke, she dodged a 6-legged crocodile's attack and used her sore knees to stand up. Fang Yuan's voice was cold. Once I make a move, I will attract the 6-legged crocodiles. Do you want me to die? If I die, you will not get the Yanggu. 3 6-legged crocodiles surrounded her, and Bai Ningbing had to retreat a few steps. She was so tired that she almost fainted. Her stamina had reached its limit, and her eyes were dim. The chainsaw golden centipede was extremely heavy and kept pulling her towards the ground. She gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan, if I die, can you still live? Don't worry, I'm behind you. Fang Yuan was calm, leaning on the cliff. He willed, and the blood moon goo flew out of his palm towards Bai Ningbing. Catch it, use it well. The blood moon goo originated from the moonlight goo, and Bai Ningbing was very familiar with it. She immediately used it, shooting out several bright red moon blades, and immediately stabilized the dangerous situation. But good times did not last long. Although Bai Ningbing managed to catch her breath, the primeval essence in her aperture was gradually running out. Chapter 208. Ordinary rank 3 Gu Masters would use guerrilla tactics to deal with beast groups, continuously using Yuan stones to recover primeval essence in their aperture. It was not easy for Bai Ningbing to fight head-on and persevere until now. If a Gu Master's primeval essence ran dry, their battle strength would plummet. Bai Ningbing started to turn her head around, looking at the cliff behind her to see if there was any possibility of escaping. When she saw Fang Yuan's leisurely expression, leaning against the cliff, she flew into a rage and scolded. "Fang Yuan, I'm fighting with my life on the line, and you're actually watching the show!" Fang Yuan snorted. The former Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, the great Bai Ningbing. "Now you can't even deal with 100 beast group?" Bai Ningbing was flustered and exasperated. "If you have the guts, go!" Fang Yuan sneered. "If I had rank 3 cultivation, I would have exterminated this group of 6-legged crocodiles long ago. Why would it be your turn?" Bai Ningbing couldn't help but pant. She was fuming with anger. Fang Yuan said sternly, "Bai Ningbing, I think you're used to being extravagant. You had the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique before, so your primeval essence recovery was very fast. Now that it has fallen to a grade 90%, if you still use it like before, you will naturally not have enough primeval essence. Outstanding Gu Masters use their primeval essence bit by bit, never abusing it. Next, you will fight according to my instructions. Your battle tactics are too crude. You need to be more meticulous." "Huh." Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. "My battle tactics aren't meticulous? Do you know how many times I've been praised by the clan leader and elders that I am #1 in battle tactics in the Bai clan? What's there to compare with a bunch of mortals? You listen to me, carefully." Bai Ningbing sneered, but Fang Yuan continued to speak. His voice inevitably floated into Bai Ningbing's ears. At first, she didn't care, but gradually her expression started to change. From disdain to solemnity and finally to solemnity. Fang Yuan's words could be said to be pearls of wisdom, every sentence incisive and profound. This was the summary of his 500 years of experience from his previous life, the essence accumulated over time. How could Bai Ningbing not be shocked by this little brat, no little girl? Fang Yuan had lived for 500 years in his previous life. He was old and wise. Even Guyue's generation or Master Tenchuru's experience couldn't compare. These two old monsters seemed to have lived for close to 1,000 years, but most of their time was spent in deep sleep, struggling at death's door. The real activity time was at most 200 to 300 years. If it was any other time, Bai Ningbing would just listen to Fang Yuan's guidance. She was proud and arrogant, so no matter how shocked she would not do it. However, now that she was facing the pressure of the crocodiles, her body involuntarily followed the instructions, and she immediately received immediate results. The 6-legged crocodiles died one after another, but her condition was getting better and better. Even though she did not have much primeval essence and stamina left, after using them wisely, she reduced the number of unnecessary attacks and increased the effectiveness of her attacks, allowing her primeval essence and stamina to slowly recover in battle. After 15 minutes, more than half of the 6-legged crocodiles were dead, and more than 200 corpses had fallen. They finally stopped attacking and started to retreat. Following that, a huge figure slowly rose from the river. It bared its teeth, which were as sharp as blades. Its yellow vertical pupils reflected Bai Ningbing's figure, emitting a cold, killing intent. This was the king of the 6-legged crocodiles. 100 Beast King, Crocodile King. Different from the other 6-legged crocodiles, this crocodile king's body was bigger, like a yak. It did not walk on 6 legs, but only used 2 of its hind legs to walk. It walked like a human, but its back was as thick as a bear's. A crocodile tail covered in scales dragged a deep mark on the beach. The other 4 legs were in the shape of claws, which could be called 4 arms. Its arms were thick, and its muscles were as hard as stone. Bai Ningbing could not help but smile bitterly. If she fought this 100 Beast King alone, she would have a chance of winning. But now, after the intense battle, her remaining stamina and primeval essence were severely lacking. It would be hard to deal with this 100 Beast King that was in perfect condition. But at this time, Fang Yuan's voice came from behind. "Take it." A ray of blue and white light shot into her aperture. It took the form of a lotus and planted itself at the bottom of her aperture. Immediately, her primeval sea started to rise rapidly. Bai Ningbing was surprised and happy. "What goo is this?" "Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus," Fong Yuan answered. "So this is the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. No wonder even Guyue's generation wanted it," Bai Ningbing exclaimed before scolding. "If you had such a goo, why didn't you lend it to me earlier?" Fong Yuan laughed, saying to himself, "Fortunately, this Crocodile King is only at 100 beast level. Remember, its weakness is the white skin on its chest." Saying so, his body flickered, and like a ripple of water, his figure gradually disappeared. He activated the Stealth Scales goo. Crafty and treacherous, Bai Ningbing scolded Fong Yuan in her heart before concentrating on the Crocodile King. On its chest there was indeed a piece of white skin, but it was only the size of a wash basin. It was also faintly protected by its 4 claws. How could it be easy to hit there? How? The Crocodile King roared and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only rely on herself, and after dodging the attack, she swung her arm. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede smashed into the Crocodile King's back. Sparks flew, and the Chainsaw Golden Centipede bounced up, almost knocking Bai Ningbing down. There was a white mark on the Crocodile King's back, but other than that it was unharmed. Whoosh! It swung its crocodile tail and the wind blew. Bai Ningbing only saw a black whip in front of her, thick and long. She had no time to dodge, and could only activate the sky canopy goo. With a muffled sound, she was sent flying for over 10 meters, before crashing into a sturdy cliff. Bai Ningbing sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. The sky canopy goo was a rank 3 goo with outstanding defense, but it could not cushion the impact. Bam, bam, bam. The Crocodile King moved its 2 thick legs, creating deep pits on the beach as it charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone, but she did not move as she looked at the Crocodile King charging towards her. The Crocodile King was ferocious, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. If it was anyone else, they would either be paralyzed from fear or run away. But Bai Ningbing was Bai Ningbing. Her willpower was like iron. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Seeing that the Crocodile King was about to reach her, at the last moment Bai Ningbing leapt. Bam! She managed to avoid the King Crocodile by a hair's breadth, while the King Crocodile crashed into the cliff. A large amount of rubble tumbled down and buried it in an instant. A beast will always be a beast. Bai Ningbing laughed, and was about to chase after the Crocodile King when she suddenly thought of something and stopped. The next moment, the Crocodile King swung its tail, and the rocks flew everywhere. Bai Ningbing watched quietly, and after a while, the Crocodile King finally broke free. It was in a sorry state, with half of its teeth broken and blood flowing out of its nose. His golden pupils had now turned red. It roared towards the sky, and this time it crouched down, and with an even faster speed, charged towards Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing retreated, smiling as she gave way. Bam! With a loud sound, the cliff collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. An hour later, the injured Crocodile King covered the white skin on its chest, but it could not stop the blood from flowing out. Soon after, it fell on the unrecognizable beach with a plop. This blood moon goo is actually quite useful. Because of its bleeding effect, the Crocodile King died so easily, Bai Ningbing thought as she looked at the red moon insignia in her hand. With the Crocodile King dead, the remaining 6-legged crocodiles, although there were still hundreds of them, had lost their backbone, and their morale plummeted as they escaped into the river. It's finally over. Bai Ningbing threw away the Chainsaw Golden Centipede in her hand and sat down on the sand in exhaustion. Fong Yuan's figure appeared, and he squatted beside the Crocodile King's corpse, searching. Found it. When he retracted his hands, there was a goo in each of his hands. Bai Ningbing saw this, and was so angry that her breathing became erratic. She had fought with her life on the line, and finally killed the Crocodile King, and repelled the crocodiles. But the result was that the unharmed Fang Yuan came out to collect the spoils of war. Fang Yuan looked carefully. Among these two Gu, one was on the verge of death, and was still struggling. It was like a turtle shell, palm-sized, but the protruding surface was covered with crocodile-like scales. This was the carapace Gu. The other was unharmed, but it did not move, allowing Fang Yuan to pinch it with his thumb and index finger. This was the crocodile strength Gu. It was very small, about the size of a human finger. It was like a miniature crocodile with a head, body, and tail, but it lacked crocodile legs. Be it the carapace Gu or the crocodile strength Gu, they were both rank 2 Gu. Normally speaking, 100 Beast King's body had a rank 2 Wild Gu. 1,000 Beast King had a rank 3 Gu. Myriad Beast King had a rank 4 Gu. As I expected, Fang Yuan looked at the 2 Gu in his hands, not surprised. He was experienced, and after observing the battle for a long time, he had already seen through this Crocodile King's weakness. Immediately, he let out a trace of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined these 2 Gu. The carapace Gu flew to Fang Yuan's back and turned into a large-scale imprint, like a tattoo, extending from Fang Yuan's shoulder to his waist. It covered his back. As the name suggests, it was a Gu that could strengthen a Gu master's back defense. The crocodile strength Gu turned into a dark yellow light and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. It had the same effect as the black and white boar Gu. It could permanently strengthen a Gu master's strength, the strength of a crocodile. The market price was very high, and it was usually a rare Gu with a price but no supply. It's like this again, instantly refining a Gu. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing ignored her anger, and her pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. When she fought with Fang Yuan earlier, she had discovered this secret of Fang Yuan's. After returning to the clan, she flipped through the records and found some supplementary Gu that could achieve this effect. But now that she saw it again, she suddenly felt that the truth might not be so. This guy, he has so many trump cards. Sky Canopy Gu, Blood Moon Gu, Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and now he even has Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. His battle techniques are completely superior to what the clan taught him. What good did he use just now? Bai Ningbing thought of this and felt a chill in her heart. Chapter 209. Sixth segment. Night resting in the treetops. Swish, swish, swish. The river tides came and went. The sky was dark. Under the dusk, the beach was dyed red by crocodile blood, and hundreds of 6-legged crocodile corpses surrounded the 2 youngsters. Beside a huge crocodile corpse, Fang Yuan slowly stood up. When the 6-legged crocodile group attacked, Fang Yuan did not even think of escaping. Although he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, Bai Ningbing was rank 3 peak stage. Using her cultivation and his rank 3 Gu worm, it was possible to eliminate 100 beast group. On one hand, he needed to use the 6-legged crocodile group as an external force to suppress Bai Ningbing and train her. On the other hand, he needed a suitable Gu worm for himself. Although I am rank 1 initial stage, I have a great aptitude, and with the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, my primeval essence recovery is extremely fast. Thus, I can use rank 2 Gu worms. But be it the crocodile strength Gu or the carapace Gu, they are not ideal. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The Sky Canopy Gu was rank 3 and was lent to Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan indeed needed a suitable defensive Gu for himself. But the carapace Gu could only defend the back. It was too small. The crocodile strength Gu was precious, but currently Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars and was strong enough. If he increased his strength, it would harm his body. Below rank 6, a Gu master's body was a mortal body. It had a limit, and could not keep increasing his strength. Fang Yuan had already used the black and white boar goo to modify his body, raising his strength from the roots. If he used the crocodile's strength goo now, it would exceed his body's endurance and would harm himself. That is to say, unless he found other supplementary goo worms and used it with the crocodile's strength goo. Before that, using the crocodile's strength goo would be suicidal. In Baigu Mountain's inheritance, there is a jade bone goo that can increase the strength of a goo master's bones. If I use this goo and use the crocodile strength goo, there will be no problem. But right now, there is still a distance to Baigu Mountain. It will take at least 10 days to half a month. Fang Yuan looked towards the southeast direction, and with a thought, he summoned the crocodile's strength goo. He gave the crocodile's strength goo to Bai Ningbing and recalled his heavenly essence treasure lotus. Using this crocodile's strength goo can increase your strength by 1 crocodile strength. The process is a little tiring, but it should be done after a month of continuous urging, Fang Yuan warned. Bai Ningbing nodded, feeling happy in her heart. With crocodile strength goo, she could make up for her weakness in strength. Previously in Bai Clan village, she had also searched for it, but her luck was not good and she did not find such a goo. To think that he would actually obtain the goo worm that he had yearned for day and night in the wilderness. When a goo master roams in the wilderness, danger lurks everywhere, but at the same time, it is filled with opportunities. Let's go. The smell of blood is too strong here, and the cliffs on 3 sides have almost collapsed. It will definitely attract some ferocious beasts. It's definitely not safe to camp here. Fang Yuan's suggestion received Bai Ningbing's approval. However, before leaving, Fang Yuan gathered as much crocodile blood and crocodile meat as he could and stored them in the tusita flower. Crocodile strength goo feeds on crocodile meat. Fresh crocodile blood could be used to feed blood skull goo and blood moon goo. The sun had already set and night had begun to fall. In the distant sky, stars could be vaguely seen. The cliffs had collapsed from the impact of the male crocodile king, making it easy to climb. After Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing climbed up the cliffs, a lush and dense forest appeared in front of them. The dense forest stretched out, the distant mountains were indistinct, and the depths of the forest were shrouded in darkness. No one knew what dangers or ferocious beasts were living here. Chirp, 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 a strange cry, unknown whether it was the cry of a bird or an ape, entered the 2's ears. The 2 looked at each other, knowing that the dense forest in the wilderness was filled with danger. Especially at night, there was not enough light. Entering the forest at this time was even more dangerous than during the day, but they had no other choice. Let's go. Fang Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and could only drag her extremely tired body and walk in front, opening the path for Fang Yuan. These trees were at least 4 meters tall. Near the river, it was filled with moisture, and the ground was softer than the mountain soil. The warm and humid weather caused the moss to flourish, covering the ground, rocks, and attached to the tree trunks. The deeper they went, the darker the light became, and the colder it became. Fang Yuan was still fine, but Bai Ningbing could not help but shiver. She had just fought an intense battle, and her entire body was drenched in sweat. Now that the coldness invaded her body, she naturally felt even colder. I say, set up the stove later, let's warm ourselves up, Bai Ningbing said as she explored the path in front. Her voice floated in the dense forest, making the dense forest even more quiet. Warm ourselves up? Fang Yuan laughed. Don't you think this dense forest is too quiet? Let's stop and take a good look at the trees in front. Bai Ningbing's footsteps slowed down, and she looked ahead. The trees in front were short and strong. Their roots were coiled like snakes, extending into a stretch. At the end of every branch, there were vines like green pythons, either coiling around each other or hanging on the ground. The ends of the vines were like Venus flytraps or like 2 open shells of clams, waiting for the arrival of their prey. Beast Trap Tree. Bai Ningbing thought of what the academy taught and recognized this tree. This tree ate meat as food, and every branch softened into a vine with only 2 leaves. The leaves were wide and large, and when they opened, they looked like a giant mouth. Once a prey approached, the vines would pounce like a snake, and the leaves would snap shut, swallowing the prey in one mouthful. Then it would secrete acid and spend tens of days, or even months, slowly absorbing the prey. Bai Ningbing counted. There were at least 30 to 40 beast trap trees in front of her. The distance between each tree was long, and between them were ordinary trees. This is a beast trap forest. No wonder it is so quiet and lacking in life. But it doesn't matter. I can use the strength of a rank 3 gu to forcefully open a path. Bai Ningbing said. Fong Yuan shook his head. What we want now is a safe campsite. I think this beast trap forest is very good. After we pass through this forest, we might not be able to find a safer place to spend the night in the dense forest. Bai Ningbing heard this, and her eyes widened. Here? Beast trap forest, it's still safe? Fong Yuan glanced at her, but did not explain. Instead, he turned around and went back the way they came. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. The Yanggu was with Fong Yuan, so she could only follow Fong Yuan back to that shallow beach. Fong Yuan chose 2 healthy crocodile corpses and cut open their stomachs, removing their internal organs. After washing them, he dragged them into the forest. You are actually thinking of this. Bai Ningbing was also a smart person, and following them all the way here, she had already vaguely guessed Fong Yuan's goal. She could not help but feel amazed at Fong Yuan's ingenious thinking. Man is the spirit of all living beings, and their intelligence is limitless. To survive, it is normal to think of some strange methods. Let's sleep here tonight, Fong Yuan said, and after explaining a few tricks, he went into the crocodile's stomach alone. Then he rolled inside, and the 6-legged crocodile's body smoothly approached a beast trap tree. Whoosh! The nearest vine immediately sprang out as fast as a shadow. 2 leaves opened wide, and after swallowing the crocodile's body, they firmly merged together. Then the vine twisted and slowly lifted the heavy leaves to the top of the tree. Go to sleep. We still have to hurry tomorrow. The leaves on the top of the tree rustled, and Fong Yuan's voice came out. Bai Ningbing was stunned on the spot, looking at this scene, dumbfounded. After a while, she came to her senses. The sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the area. The night wind blew gently, passing through the forest, making a whimpering sound. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and followed Fong Yuan's example, entering the crocodile's stomach and rolling to the beast trap tree. Almost at the next moment, she felt an external force attacking her, causing the crocodile's body to shake violently. After another wave of shaking, she felt herself rising slowly. Finally, the rising force stopped. Bai Ningbing was lying in the crocodile's stomach, and the crocodile was lying flat on the leaves. She looked outside, and through the gaps between the leaves, she could see the stars in the sky. The surroundings were quiet, and the stars were bright, as if mischievous children were winking at her. The sky is full of stars. Our luck is not bad. Tomorrow will be a good day. Fong Yuan's voice came from outside. Bai Ningbing didn't reply. She shifted her body to make herself more comfortable, but the ice-cold crocodile's body still gave her a chill. At the same time, a sweet smell entered her nose. Bai Ningbing was not surprised. According to Fong Yuan's instructions, this was the beast trap tree starting to secrete acid. But this acid needed at least 3 months to corrode the crocodile's body. Bai Ningbing hid in the crocodile's body and was temporarily safe. Right, I should use the crocodile's strength, go first, then rest. Bai Ningbing thought in her heart, but her eyelids were as heavy as a mountain and gradually closed. Almost instantly, she fell into a deep sleep. She was too tired, first drifting for 5 days and 5 nights, and then fighting with the crocodile group. In the battle, she surpassed the limits of her physical strength and dug out a portion of her potential. Maybe it was also because she had transformed into a female body, but Fang Yuan's intentional or unintentional pressure made her physically and mentally exhausted. Fang Yuan, however, did not sleep. He lay in the crocodile's body and called out Tusita flower, taking out some cotton clothes and cloak. He divided them into 2 parts, placing one under his body and the other on his body. Even though it was torturous after this arrangement, there was a sense of warmth. The crocodile's body seemed to have turned into a comfortable bed of leaves. Fang Yuan still had some energy left, so he closed his eyes and sank into his mind, activating his primeval essence to nourish his aperture. Although he did not have the liquor worm, which increased his primeval essence. But Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and with the help of his great aptitude, his nourishing time was greatly increased. His primeval sea surged, rising and falling like tides, and waves washed against the aperture's 4 walls. Every time he consumed a bit, it would be replenished immediately. Even if he nourished his aperture for an entire night, it would not be a problem to consume his primeval essence. But Fang Yuan did not do so. Nourishing his aperture could not replace sleep. After midnight, he stopped cultivating and closed his eyes to sleep. Chapter 210. The sun was high in the sky, and the clouds were white. The sun shone on the earth, and the yellow dragon river flowed. The dense forest beside the river formed a sea of green. On the treetops of the beast-trapping trees, vines climbed, and 8 or 9 leaf cages stood tall like clams. Suddenly, one of the cages shook violently. Poof! A bright red crescent blade shot out from inside, piercing through the leaves. A young girl, wearing a light-colored robe and covered in a layer of white armor, came out of the leaf cage. She was agile, and the tips of her feet tapped on the branches a few times. She leaped continuously and finally landed safely on the ground. It was Bai Ningbing. During the entire process, the beast-trapping tree did not move at all and was deathly still. Bai Ningbing looked at the beast-trapping tree and couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan's words yesterday. For any prey that escapes, the beast-trapping tree will not attack again. This is because any beast that escapes is not something that the beast-trapping tree can deal with. Although the beast-trapping tree has no intelligence, this evolved instinct makes it more adaptable to survival. Achoo! Bai Ningbing couldn't help but sneeze. She rubbed her nose and looked around, sizing up the surroundings. In this beast-trapping tree forest, most of the tree crowns had leaf cages raised high like green shells. It seems that the smell of blood on the shore attracted many wild beasts. The beast-trapping tree had a good harvest last night. Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she moved her limbs and shook her head. She slept very uncomfortably last night. The crocodile's corpse was hard and the night was cold. Although she was extremely tired, she woke up a few times from the cold. As a result, she had dark circles under her eyes, and her spirit was not good. But after a night of cultivation, her strength had recovered by more than half. At this moment, she purposely stood in a sunny place and used the sunlight to dispel the cold in her body. Bai Ningbing, let me out. A voice came. It was Fang Yuan. He didn't need the earth communication ear grass to hear the commotion. Bai Ningbing looked at another beast-trapping tree. On the crown of this tree, the leaf cage that swallowed Fang Yuan was still in the same place. She smiled to herself but didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested, bathing in the sunlight and delaying on purpose. After more than a quarter of an hour, she shot out a blood-red crescent blade and cut the vines. The shell-like leaves bumped against the tree trunk and finally fell to the ground. Bai Ningbing slowly walked closer, activating a blood moon goo and cutting the leaves. Only then did Fang Yuan come out. "Why are you so late? I woke up a long time ago and even cultivated for a while. Fang Yuan's face was ruddy and he was in high spirits. The clothes and cloak he had taken out last night had already been put away. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Fang Yuan's current state was out of her expectations. She had thought that Fang Yuan was like her, that he didn't sleep well, that he was cold and hungry. Thus, he deliberately delayed and tortured him a little more. He didn't expect Fang Yuan to be in such a good state. It's getting late. We still have to travel today. Let's eat first. Fang Yuan spat out the tusita flour and took out the coal, the iron frame, the iron pot, the water bottle, the dry biscuit, and the rest. He moved quickly and quickly cooked a pot of meat soup. Then he searched the area and picked a large bunch of tree mushrooms from the moss on the beast trap tree's trunk. These tree mushrooms were thin and shriveled, with a dark purple or black color. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan placing the tree mushrooms into the pot and questioned, "Wild plants can't be eaten carelessly. They might contain poison." "Yes, you're right." Fang Yuan nodded. "You can choose not to eat them." Bai Ningbing coldly laughed. "You're poisoned. I don't have any healing goo worms." Fang Yuan's face was indifferent as he took out a spoon and drank a big mouthful of the meat soup under Bai Ningbing's gaze. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Only when Fang Yuan drank 5 to 6 mouthfuls of the meat soup did she confirm that there was no danger in the soup. Taking the spoon and drinking, her eyes shone. This meat soup was much better than yesterday. It had a fresh taste. Her gaze moved to the tree mushrooms floating on the surface of the meat soup. Obviously, the difference was because of this tree mushroom. She could not help but size up Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sitting on a rock, drinking soup and eating biscuits with his head lowered, looking spirited. Even though they slept in the same environment, when Bai Ningbing compared herself to this dispirited state, she could not help but feel a trace of admiration that even she did not want to admit. Of course, if she knew that Fang Yuan secretly took out his cloak and clothes to keep himself warm, she would definitely have a different feeling. Fang Yuan felt Bai Ningbing's gaze on him, but he did not raise his head, only smiling faintly, pretending not to notice and continuing to eat and drink. Ever since the battle on Qingmao Mountain, when Bai Ningbing took the initiative to save him, Fang Yuan could feel the pure demonic nature in her body. Demons are crazy, unreasonable, and stubborn on their own path. Bai Ningbing's demonic nature made Fang Yuan see the value in her. But Bai Ningbing was also a complicated person. On one hand, she was pure and immature. With a new life, the problem of the northern dark ice soul physique was temporarily solved. So she did not want to give up loved life and was not willing to die. But on the other hand, her demonic nature was awe-inspiring and she pursued excitement, so she had an unparalleled, free, and easy personality. She was not afraid of death, and if death was exciting enough, she would definitely die calmly. Such a person was like a young dragon, full of curiosity towards the world, untamed and wild. She had her own path, her own ambition and aspiration. Bai Ningbing had not grown into a demon, and could only be considered a demon child. But she was a true demon, and her path could not be changed, and her direction could not be changed, and it was even more impossible to make her submit. True demons were only loyal to themselves, and worshipped in the darkness alone, walking their own path. True demons could respect others, but they could never submit to others. True demons were their own kings, supreme and unsurpassed. Fang Yuan understood Bai Ningbing because Fang Yuan understood himself. He knew that Bai Ningbing would never submit to him, but not submitting did not mean that he could not subdue her. Not being able to change her path did not mean that he could not make use of her. If Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation, he naturally would not need Bai Ningbing. But now he was only rank 1 initial stage, and Bai Ningbing's value was very high. But to subdue her and make use of her, he needed to spend some effort. Bai Ningbing was intelligent and proud and could not be forced. He could only use some small matters or external forces to slowly grind away at her character. Secretly taking out some clothes to keep warm was not because Fang Yuan was petty. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing purposely delayed, Fang Yuan did not pursue the matter, but it was not because he was magnanimous. To subdue Bai Ningbing, it will take a long time. But there is no need to be anxious. Let's take it slow. I also need time to recover my cultivation. After the two had their fill, it was already noon. The ground was filled with the footprints of wild beasts. They continued their journey, with Bai Ningbing leading the way. They walked towards the southeast direction of the forest. The deeper they went, the taller the trees in the forest. Earlier, the beast trap trees were only 3 to 4 meters tall. But gradually, trees that were 5 to 6 meters tall appeared. Occasionally, a 7 to 8 meter tall tree king would appear, like a crane among a flock of chickens. Of course, there were also withered tree trunks that fell to the ground, covered with thick moss. Or, at certain joints, there were small green sprouts. Or there were broken trees that were split into two by lightning, displaying the might of heaven and earth. These huge creatures grew densely here, covering the sky and covering the sun. The deeper they went, the colder they felt. The strong sunlight was blocked by the lush leaves that formed the walls, and could only pass through a small gap, allowing some mottled light and shadows to enter. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled, the light and shadow swayed, like shattered gold. The forest was not peaceful. Occasionally they would see deer, foxes, rabbits, and other animals scurrying about. Most of them were birds, all kinds of birds, some in groups of 3 to 5, some in groups, either flying in the sky or standing on the branches and leaves, competing with each other's voices. Occasionally, the roar of a tiger could be heard from afar. The two of them walked and stopped at times, relying on the earth communication eargrass. Fang Yuan avoided many dangers. But some places could not be avoided, and they had to rely on Bai Ningbing's battle strength to force their way through. Rank 3 cultivation was enough to deal with the normal problems in the wild. Night fell again, and Fang Yuan found a safe campsite. This was a rocky hill. Bai Ningbing was extremely tired, even if it was a hard rock. She would fall asleep the moment she lay down. When she woke up the next day, her whole body felt uncomfortable, and her head could not move properly, evidently suffering from a stiff neck. Moreover, her sneezing became more frequent. Evidently the cold had entered her body. Fang Yuan saw this, but continued on his way. The two of them walked very slowly because they lacked a movement goo. Previously, Fang Yuan had the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, while Bai Ningbing had the white form immortal snake goo. They were both goo used for transportation, and both were rank 5. Unfortunately, one died and the other escaped. But Fang Yuan was not impatient. His cultivation was weak, and he needed time to cultivate. Every day he would travel in the day, and even if it was time to rest, he would make use of every minute and second, cultivating nonstop. At night, he would usually cultivate deep into the night. A few days later, Bai Ningbing fell sick, catching cold. Her head was dizzy, her battle strength fell sharply, and her whole body heated up. Fang Yuan could only stop and take out the Tusada flower's medicinal herbs, giving them to her. He also applied some ointment on her body. It was burning hot and could remove the moisture in her body. After resting for 6 days, Bai Ningbing finally recovered. This illness was a huge blow to her head. During this period, there were a few times when she was dizzy, her limbs weak, and she could not even apply the ointment. In the end, it was Fang Yuan who helped her. If not for Fang Yuan, I might not have survived. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart after recovering. Even if she was extremely unwilling to admit it, it was the truth. In the past, her tone was firm and her mouth was fierce. But after this incident, her words became less, and she was often silent. Sometimes they would travel for half a day without speaking a word. Her words became less, and naturally, Fang Yuan's authority increased. In this way, he slowly became the leader of the two. Chapter 211. 8th segment. Xian Yuan Divine Chicken Time passed. Half a month later, Bai Ningbing had lost a lot of weight, but her whole body exuded a vigorous aura. She was even more spirited, her blue eyes looking around, and from time to time a bright light flashed. No doubt, she had adapted to this wandering life and learned many things from it. Fang Yuan was clear. Although Bai Ningbing was quiet, it did not mean she admitted defeat. She had a strong will in her heart, learning seriously and trying hard to adapt. Occasionally, she would give some rebuttals. Although shallow, they were no longer immature. Fang Yuan could feel that Bai Ningbing was improving every day. But this situation was not out of his expectations. It was not easy to subdue Bai Ningbing. Any true demon had a strong will to resist. Under the hot sun, the two hid in the bushes, carefully observing this valley. In the valley, there was a huge crocodile sleeping soundly. This was a lava crocodile. It was the size of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster and was 10 meters long. What was especially eye-catching were the 2 protrusions on its back, as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcanoes, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. This lava crocodile is 1,000 beast king. The risk of killing it is too high. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. On the 1,000 beast king's body, there was a wild, rank 3 goo worm. Together with the beast king's strong physique, even a rank 3 peak stage goo master would have a hard time winning one-on-one. Riches come from danger. It is not easy to find a crocodile in the forest. The crocodile's strength, goo needs crocodile meat to feed, but it has already been consumed by more than half. Let's test it out first. Fang Yuan said. The lava crocodile group lived underground, and only the Beast King had the ability to drill out of the ground to breathe in the fresh and moist air and enjoy the scorching sun. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and stood up. Ever since she got the crocodile strength goo, she had been using it. Right now, her strength had increased greatly, but she was still a distance away from the power of a crocodile. The lava crocodile king was in a deep slumber. When Bai Ningbing was 50 steps away from it, it suddenly opened its scarlet gold eyes. Pucci! It slowly propped up its body, turned its head, and breathed out 2 streams of hot air from its nostrils. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. Even after activating the sky canopy goo, she could still feel a scorching aura assaulting her. She didn't take out the chainsaw golden centipede. Instead, she swung her hand and shot out a blood-colored crescent blade. The 3rd advancement moon blade hit the lava crocodile's back, slicing off a few pieces of its thick armor and successfully enraging the lava crocodile king. It aimed at Bai Ningbing, opened its huge mouth, and spat out a dark red lava fireball. The lava fireball was the size of a millstone. Bai Ningbing did not dare to receive it and dodged it. Boom! The lava fireball drew a trajectory in the air and smashed into the mountain rock. Amidst the sound of the explosion, rocks flew everywhere and flames flew everywhere. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky and gradually dissipated. At the location of the explosion, there was a huge crater. Dark red lava flowed inside and outside the crater, gradually cooling down. Rank 3 lava explosion goo. Fang Yuan looked at this scene and immediately understood in his heart. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan threw a rope from the mountain wall and pulled Bai Ningbing up. The lava crocodile king roared a few times, but did not pursue. After Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figures disappeared, it laid on the ground again, closing its eyes and enjoying the sunlight. This was because Bai Ningbing's attacks were mainly probing. The lava crocodile king did not feel that she was a threat. It only treated her as a wild beast that trespassed its territory and chased her away. This lava crocodile king has a total of 3 goo worms living in it. One is the lava explosion goo, one is the flame stomach goo, and the last is the accumulating ash goo. All three are rank 3 goo worms. Attack, defense, healing, the 3 most basic aspects are covered. After leaving the valley, Fong Yuan summarized on the way. Bai Ningbing frowned. She had personally probed earlier and knew that killing this crocodile king was extremely difficult, almost impossible. Forget about that lava explosion goo. The blood moon goo cannot break through the flame stomach goo's defense. We can only use the chainsaw golden centipede to fight in close combat. But if we break through the flame stomach like this, the chainsaw golden centipede will be crippled. These days we have used it to open a path, and its silver edges are already damaged. Even if we break through the flame stomach goo's defense, the lava crocodile king still has the accumulating ash goo to heal itself. Its stamina is definitely more than both of us combined, and we will definitely lose if we fight a long battle. More importantly, it can drill into the ground and return to its nest. We have no ability to stop it from returning. Bai Ningbing said. Fong Yuan nodded. Your analysis is reasonable, but I want to kill it even more. The accumulating ash goo feeds on ashes and is easy to raise. It is a very suitable healing goo worm for us. Goo worms are good, but we need to be alive to enjoy them. You may have the yang goo, but don't think of commanding me to risk my life to fight. Bai Ningbing snorted. We can't fight it with force, but we can outsmart it. If it were other wild beasts, it would be fine. But with this lava crocodile king, we can attract other beast kings and cause them to fight. Then we can reap the benefits. Fong Yuan said. He did not want to give up because of the difficulty. Creating a possibility from the impossible was his favorite thing to do. If it were other fierce beasts on the surface, unless they had just migrated, they would have their own territory. They knew each other's existence, and there would be no hope of them fighting. But the lava crocodile king was different. Normally, it lived underground and would occasionally drill up to the surface to get some fresh air. It was like a fish in the deep sea, jumping out of the sea. Its existence was not known by other beast kings. It could only be considered a stowaway. Other than beast kings like the lightning leakin, most beast kings did not have high intelligence. As long as a beast king was attracted, they would feel a threat to their lives and start fighting. By the time both of them were heavily injured, Fong Yuan and Bai Ningbing would be able to take advantage of the situation. Fong Yuan's words made Bai Ningbing's eyes brighten. She nodded. We don't have a movement goo. This method is still risky. But compared to fighting the lava crocodile king, there is a higher chance of success. We can give it a try. Similar to human society, wild beasts also had their own territories. Powerful beast kings often led herds of beasts and occupied areas with abundant natural resources, like humans forming a mountain village and occupying a spirit spring. Between forces, there were bound to be borders. As long as they explored in other directions, they would naturally find something. For the next 5 days, Fong and Bai explored with the lava crocodile king as the center. The northwest direction was where they came from, so there was no need to explore further. Going around the valley, in the southeast direction, they found a white ape beast group. The leader was an old white ape, 1,000 beast king. The white ape's speed was very fast, and on the way they would be caught and surrounded by the white apes. Thus, they immediately gave up on this plan. In the southwest direction, there was a rotting swamp with an overwhelming stench. This was the world of poisonous beasts. Venomous snakes coiled under the withered tree roots, fist-sized venomous bees fluttered around, and a black spider the size of a wash basin sat on a spider web that was as big as a piece of paper. From the center of the swamp, there was a frog's cry that sounded like thunder. Fong Yuan deduced that the master of this swamp was a healing goo, poison-swallowing frog. It was rank 4, small in size, and fed on poison. If a goo master was poisoned, they could use it to swallow the poison, and it would have a healing effect. Its movement speed was not good, but to go deep into the swamp and lure it out was even harder. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not have a healing goo. If they were bitten by the poisonous beasts, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, it was very difficult to find a small poison-swallowing frog in such a huge swamp. The two finally found a beehive the size of a house in the northeast direction. Inside lived a terrifyingly large insect group, frenzy needle bees. This bee group was not to be trifled with. Once a frenzy needle bee becomes a goo, its stinger would have the ability to pierce. That is to say, even if Bai Ningbing used the sky canopy goo's white armor to protect herself, the rank 3 frenzy needle bees would still pierce through. The night wind howled. The wind entered the cave, causing the bonfire in the cave to flicker. This was a small mound, and they found a cave inside. This cave's location was not ideal. Firstly, it was not facing away from the wind, and the wind blew straight into the cave, bringing with it a deep chill at night. Secondly, the roof of the cave was open like a patio, and one could see the stars in the night sky. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were silent, sitting around the bonfire. Fang Yuan was expressionless, while Bai Ningbing sighed in disappointment. We have explored the surroundings these days, and although your idea is good, there is no suitable target. It seems we can only give up on the Lava Crocodile King. Man proposes, God disposes. We do not have enough strength and can only rely on luck. Forget it. I wanted to raise the crocodile strength goo. But now, it seems that killing the Lava Crocodile King is not realistic. We will set off tomorrow and continue towards Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan nodded helplessly. But at this time, suddenly the Lava Crocodile King's furious roar could be heard from outside. What's going on? It's that Lava Crocodile King. The two looked at each other and immediately walked out of the cave, looking into the distance. They saw that in the valley, rainbow lights were shining and flames were rising, emitting an imposing aura. In the dazzling rainbow lights, a golden pheasant the size of a small hill appeared. Its comb was like gold standing tall. The feathers on its body shone with a myriad of colors, constantly changing and shining. Not good. It's the Xian Yuan divine pheasant, a myriad beast king level bird. The Lava Crocodile King is in trouble. Fang Yuan immediately said, Xian Yuan divine pheasant. Bai Ningbing was puzzled. This is a solitary myriad beast king, flying in the sky and landing on the ground when hunting. Divine pheasants are rare and are scattered all over the world. All kinds of rainbow goo live on their bodies. Once they fight, the sky will be filled with rainbow lights, and the rainbow will be dazzling. Sigh, there is no hope for the Lava Crocodile King. Let's quickly retreat. This divine pheasant's vision is extremely sharp, like an eagle's. If it discovers us and attacks us, it will be very bad. Saying so, Fang Yuan retreated into the cave. Chapter 212. About half an hour later, the Lava Crocodile King let out a final scream and went silent. Then Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing heard the sound of Xian Yuan divine chickens pecking at their food. However, the Xian Yuan divine pheasant had a huge appetite. One Lava Crocodile King wasn't enough to satisfy its appetite. That night, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not sleep. After the screams of the Lava Crocodile King, they heard the wails of the white ape, the cries of the poison-swallowing frog, and the buzzing of the swarm of bees. Most importantly, it was the divine Xian Yuan pheasant's resonant cry. At dawn, the Xian Yuan divine rooster flew away. In the sky, it drew out a colorful rainbow of light. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing only dared to walk out of the cave when they saw the tail of the rainbow completely dissipate in the sky. The two of them arrived at the original valley. The valley was already beyond recognition, and more than half of it had collapsed. The Lava Crocodile King's belly flipped up as it laid on the ground, dead as a doornail. Its belly was pecked open by the Xian Yuan divine rooster, and its flesh and internal organs were all devoured. All that was left was a broken skeleton supporting the dark red crocodile skin. The two searched for a while. Soon, they found pieces of red glass shards. This was the remains of the flame stomach goo. Evidently, the lava crocodile king activated the flame stomach goo's defense, but it was forcefully destroyed by the Xian Yuan divine pheasant, causing the flame stomach goo to be destroyed. As for the other lava explosion goo and accumulating ash goo, they were nowhere to be seen. That was not surprising. Once the host died, the goo worms living on the wild beasts would leave on their own as if they had lost their home, roaming around again. The accumulating ash goo was an ideal healing goo. It was most suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. But things don't always go your way. Not getting the accumulating ash goo was within Fang Yuan's expectations. However, it wasn't as if they didn't gain anything. There was still some flesh left in the lava crocodile king's corpse. The Xianyuan celestial chicken had eaten a big portion, but it still left some leftovers for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing worked hard for the whole morning, cutting up the crocodile meat and storing it in the tusita flour. This crocodile meat is enough to feed the crocodile strength goo for another 3 months. Let's go check out other places. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing arrived at the territory of the white apes. Groups of white apes frolicked and played in the originally dense and flourishing forest. Broken trees were everywhere, and the white apes' severed limbs were mixed among them. Some old, weak, and young white apes were guarding the corpses of their relatives. They were wailing, and the whole forest was filled with a sad and miserable atmosphere. Last night, the Xianyuan divine rooster had brought disaster to this group of thousands of white apes. Now, there were only 200 or 300 of them left, and a few hundred Beast King-level white apes were injured. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. This is the moment when the white apes are at their weakest. Should we make a move? Fang Yuan stopped her. It wasn't that he pitied these white apes, but he knew that, in a way, the white apes were even more dangerous now. Soldiers who mourn are bound to win. Don't provoke these white apes. If you provoke them, they will attack furiously and won't rest until they kill us. Even though those 100 Beast Kings are injured, they're not something you can handle alone. Bai Ningbing heard this and glanced at Fang Yuan, giving up on the idea of making a move. The two arrived at the rotten swamp in the southwest direction. The swamp had become unrecognizable, turned upside down by the Xianyuan divine rooster. The living environment was greatly damaged, and the swamp's power was reshuffled. Although the divine rooster had flown away, the swamp was not peaceful. All kinds of poisonous creatures were fighting and running around. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood at the edge of the swamp, and in a short while they saw 3 battles from afar. One was a battle between 2 colorful poisonous snakes, and in the end, one swallowed the other. But not long after, a scorpion the size of a crab came and killed the poisonous snake. The second battle was between a poisonous powder moth and a blue toad. The battle suddenly erupted, and the toad swallowed the moth into its stomach. But a moment later, the moth suffocated in the toad's stomach, and the toad was also poisoned to death. The third battle was between a black spider the size of a basin, rolling out of the mud. The surface of its body was covered with ants. After a while, the ants won and devoured the spider. Seeing this chaotic scene, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Finally, they arrived at the nest of the frenzy needle bees. The house-sized nest had already collapsed. The surroundings were quiet. Not a single frenzy needle bee was left. The two walked closer. Soon, a sesame-like fragrance entered Bai Ningbing's nose. She sniffed. What is this smell? It is the smell of a beehive. Frenzy needle bees do not make honey, but their beehive is an excellent goo refinement material. At the same time, it is also a type of food that can be eaten by humans. Fang Yuan said as he pried open a part of the beehive. Crack! The beehive fragment was dark yellow. Under Bai Ningbing's curious gaze, he placed the beehive into his mouth, crushed it in one bite, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. The taste of the beehive reminded him of the taste of biscuits on Earth, fragrant and crispy. But there was no doubt that this natural food was much better than biscuits. It had a hint of sweetness, but was not greasy at all, instead giving off a refreshing feeling. The taste is good. Bai Ningbing also pried open a piece and ate it, immediately feeling her mouth salivate. The sweet taste made her frown unconsciously relax. We are almost finished with our salted meat and biscuits. Why don't we collect some beehives and put them in your tusita flour? Bai Ningbing suggested. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, his expression somewhat worried. I have the same intention, but we need to move quickly. You are worried that the lava crocodile king and the white ape's corpse will attract other fierce beasts. Don't worry, there is no wind today. It will take some time to attract other wild beasts. This period of time is enough for us to squander. Bai Ningbing smiled. Fang Yuan shook his head, but just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Buzz, 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 the sound of the swarm of bees flying rapidly reached their ears. Bai Ningbing followed the sound and looked at the sky, only to see a dark cloud formed by countless frenzy needle wasps. They were killing the two of them, although the frenzy needle wasp's nest was pushed down by the Xian Yuan divine pheasant, and the most delicious part of the nest was eaten. But not many of the frenzy needle wasps were killed. The frenzy needle wasps could not cause any harm to the Xian Yuan divine pheasant. After the latter ate and drank to its heart's content, it did not waste any energy to kill these insignificant little things. The frenzy needle wasp's home was destroyed, and their intelligence was low, so they began to chase after the Xian Yuan divine pheasant. But after the Xian Yuan divine pheasant flew into the sky, they could not catch it, so they could only return to their nest and prepare to rebuild their home. Then they saw two youths standing in their home, eating their beehives. Under such circumstances, what was there to hesitate about? Their anger towards the Xian Yuan divine pheasant was completely transferred to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At once, countless frenzy needle wasps flapped their wings, and like millions of raindrops, rapidly descended. Bai Ningbing was stunned, still not running. Fang Yuan turned around and ran, spreading his legs. With this reminder, Bai Ningbing also turned around and chased after Fang Yuan. The frenzy needle wasps chased closely behind them. Fang Yuan ran in front, while Bai Ningbing fell behind. They did not have movement goo worms, and Bai Ningbing was quickly caught by the frenzy needle wasps. Bam, bam, bam. Bai Ningbing activated the sky canopy goo, and the white light armor shook. In an instant, he suffered over 1,000 attacks. The frenzy needle wasp stinger was like steel and iron, very hard. Together with their high speed, they were no less than a rain of arrows. The huge quantity caused a qualitative change. Bai Ningbing's primeval C continued to fall. The frenzy needle wasp's attacks could not be underestimated. What was more troublesome was that several of the frenzy needle wasps had already become goo. The rank 3 frenzy needle wasps had the ability to penetrate, and even the sky canopy goo could not defend against it. Bai Ningbing's back soon had several bloody holes, causing her to groan in pain. Her running speed was stimulated, and she actually broke through her usual limits. Bai Ningbing had never thought that one day she would be able to run so fast on foot. Mountain rocks and trees seemed to be crashing towards her. She had no choice but to focus all her attention. Once she tripped on something, the frenzy needle wasps would immediately surround her. Under the group attack, she would definitely die. With Bai Ningbing sharing the pressure, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. He activated his primeval essence and poured it into the back armor goo on his back. The skin on his back was uneven and slightly bulged, turning into a thick and hard crocodile skin armor. Ordinary frenzy needle wasps could not hit the crocodile skin armor. As for the Fubi Gu, they were all attracted to Bai Ningbing. After running for another 7 minutes, the frenzy needle wasps were still in hot pursuit. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were panting, and their speed started to slow down. "We're saved, there's a lake in front." As the situation became more dangerous, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. The trees gradually became fewer, and a blue and white watery light appeared, mixed in with the green color, increasing in number. The two rushed out of the forest, and a lake appeared in front of them. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, and with a splash he jumped into the lake. Bai Ningbing followed, closely behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The frenzy needle wasps locked onto them, and also shot into the water. The white armor on Bai Ningbing's body shook intensely, and in an instant she suffered a large number of attacks. She bit her lips in pain, and her hands paddled, trying her best to dive deeper into the water. After a while, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came ashore from another place. The beehive smell on their bodies had already been washed away. Looking at their original location, there were still large numbers of frenzy needle wasps circling in the air, attacking the water surface from time to time. The frenzy needle wasps were small in size, but they were very agile. Even if they fell into the lake temporarily, as long as they did not go too deep, they could fly back up. Damn it! Bai Ningbing cursed softly. Her heart still had lingering fear. Her expression was very unsightly. Be it Xian Yuan divine pheasant, white ape group, or frenzy needle wasps, she could not deal with any of them. If she had been discovered by Xian Yuan divine pheasant last night, she would have become its food. Rank 3 cultivation in this cruel world of nature was only at the bottom. I've had enough. When can we reach Baigu Mountain? Be quiet. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He half-squatted and pointed at the remains of a bonfire on the shore. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned. Undoubtedly, this was left behind by someone else. Chapter 213. The lake was calm, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Having just escaped the frenzy needle bees' pursuit, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's mood was heavy. In front of them, there was a trace indicating that someone had started a fire to roast meat at this location. Earth communication eargrass, Fang Yuan willed, and ginseng roots grew out of his ears. The ginseng roots dropped down and rooted into the ground, causing Fang Yuan's hearing to increase sharply. After listening for a while, his expression relaxed, not discovering anyone hiding in the surroundings. Then he walked up to the remains of the bonfire and reached out to rub the ashes. He did not let go of any other clues. This bonfire was started half a month ago. The person was alone and should not be nearby. After a while, Fang Yuan reported the results of his investigation. Alone? Clan Gu masters travel in groups of at least 5 people. It seems this person is a demonic Gu master. Bai Ningbing frowned, sighing. If it was a clan Gu master, they were all righteous, and there was a possibility of interaction. If it was a demonic Gu master, once they met, it would be a battle. Such a scene was not because righteous people are usually kind, while demonic people are evil. But when they are alone, they would show their true nature. In the wilderness, there were no restrictions, so they could act without worries. Righteous Gu masters usually travel in groups. Thus, when dealing with matters, they would consider the opinions of the people around them and act closer to the normal social norms. Demonic Gu masters usually travel alone, with high vigilance and a strong sense of danger. Without anyone to rely on, they would first ensure their own safety. This was not good news for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. If they met a righteous clan Gu master, they could still avoid fighting. But if they met a demonic Gu master, a battle was unavoidable, unless they showed great strength, causing the demonic Gu master to cower in fear. However, Gu masters who could travel alone in the wilderness were mostly rank 4 and had special methods. How many weaklings could there be? But Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. One was a rank 3 rookie, while the other was a rank 1 initial stage. Without sufficient comprehensive goo worms, walking in the forest could be said to be difficult, with dangers everywhere. If he met a demonic goo master, he would definitely be in trouble. Fortunately, we discovered the traces of this bonfire in advance. Next, don't rush blindly. Take a rest first. At the very least, treat the injuries on your body, Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing nodded. With his reminder, she felt a dull pain in her back. Fang Yuan summoned the Tusita flower, took out some bandages and herbs, and gave most of them to Bai Ningbing. The carapace goo's defensive area was small, and its practicality was barely satisfactory. But this time, it was a great help to Fang Yuan, because Bai Ningbing attracted the majority of the attacks. The wounds on Fang Yuan's body were negligible. Fang Yuan quickly took care of his own matters and rushed over to help Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took off her clothes, revealing finger-sized bloody holes all over her back. It was a ghastly sight. Frenzy Needlebee goo was a rank 3 goo. They were numerous and had the ability to penetrate. It countered the sky canopy goo, but fortunately Bai Ningbing had used the ice muscles goo before. The 2 layers of defense combined to protect her life. Hiss hiss, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, taking in a deep breath from time to time, enduring the pain of treating her injuries. After a while, the injuries were treated. Fang Yuan placed the empty medicine jar and the remaining bandages back into the Tusita flower. There isn't much medicine left, and so are the bandages. Even though we have been frugal, we have reused the bandages as much as possible. It seems we need to find a healing goo as soon as possible. Fang Yuan stood up, his expression solemn. Medicine would be used up eventually, and it was difficult to concoct them, so collecting them took time. If there was a healing goo, not only would the effects be much better, it would also consume primeval essence. Primeval essence could be recovered naturally. Comparing the two, it was clear which was better. But an ideal goo worm was hard to find. In fact, in this half a month, they had encountered many opportunities. But it was either they were not strong enough, or the environment did not allow it, and the conditions to capture it were not sufficient. We need to get a healing goo. But before that, I have a problem here. Bai Ningbing suddenly said, "What problem?" Fang Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing was naked from the waist up. She turned around and pointed at her chest. "Here, it's these 2 lumps of rotten meat. They are too much of a hindrance. When I run, they are bouncing. When I fight, they are also a burden. I want to cut them off, but I am worried that the wound is too big, and without a healing goo, it will be even more troublesome." She was a genius of Bai clan and had always been focused on cultivation, ignorant of other aspects, and did not pay attention to women. Although she had turned into a female body, she had been a male since young. Psychologically, she did not care and did not treat this body as something important. Anyway, she knew that the Yanggu in Fang Yuan's hands could help her, and she felt that she would return to a male body sooner or later. Thus, Bai Ningbing had never treated herself as a woman. Fang Yuan expressionlessly glanced at her. "It will be troublesome to cut it off. You can bind your chest." "What is binding my chest?" Bai Ningbing asked. "It is using a bandage to wrap the chest, treating it like a wound, and fixing it in place," Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's expression was vexed and helpless, sighing, "Sigh, I can only do this for now." The sun gradually set in the west, and night fell. Wild beasts continuously came to the lake to drink water, and the 2 did not dare to stay by the lake for long. Not far away, Fang Yuan found a natural cave on the precipitous rock wall. Although the space was small, it was safe enough. After getting rid of the birds, this became their temporary residence. A few days later, Bai Ningbing's injuries gradually recovered. The 2 set off again, heading towards Baigu Mountain. But considering that mysterious demonic goo master along the way, Fang Yuan was extremely careful constantly stopping and using the earth communication eargrass to scout the surroundings. On the second day of their journey, his cautiousness reaped him some rewards. Under the tree, he found firewood that had been burnt to ashes. Evidently, it was done by that demonic Gu-master. On the third day, they found traces of an intense battle beside a stream. The corpse of a huge green python lay there. The python meat on its body had been devoured clean by other beasts, leaving only its bones. The ground was filled with its scales, and the stream had changed its course. The surrounding trees were all broken and fallen. Fang Yuan observed carefully, and his tone relaxed. That demonic Gu-master once fought with the green python here. This is 100 Beast King level green python, and such an intense battle. It seems that this demonic Gu-master's cultivation is only rank 3. But even so, Fang Yuan did not want to meet this demonic Gu-master. He would rather deal with those unintelligent wild beasts or Gu-worms. An intelligent Gu-master would make full use of every bit of strength. A rank 3 demonic Gu-master, to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, was much more threatening than frenzy needle bees. But things did not go according to plan, and on that afternoon, the two found traces of the demonic Gu-master again. This demonic Gu-master is injured. There are pieces of flesh on the ground. It seems he was poisoned. Fang Yuan said, "On Earth, there were no pythons with poison, but in this world it was extremely common." Bai Ningbing heard this, and her eyes brightened. No doubt this was good news. The weaker the demonic Gu-master, the more advantageous it was for them. In the next few days, the traces left behind by the demonic Gu-master increased. With his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan deduced that they were getting closer to the injured demonic Gu-master. Be extra careful. We can deduce that the demonic Gu-master's injuries are getting worse, and the green python's poison has already corroded her body. But because of this, the demonic Gu-master's mentality is unstable, and it is easy for them to go to extremes. Fang Yuan reminded Bai Ningbing, if they were to fight, Bai Ningbing would be the leader. Fang Yuan's rank 1 initial stage cultivation was not enough. Their biggest advantage now was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. As the two moved forward, they became even more careful. Their speed became slower, and the distance they traveled became shorter and shorter. Finally, one afternoon, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The ginseng whiskers on his ears shrunk to nothing. "I found that demonic Gu-master. She is in that cave on her last breath." Just now, he heard the faint sound of human breathing in the cave. Take advantage of the enemy's weakness. Bai Ningbing wanted to fight, her eyes showing a fierce light. But she was stopped by Fang Yuan. "Don't be impatient. Why do you need to fight? From the looks of it, in a few days, she will die from the poison." "I see." Bai Ningbing's killing intent lessened. "But at this time, the two of you outside, why are you still hiding? I've found you." A weak voice came from the cave. Hearing this voice, the demonic Gu-master inside was a woman. Fang Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. "Don't you want my Yuan stone and Gu-worms?" The voice came from the cave again. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing retreated even faster. Although the other party was weak, there was a sense of certainty in her tone. She must have made some arrangements in the cave, setting up a trap, and had no fear. Moreover, no one would be stupid enough to fight with a dying person. "You want to leave after coming?" "Humph. How can there be such a good thing?" "Stay behind." Suddenly, a figure shot out from the cave. "It's up to you." Fang Yuan's figure flickered, and he hid himself. Bai Ningbing snorted, activating the sky, canopy Gu, and summoning the chainsaw golden centipede, facing the person. The two fought for 3 rounds, and the demonic female Gu-master was at a disadvantage. She was a middle-aged woman, not wearing shoes, and had a pair of big bare feet. Thick black hair grew on the soles and back of her feet. Her face and arms were covered in a strange green color. It was caused by the green python's poison. After a while, the demonic female Master was slowly losing. She suddenly stepped on the ground and shot back into the cave. Bai Ningbing chased closely. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Fang Yuan quickly reminded, but it was too late. Bam! A loud sound, and the ground under Bai Ningbing's feet suddenly exploded. Her whole body was blown away. Chapter 214. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose. Bai Ningbing was on the ground from the explosion, but with a flip, she stood up again. She had the sky canopy goo's protection and was unharmed, but the sky canopy goo in her aperture was shaken, and the white armor on her body dimmed. What is this? Bai Ningbing cursed, focusing her gaze. At the location of the explosion, there was a small crater with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. In the cave, the demonic female Master laughed proudly. Good! I didn't kill you this time. Little girl, if you have the guts, come again? Humph! Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, although she was furious. She was not an impulsive person. The explosion just now was protected by the sky canopy goo. But if it were to happen a few more times, the sky canopy goo would be destroyed. What method was that just now? An explosive attack came from underground. If I leave the ground, would I be able to avoid that attack? Bai Ningbing thought in her heart. She was not stupid, although she was ignorant in other aspects. She was extremely sharp and intelligent in battle. I don't have a flying goo, and even if I jump, I will still touch the ground. No, I don't have to attack. This guy's words just now were obviously to provoke me into attacking, he. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing laughed sinisterly. Do you think you will be safe if you hide in the cave? As long as I guard the entrance, you won't have to worry about not coming out. Ha ha ha, then go on and guard. I have already prepared a large amount of food. The wind and rain are strong in the outer sect. Let's see who can outlast the other. The demonic female Master immediately retorted. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. The more time passed, the more advantageous it was for her, because this demonic female Master was poisoned by the green python. The longer she stayed, the weaker she would get. But at this time, Fang Yuan cupped his fists towards the demonic female Master. We met in the wilderness. We were just passing by. Sigh, making things difficult for you is making things difficult for ourselves. Let's hope we never meet again. Goodbye. Saying so, he turned and left. Why are you leaving? She is only a rank 3 Master. As long as we understand that explosion method, we will win. Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. You are also a 3rd rank. I am only a 1st rank. It's more important for us to hurry on with our journey. Don't get into so much trouble. It's better to be safe than sorry. Bai Ningbing was stunned for a moment before she realized that Fang Yuan was performing. Although she didn't know what Fang Yuan was planning, based on her understanding of him, Bai Ningbing still chose to cooperate with Fang Yuan. She purposely said angrily, You're always so timid. Sigh, forget it, I'll spare your life. She looked deeply at the demonic female Master, not concealing her killing intent. Soon after, she followed Fang Yuan into the forest, out of the demonic female Master's vision. After pulling away enough distance, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. That explosion of hers isn't something to worry about. She didn't use it when she fought me just now. It was not until she retreated into the cave and I stepped on the spot that the explosion occurred. I guessed that she was a goo worm that was buried in advance, but it couldn't be moved. We can lure a group of wild beasts and use them to attack the cave, testing her methods. These words revealed Bai Ningbing's battle prowess without a doubt. But Fang Yuan laughed, asking in reply, and then Bai Ningbing was stunned. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. According to what you said, we lure a group of wild beasts to test her methods. But so what? force her into a desperate situation. She knows she has no chance of survival and will fight to the death, pulling someone down with her. Even if we manage to keep our lives, we will suffer losses. Moreover, even if we defeat her in the end, she will definitely have the thought of letting us get nothing and destroy all the goo worms in her hands. A goo master only needs a thought to destroy their own goo worms. We don't have any targeted methods. If we kill her, we won't be able to get her goo worms. So what's the point? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. Earlier, they were on guard against this demonic goo master because they were afraid of her sneak attack and to protect themselves. But when the two of them discovered this demonic goo master's true strength, their intentions naturally changed. He would kill this weak, demonic goo master and obtain her goo worms to strengthen himself. There were many types of wild goo worms, but there were too few that were suitable and easy to feed. The goo worms on a goo master's body would definitely be carefully selected by their owner and would definitely consider all aspects. If they could get it, it would be much more reliable than capturing wild goo worms. But very few people could take all the goo worms after killing the enemy. Other than the losses during battle, the goo master could make the goo worms self-destruct with just a thought. Many defeated people, as long as they had enough time to react, would not leave their goo worms for their enemies. It was not hard to kill this demonic goo master, but it was not easy to take all the goo worms on her body. "Don't you have a plunder goo?" Bai Ningbing suddenly asked. A plunder goo has too little effect. It can deal with wild beasts, but against a goo master, there are harsh conditions to succeed. Fong Yuan shook his head. Bai Ningbing suddenly thought of something and said worriedly, "If we leave like this, we might end up overreaching ourselves and let her escape easily. What should we do?" Fong Yuan laughed and said with a firm tone, "In the short term, she will not escape. Righteous goo masters, no matter if it was a clan inheritance or a sect, they would go through a certain level of nurturing and have higher qualities. But demonic goo masters were often mixed in good and bad. Some were traitors of the righteous path. Fugitives, these people had gone through training and had the foundation of a goo master. And some were farmers, hunters, who had opened their aperture by chance and obtained some inheritance, and could be considered to have become a goo master halfway through their training. This demonic female goo master, her accent is coarse, her battle skills are lacking, and she does not have enough survival experience. Every time she camped, she would leave behind clear traces. Even if she was injured, she would not cover such an important clue like blood. I see that her physique is rough and robust, and she has big hands and feet, but she was originally a farmer. She only obtained a small inheritance." Fong Yuan continued to analyze. That explosion just now should have been caused by a rank 2 grass goo that she buried in advance, called charred thunder potato. No matter who stepped on it, there would be an explosion. A farmer, how much knowledge can she have? She was poisoned by the python, and with no way to deal with it, her injuries became more and more serious. Her heart was filled with fear and no sense of security, so she subconsciously planted many charred thunder potato goo at the entrance of the cave. If we force her, she will do something extreme. But taking the initiative to leave can let her breathe a sigh of relief and temporarily calm her emotions. She will definitely suspect if we really left. Going out is dangerous, and she might bump into us. And those charred thunder potato goo gave her a huge sense of security. So in the short term, she will not leave. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, listening quietly. Even though she was very unwilling, she had to admit that Fong Yuan's analysis was extremely reasonable and penetrating. She could not compare. "Your analysis is correct, but she has snake venom in her body, and dragging it out is not a solution. She will eventually walk out of the cave." Bai Ningbing retorted. Fong Yuan nodded, pointing at his right ear. "So we need to monitor her." His earth communication eargrass, although only rank 2, had a detection range comparable to many rank 3 goo worms. Bai Ningbing shook her head. Humph. This move of yours has its drawbacks. Activating the earth communication ear grass consumes primeval essence continuously. Even if you have the heavenly essence treasure lotus and can replenish your primeval essence, a person's energy is limited. However, a person's energy was limited. They needed rest and sleep. You can't possibly keep eavesdropping, right? Facing such a question, Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. When did you become stupid? The other party is only one person, but we have two. Goo worms could be borrowed, and the two of them could use the earth communication ear grass alternately, taking turns to rest. Bai Ningbing's expression froze, and her eyes flashed with embarrassment. Damn it! Such a simple question. How can I not understand it myself? She gritted her teeth, blaming herself for making such a low-level mistake. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. In the end, Bai Ningbing did not want to see Fang Yuan surpass her, so she subconsciously wanted to refute Fang Yuan, but ended up losing sight of the other and losing her footing. Fang Yuan was happy to see such a retort, because every time Bai Ningbing failed in her rebuttal, he would be convinced by Bai Ningbing. This kind of submission was minuscule, and it was a subtle influence. Even Bai Ningbing herself could not feel it. By the time she came to her senses one day, she would have already been used by Fang Yuan unknowingly. To Fang Yuan, the demonic female Gu Master was only one of his targets, and Bai Ningbing was the second. Chen Shui Hua was terrified. She was originally a peasant woman who accidentally fell into a hole in the ground when she was plowing the soil. In the cave, she found corpse, and without knowing it, she obtained the inheritance and became a Gu Master. Gu Master. Chen Shui Hua could never have imagined that one day she would become a high and mighty Gu Master. But after a short period of joy, she was met with misfortune. A mountain leopard as big as a cow, with a green whirlwind around it, attacked her village. The entire village died, and she was chased by the leopard, using her goo worms to escape. After wandering in the wild for half a year, the goo worms she had were getting lesser and lesser. Finally, recently, she met a green giant python. Although she killed the python, she was poisoned. Especially today, she had encountered two Gu Masters. This was already her third time meeting Gu Masters. The previous 2 times taught her a painful lesson and taught her to protect herself. But she was still a half-baked Gu Master and lacked the foundation of a Gu Master. Thinking of the battle earlier, Chen Shui Hua panicked. She was not that girl's match. Luckily, she had buried many charred Thunder Potato Gu. Luckily, that boy was cowardly and chose to leave. Chen Shui Hua saw their figures disappear into the forest and heaved a sigh of relief. But she could not be sure that they had really left. Her investigative Gu allowed her to see everything within 350 steps. The degree of clarity was as if it was right in front of her, but she did not have X-ray vision. Let's wait. After 3 more days, I will go out. Chen Shui Hua thought to herself. Now, she had learned to be cautious and patient. Chapter 215. High up in the sky, the winds howled. Die. Master, Tenchiru roared, gathering his remaining strength and turning into a white light, charging towards Zhen Gyue. You want to kill me. You are too naive. Blood, White opened its mouth, baring its fangs as it charged towards Zhen Gyue. Bam! Amidst the loud explosion, a huge force surged over and blew the 2 of them far away. Both were heavily injured. The mountains will not change. The rivers will continue to flow. Junior brother, today's enmity will be avenged in the future. Zhen Gyue laughed loudly, flapping the black bat wings on his back, about to fly away. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded over him. He raised his head. It was the heavily injured Iron Beak, Flying Crane King. It didn't die. Damn it. Zhen Gyue's expression changed. After being intercepted by the Iron Beak, Flying Crane King, Master Tenchiru also rushed over to pincer it. Finally, the flying crane king fell to the ground, and the blood white was destroyed. Master Tenchiru grabbed Gen Gyue's head, hovering in the air, his gaze unfocused for a while before coming back to his senses. He raised his head and laughed 3 times before his laughter turned into sobs. After venting for a while, he flew towards Qing Mao Mountain, but he was suppressed by Ningbing's self-detonation and had no choice but to use the life-burying jade goo. When he broke out of the ice, he frantically searched, but only managed to dig out the dying Fangzheng. The scene on the wall faithfully showed the scene at that time. What happened next was not worth mentioning. It was the scenery on the way back from Master Tenchiru. Crane Gate was one of the oldest sects in Central Continent. Historically, when the sect members went out to carry out urgent missions, they would bring along a goo worm to record the process of the mission. Regardless of whether the mission was successful or not, the goo master would report back to the mountain, and the sect would conduct an assessment based on the recorded process. Although Master Tenchiru was a sect elder, he was not exempt from this rule, but he was too senior, and few goo masters in Crane Gate had the qualifications to assess him. Even the current Immortal Crane sect leader didn't have it. However, at this moment, the old man sitting cross-legged in front of Master Tenchiru. But it was extraordinary. He Fengyang, Supreme Elder, rank 6 goo master, known as Winged Crane Flying Immortal. He was wearing a white robe with a black belt, and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat. His face was that of a teenager, gentle as jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, reaching all the way to his waist. His deep and serene eyes stared at the image on the wall, and then he slowly withdrew his gaze. Master Tenchiru stood respectfully in front of him, not even daring to breathe loudly. As a matter of fact, Master Tenchiru had been asleep for nearly 1,000 years, and Immortal Shin was still his junior. However, the so-called qualifications were never based on age, but strength. Although Master Tenchiru was a rank 5 and was only 1 rank lower than He Fengyang, he was still a rank 5 master. But this was the difference. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Rank 5 was immortal. Rank 6 was an immortal. Master Tenchiru. He Fengyang spoke slowly. His voice was clear and gentle like a stream. Yes. Master Tenchiru quickly responded. You killed the sect traitor this time, but did not retrieve the blood skull goo. Instead, you were toyed with and suppressed by 2 juniors. In the room, He Fengyang's voice reverberated. Master Tenchiru's head drooped even lower. He showed an ashamed expression. However, one of them had the northern dark ice soul physique. It is not strange that you were suppressed. What is gratifying is that you did something to remedy the situation. Let me ask you, is the youngster you brought back really the twin brother of the youngster in the painting? He Fengyang asked. I have already investigated. It is so. The one who escaped was the elder brother Feng Yuan. The one who was captured was the younger brother Fangzheng. What is even more amazing is that these 2 brothers are not on good terms. After I showed Fangzheng the video of his brother slaughtering his clansmen, he wants to kill his brother immediately. Master Tenchiru laughed sinisterly. He Fengyang nodded slightly. It seems that you already have a plan, but do you have enough time? Master Tenchiru's expression changed. His tone suddenly became gloomy. You are right, Grand Elder. I have already reached the limit of my lifespan. I am a dying person. I only have a few days left to live. Even if I have the life burial jade goo, it will not change this situation. Oh, in his situation, only by finding the lifespan goo could he solve the root of the problem. But the lifespan goo was hard to find. There were a few in the Crane Gate, but it was not his turn. It had always been firmly in the hands of the sect leader and the few supreme elders. So not long ago, I gave up my life savings and goo worms in exchange for a spirit incubating flea. I will bring Fang Zheng into the sect and take him as my disciple. After that, I will guide him to refine the kinship bloodworm. After that, I will urge him to kill his brother and take back the blood skull goo for the Crane Gate. Master, Tenchiru said. He Fengyang raised his eyebrows slightly. It sounds like you are very confident in your plan. But will that Fang Zheng really be manipulated by you? Although his aptitude is not bad, he is still a child. After I die, I will store my soul in the spirit incubating flea. It will accompany him as he grows and guide his cultivation. The road has already been paved for him. He can only walk on it. At this point, Master Tenchiru knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, Elder, please give me one more chance. He Fengyang was silent for a while, then said, All right, I will grant you one last chance. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Master Tenchiru was overjoyed. Go. I will wait for your good news. In less than 20 years, I will definitely succeed. Master Tenchiru's voice trembled with excitement. He could only retreat. Southern border, Wancheng Mountain, Tai Clan City. The tall and thick black stone city walls stretched for thousands of Li Tai Clan City, started from the waist of the mountain, with countless stone houses and iron buildings arranged in order, stretching all the way to the peak of the mountain. Under the sunlight, the city was bustling with people and carriages. It was a scene of prosperity. The clan leader pavilion was near the peak of the mountain. It was heavily guarded, and there were few people around. The patrol teams took turns patrolling. The Gu Masters were all capable and meticulous. On the roof of the clan leader pavilion, 2 people stood. One was a middle-aged man. His expression was cold as steel, but his eyes hid some gentleness. Standing beside him was a young girl, her gaze sad but firm. It was Tai Ruanan. You have only returned for a few days? But this is already the 19th time you are asking for my resignation. Your father's death made me extremely sad. You lost your mother when you were young, and now your father, but you must remember, you still have me as your uncle. You are my niece. I will not let you take the risk. Tai family's patriarch sighed. Tai Ruanan's gaze was burning. She looked straight at Tai clan leader. Uncle, do you know? Although father is gone, I feel happy for him in my sorrow. Father's life was determined to eradicate evil, to punish criminals. He did it. Even when he was injured, he did not retreat. He persevered, walking his own path. And now, it is time for me to continue. Tai clan leader was dazed. At this moment, he saw Tai Shuelung's shadow on Tai Ruanan. So similar, these eyes, this gaze. In a daze, Tai clan leader seemed to have returned to his youth. Tai Shuelung was standing beside him, staring at the demon suppression tower at the peak of the mountain, saying resolutely, I will kill all the criminals in the world, and let the world be filled with justice and love. I will imprison all the demonic path members in the demon suppression tower, even if I fill the demon suppression tower to the brim. The vow of the past was still ringing in his ears. But his best friend was no longer around. The eyes in front of him merged together. Tai clan leader shook his head, dispelling the memories. He looked at the stubborn girl in front of him with a gaze that was filled with admiration and love, worry and encouragement. The path you've chosen is the path you've chosen. It is not easy to walk on. Tai Ruanan did not reply, but turned to look at the mountain peak. At the highest point of Wancheng Mountain, there was a majestic iron tower. It had a majestic aura, as if it could hold up the sky, stepping on the tall mountains. White clouds were like fog, coiling around it, causing it to look blurry to outsiders. It added a layer of mystery to it. This tower was not only a grand sight in southern border, it was famous in the world. Even in central continent, many people had heard of it. Demon Suppression Tower. The tower was 1,000 feet tall, with close to 100 floors. The tower was simple and unadorned. It was majestic and full of vicissitudes, giving off a righteous aura. Ever since it was built, Tai clan Gu Masters had imprisoned many demonic Gu Masters inside. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands? Even Tai clan leader might not know. It was the symbol of the righteous path, the deepest pride of Tai clan Gu masters. Many demons and demonic heirs buried their ambitions here, leaving behind sorrow, regret, unwillingness, and regret. Demonic Gu masters would turn pale when talking about it, while righteous Gu masters would be exhilarated when talking about it. Tai Ruanan spoke with a firm tone, as if talking to Tai clan leader or to herself. There is a demon suppression tower at the peak of Wan Chung Mountain. I also have a demon suppression tower in my heart. Father did not finish walking this path, so let me take his place and continue walking it. I can't hold on any more. Chun Chui Hua felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and she felt nauseous from time to time, wanting to vomit. But she could not vomit. Her whole body was weak, and waves of fatigue assaulted her. Her original plan was to hold on for 3 days, but after 1 day, she knew she was too optimistic. The harm the snake venom brought to her was getting worse. She knew she was forced into a cliff and had to find a healing goo worm as soon as possible. Damn it! If not for those 2 thieves, I might have already caught wild goo worms and cured the snake venom. She was restless. Ever since she was poisoned, she had been trying to find a healing goo worm. But the vast forest was filled with danger, and she did not have any methods to catch worms. So she had no progress. Bai Ningbing raised the dagger in her hand, about to cut her right ear. Wait. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing her arm. The sharp blade was just inches away from Bai Ningbing's right ear. To use the earth communication ear grass, she needed to cut off her right ear and replace it. It was just an ear, it was not a big deal. Compared to the huge harvest, Bai Ningbing did not feel any pity. Demonic cultivators were vicious and merciless. They were vicious to others, but even more vicious to themselves. And it was these people who could give up and give up that could accomplish great things. No need to cut it, she's out, Fang Yuan said, and started to move. He used the earth communication ear grass and followed behind Chun Chui Hua. Not long later, he heard the sounds of fighting. The 2 stayed close to the lush shrubbery, sneaking closer. They saw this demonic female Gu master fighting with a twin-headed boar. After watching for a while, the 2's eyes shone with excitement. Chun Chui Hua's condition was terrible. Her battle strength had dropped by more than half. As for this twin-headed boar, it was a solitary 100-beast king, possessing a defensive gu. This will be a battle of attrition. We can take advantage of it. She really buried a charred thunder potato gu. Strange. This gu master has fought for so long, but her primeval essence has not been used up yet? Looks like she has some support gu, like heavenly essence treasure lotus, fish bubble goo, and so on. After watching for a while, Fang Yuan felt that the time had come and called out the stealth scales goo, handing it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded in understanding. She hid her body and quietly approached. Bam! With a loud explosion, the twin-headed boar stomped another charred thunder potato goo. This time it completely collapsed and could no longer get up. It fell on the ground, struggling continuously. A hole was blasted in its stomach. Its intestines slowly flowed out. Fresh blood flowed out. This damned boar, its skin is really thick. It exploded for so long before it died. Chun Chui Hua breathed roughly, leaning on the tree trunk, her vision turning black. This fierce battle had left her completely powerless, and she was overwhelmed by extreme fatigue. The fear in her heart supported her, not letting her faint. I can't. I need to hurry back to the cave. If I faint in the wild, it's too dangerous. She was about to attack. Suddenly, she heard a strong wind sound. Strange, why is there wind? This was her last question in life. Bai Ningbing patiently approached him step by step, her attacks as fast as lightning. He used the boar's death and the demonic female Gu master's relaxed state of mind to kill her in one strike. Chun Shui Hua's head was crushed by the chainsaw golden centipede. It was smashed into pieces. The headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Got it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, walking over quickly. Bai Ningbing had already squatted down, her mind entering Chun Shui Hua's aperture, and said with some disappointment, "There are only 3 gu in the aperture." Gu worms refined by gu masters were somewhat stiff, not as agile as wild gu worms. The demonic female gu master was already dead. The aperture walls gradually darkened, but these 3 gu were still inside. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Plunder gu! He willed and easily took out these 3 gu. They were a rice bag grass gu and an iron thorn bramble gu, and a charred thunderbean mother gu. Of course these were not all. Fang Yuan searched for a while and found a hairy leg gu and a jumping grass gu on the demonic female gu master's leg. Finally, he found a bookworm in her mangled brain matter. But unfortunately, this bookworm had already been killed by Ningbing in one strike. This bookworm should be an inheritance item. The contents inside helped her learn many things about gu masters. There must be some secret recipes, and so on. Fang Yuan said regretfully, "Forget about the bookworm. This demonic gu master actually doesn't have a healing gu?" Bai Ningbing was disappointed. Fang Yuan was silent, not saying a word. No healing gu. He had expected this result. The demonic female gu master was affected by the snake venom. If she had a healing gu, even if it was not sterilized, she would not be in such a sorry state. What he was curious about was, in the battle earlier, the demonic female gu master's performance was very strange, especially in terms of primeval essence. Her recovery speed surpassed a grade, comparable to the 10 extreme physiques. But she was not one of the 10 extreme physiques and only had a grade aptitude. The gu she collected did not help her recover her primeval essence. So this is how the chest is wrapped. At this time, Bai Ningbing opened the demonic female gu master's chest wrapping cloth. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, seeing a silver triangular tattoo on the corpse's chest. "It's 3rd watch gu." Fang Yuan was surprised. 3rd watch gu, what is that? Bai Ningbing raised her brows and asked, "This gu is rank 5 and can speed up time by 3 times. It can only be used once and is a consumable type gu. When it is used on a gu master, it will form the silver triangular tattoo on their chest." Soon after, Fang Yuan explained in detail. 3rd watch gu, when used on a gu master, can speed up this gu master's personal time by 3 times. The river of time surged and flowed at the same speed. To a normal person, 1 day was 1 day, but to a person affected by the 3rd watch gu, 1 day was equivalent to 3 days of condensed time. Chun Shui Hua, who was affected by the 3rd watch gu, would definitely have rapid cultivation progress. Others would spend a day nurturing their aperture, but she would spend 3 days nurturing it. The cultivation effect was obvious. There was another huge benefit, and that was the primeval essence recovery speed. On her body, the river of time flowed faster, 3 times faster than normal people. Thus, the primeval essence recovery speed was also 3 times faster. This was also why, in the battle earlier, her primeval essence recovery speed shocked Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. However, in balance, there are advantages and disadvantages. 3rd watch gu had such huge benefits, but it also had huge disadvantages. First, the biggest disadvantage was the loss of lifespan. When the time flowed faster by 3 times, one's lifespan would be greatly shortened, reduced to 1/3 of the original. Chun Shui Hua had received the inheritance for less than a year, but to her it was 2 to 3 years. Secondly, any injuries that needed time to heal would worsen. The green python's poison needed time to slowly permeate, and the damage would gradually worsen. When others were poisoned by this poison, 1 day was 1 day's effect. But when Chun Shui Hua was poisoned, One day was 3 days of accumulated effect. This was also the main reason why she was in such a sorry state. To be affected by the third watch goo, it seems this girl's inheritance is at least a rank 5 inheritance. Unfortunately, a pearl before swine, falling into the hands of these people. Bai Ningbing snorted, looking at the headless corpse at his feet with some disdain. In the long run, the third watch goo was very harmful, forcefully reducing a goo master's lifespan to a third. But in fact, it was very useful for demonic goo masters, because demonic goo masters usually fought alone, without the support of a clan or sect. They also had to defend against the righteous path, so they had to prioritize survival. Only surviving was the most important. Everything else was empty, and the higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of survival. The third watch goo condensed the goo master's lifespan, condensing the brilliance of a lifetime and blossoming, like drifting cherry blossoms or fireworks, short but wonderful. But without the third watch goo, the cherry blossoms would have been eradicated before they could bloom. This is not strange. Goo masters who use the third watch goo are all brave and diligent people. But this girl's character is different. She is timid and likes to procrastinate, without the courage to move forward. It is only right for her to end up like this today. Feng Yuan glanced at the corpse on the ground, before retracting his gaze. Bai Ningbing's expression was somewhat ugly. Without a healing goo, what would happen? This demonic female goo master in front of him was the best example. Would this also be the portrayal of his future? Feng Yuan smiled and patted her shoulder, consoling. The paths of this world are all created by people. But everyone has their own path. No matter how broad the path of others is, it might not suit you. You and I are walking on our own paths. What is there to worry about? Bai Ningbing heard this, and her expression was dazed, before gradually rising. She nodded, saying, "You are right." Feng Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at the vast forest in front of him. After killing this demonic goo master, he obtained several goo worms, causing his strength to rise sharply. But he also knew he lacked a healing goo, and at the same time, he did not place his hopes on his luck. Next, he might obtain a healing goo, or he might end up like this demonic female goo master, dying without any gains, waiting anxiously for a cure. Maybe at the next moment he would be trampled to death by a beast group, his life's ambition vanishing. But what did it matter? The path was under his feet. He just had to continue. Goo Master Text. Welcome readers to log in. Chapter 216. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the aperture, the waves rose and fell continuously, crashing against the aperture walls. The waves were emerald green, the waves surging endlessly. This was a rank 1 initial stage primeval essence. Rank 1 Goo Masters possessed green copper primeval essence. Initial stage was emerald green, middle stage was pale green, upper stage was dark green, and peak stage was dark green. The surrounding aperture walls shone brightly, and under the impact of the emerald green waves, its foundation increased bit by bit. Suddenly, the white light shone brightly before dimming. The white light condensed, forming a water-like ripple. At this moment, the aperture wall's light film deepened into a water film. Done! I've finally advanced from rank 1 initial stage to middle stage. A faint sense of joy rose in Feng Yuan's heart. Initial stage Goo Master's aperture walls were light films, while middle stage was water films. Once the water film was formed, it meant that Feng Yuan's cultivation had returned to rank 1 middle stage. It has been over 20 days since I killed that demonic female Goo Master. During this period, I cultivated day and night without stopping, not wasting a single moment. It is not strange for my cultivation to advance to middle stage. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What a pity if I had a liquor worm. My speed would be even faster. The liquor worm could raise a rank 1 Gu Master's primeval essence by a small realm. Using the liquor worm to assist in cultivation could achieve twice the result with half the effort. After Fong Yuan's rebirth, other than the spring-autumn cicada, the first thing he obtained was the liquor worm. Afterwards, he bought another one from the caravan and refined the two into the 4-flavor liquor worm. Unfortunately, the 4-flavor liquor worm was only effective for rank 2 Gu Masters and was of no help to the current Fong Yuan. In fact, Fong Yuan had obtained 3 liquor worms on Qing Mao Mountain. The third was the spoils of war he obtained from killing Guiue's Yao Lu. This liquor worm had been in Fong Yuan's hands until the Tai father and daughter came to Qing Mao Mountain. To prevent being exposed and fearing Tai Shueleng's detection methods, he destroyed the liquor worm and the other spoils of war. Things had already happened, whether his actions were right or wrong. Since Fong Yuan had done it, he had never regretted it. Right now, if he kept the liquor worm in his hand, it would certainly be of help to him. But, at least during the entire process, the father and daughter of the Tai family didn't find out about Guiue's medicine. If I reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, I will be able to obtain a first revolution liquor worm. Unfortunately, there are many requirements for reverse refining, and I can't meet them yet. Gu Masters nurture Gu, use Gu, refine Gu. Gu refinement was divided into fusion refinement and reverse refinement. Fusion was to raise a low-rank Gu worm to a high-rank Gu worm. Reverse refinement was the exact opposite. There were many ways to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. He could use the prodigal son Gu to obtain 2 rank 1 liquor worm, or he could use the revert Gu, but this method could only get 1 liquor worm. If he used butterfly transformation Gu, he would obtain the eerie Qi butterfly. If he used unpredictable Gu, the Gu worm he obtained would be uncertain. It might even be a completely new Gu worm. To Fong Yuan, the best solution was to get the prodigal son Gu. But the prodigal son Gu was much more precious than the liquor worm. It was too difficult to obtain. The most practical solution was still the revert Gu. If he used the revert Gu, he would lose a liquor worm. But Fong Yuan would still choose to do it without hesitation. Keeping the 4 flavors liquor worm and using it after he reached rank 2 was under a stable situation. Right now, Fong Yuan was in a precarious situation, wandering from place to place. Survival was the most important thing. And the faster his cultivation, the higher his chances of survival. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Outside the cave, monkey cries could be heard as well as footsteps. Fong Yuan's ears twitched. He was very familiar with these footsteps. Sure enough, not long after, Bai Ningbing appeared in front of Fong Yuan. His whole body was covered in a layer of thorny clothing. This special robe was completely made up of dark green vines and sharp black wooden thorns. While it gave Bai Ningbing a defensive effect, it could also be used as an attack. To those who fought barehanded, these wooden thorns that were as hard as steel would leave a deep impression on them. This layer of thorny clothing was formed from the iron thorn bramble Gu. After Bai Ningbing killed the demonic female Gu Master, he had his eyes on this rank 3 grass Gu. He asked for it and refined it into his vital Gu. So troublesome. Every time I enter the cave, I have to be so careful. That charred thunder potato Gu, can't you bury less of it? He grumbled as he stared at his feet, sometimes jumping, sometimes striding, cautiously avoiding some spots. It's better to be safe than sorry. Fong Yuan replied indifferently before looking at Bai Ningbing's waist. On his waist hung a string of monkeys. These monkeys were small. The biggest was no bigger than an arm's length. They had round heads, and their bodies were covered in fine and thick black fur, glossy and shining. What was most eye-catching was the leaves growing on their waists. These green leaves formed a circle and connected into one, covering the monkey's hips and butt. It looked exactly like a grass skirt. These monkeys were the grass skirt monkeys. The grass skirt monkeys were delicious, and these days Bai Ningbing and Fong Yuan had been eating them. The captured grass-skirt monkeys also realized what was going to happen next. They struggled with all their might, but it was useless. The entire cave echoed with their shrill and panicked cries. Looking at the time, it was lunchtime. Roast them, I'm a bit hungry. Bai Ningbing rubbed her stomach, throwing the strung-up grass skirt monkeys on the ground. I'll deal with them first. You can roast them. The meat you roast is much better than mine. She squatted down, about to kill the monkeys. Fang Yuan stopped her. Today, I'll teach you a new way to eat them. Immediately, he hooked his finger, and a blood light flew out of Bai Ningbing's aperture. The blood light landed on Fang Yuan's hand, turning into a blood moon mark. It was the blood moon goo. In Fang Yuan's palm, a faint red glow appeared. Although the blood moon goo was a rank 3 goo, Fang Yuan did not use it to attack, thus he could barely control it. Bai Ningbing did not know what Fang Yuan was planning, but her blue eyes stared without blinking. She saw Fang Yuan stretch out his hand, lifting up one of the grass skirt monkeys. He grabbed the neck of the monkey, causing it to be unable to move its head. Next, he placed his palm glowing with red light on the monkey's head, circling it once. Back then, he used the Moon Valley goo to open rocks. Now, he used the blood moon goo to cut the monkey's head. After circling around his palm, the primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was completely depleted. The red light in his palm disappeared, and Fang Yuan smiled, lightly grabbing the monkey's head, lifting it up. Immediately, half of the monkey's head was ripped open. A complete white monkey brain was exposed to the air. The grass skirt monkey struggled madly, feeling heart-wrenching pain. The screams were sharp and ear-piercing, echoing endlessly in the cave. But Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars. His hands were like pincers, not moving at all. The grass skirt monkey's hands and feet were clawless and delicate. It scratched Fang Yuan's arm, but could not hurt him at all. Have a taste of this fresh monkey brain. Saying so, Fang Yuan took out a soup ladle, handing one to Bai Ningbing. Are we going to eat it raw like this? Bai Ningbing hesitated as she looked at the white monkey brain mixed with some traces of blood. Fang Yuan smiled, demonstrating first. He used the soup ladle to cut the monkey brain, digging out a piece and putting it in his mouth. His throat moved, and he swallowed it. In that instant, the grass skirt monkey's cries were raised by an octave. Its body trembled as if it was electrocuted, its limbs flailing around like it was having a seizure. Bai Ningbing tried, digging out a spoonful of monkey brain and putting it in her mouth. Immediately, a vanilla taste spread on her tongue, without the slightest smell of blood. It was as soft as tofu, and with a light bite, the whole monkey brain melted in her mouth, with a hint of sweetness and coolness, filling her mouth with saliva. Her Adam's apple moved, and she swallowed the monkey brain. Her blue eyes immediately shone brightly. Her fair and translucent face also revealed a trace of intoxication. It's so delicious, the girl exclaimed. Only this kind of grass skirt monkey can be so delicious. Their monkey brain is a natural delicacy. Fang Yuan said, digging out another spoonful and put it in his mouth. It was a small happy thing that he had advanced to the intermediate level. Now that he ate the monkey brain, he felt even more satisfied. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, and her movements were twice as fast as before, swallowing a second mouthful of monkey brain. After a short period of madness, this grass skirt monkey, whose head had been cut open, was on the verge of death. Its bright eyes, like jewels, had completely dimmed. When the other grass skirt monkeys saw the state of their companion, they struggled madly, trying to escape. But under the binding of the hemp rope, their struggle was futile. In the end, they could only roll on the ground. Eating this monkey brain was similar to eating ice cream or ice cream on Earth. The two of them worked together and quickly destroyed the monkey brain. Again. Bai Ningbing licked her lips and waved the ladle as if she hadn't had enough. Fang Yuan's primeval essence had already recovered to 90%, He used the same trick and cut open another monkey brain. For a moment, the delicacies entered their mouths, and the two of them ate happily. Inside the cave, the grass-skirt monkey's painful and shrill screams and howls reverberated. After eating the monkey brain, they roasted the monkey meat. The monkey meat of the grass-skirt monkey was delicious, especially the breast. The taste of the entire monkey meat was similar to that of grilled fish on sugarcane slices. Rice bag grass. Fong Yuan willed, and shot out a green light from his aperture. The green light landed on the ground and immediately sprouted. In a few breaths' time, the green sprouts grew into green leaves, and the green leaves grew into vines. The vines moved, and after covering an area of 10 m, a few branches grew out, and large leaves grew out. These leaves were as plump as a bucket. At first, they were only the size of a finger, but they gradually grew to the size of a fist, and finally to the size of a bowl, before they were considered ripe. Bai Ningbing was familiar with the process, and plucked a piece first. She untied the top of the leaf, and there was a handful of rice inside. The rice grains were plump, white, and flawless. Bai Ningbing looked up and poured a mouthful of rice. After chewing and swallowing, she ate the monkey meat. A full stomach is a kind of happiness. She sighed. How are the grass-skirt monkeys? Fong Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing's gaze focused. It's fine if we don't go deep into the forest. But once we go deep, the 3 monkey kings will appear. The wine you want is at the center of the forest. You probably won't be able to get it. If you like this work, you're welcome to Iso. Chapter 217. In this world, humans were not the only ones who knew how to brew wine. The earliest records of wine came from Ren Zhu's legends. Ren Zhu dug out his left and right eyes, turning them into his eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, and his second daughter, Desolate Gue. Verdant Great Sun and Desolate Gue were together day and night. He could not help but have feelings for his sister. But Desolate Gue rejected Verdant Great Sun's pursuit time and time again. Verdant Great Sun was extremely frustrated because of this. He knew he needed help. Thus he asked for Wisdom Gu's help. At first, Wisdom Gu ignored him, hiding as far as it could. But Verdant Great Sun persevered. Wisdom Gu could not bear his harassment and could only tell him a method. In the east of the world, there is a group of honey peach monkeys. They have brewed wine. Go drink it first, then come find me. Verdant Great Sun went to the east and drank wine. The honey peach monkeys brewed fruit wine. After Verdant Great Sun drank it, from then on, his face became rosy. He smacked his lips as he reminisced. So wine is sweet. Wisdom Gu laughed and said to him, in the west of the world, there is a group of psychic monkeys. They have brewed wine. You can go drink it. The wine brewed by the psychic monkeys was bitter wine. Verdant Great Sun went to the west and drank the wine. From then on, his tongue was yellowish-brown. He came back with a bitter look on his face. So even wine can be bitter. Wisdom Gu said to him, wine is sweet and bitter. Love is the same. Life is even more so. In the north, there is a group of diamond monkeys. They also have wine. You can go and drink it. The diamond monkeys brewed strong wine. Verdant Great Sun liked it very much. He liked strong wine and drank until he was dead drunk. He felt this wine was too much to his liking. He wanted to drink even more after he was drunk. After drinking from the bowl, he still wanted to drink from the jug. Eventually, he vomited into a mess. The alcohol hit him, making him feel like he was about to die. He felt as if there were flames burning and magma flowing inside his body. It's too hot, he shouted. All the heat rushed to the top of his head, and his hair began to burn. From then on, he had hair that burned like fire. When Verdant Great Sun woke up, he found Wisdom Gu looking at him. What enlightenment did you get from drinking the strong wine? Wisdom Gu asked him. Verdant Great Sun sighed. I finally understand, no matter how good the wine is, you will still vomit if you drink too much. Everything should be done in moderation. Wisdom Gu laughed loudly and said, In the south of the world, there is a group of sky-water monkeys. The wine they brewed was pretty good. Go have a drink and see. The sky-water monkeys brewed sake, which was the polar opposite of hard liquor. Verdant Great Sun lightly tasted the wine and couldn't help but forget his worries. His eyes were hazy from intoxication, slightly tipsy and floating. Wisdom Gu asked him about his feelings. He gently waved his hand and said, I've already tasted the pleasure of drinking. Don't spread it to the awakened. Wisdom Gu laughed lightly and left quietly. Therefore, in this world, humans were not the first race to brew wine. Monkey, on the other hand, walked in front of the human. Normally, monkeys would know how to brew wine. According to the different groups of monkeys, there were different flavors of wine. But humans called the wine brewed by the monkeys monkey wine. Fang Yuan was resting in this cave. On one hand, he felt the signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation, so he stopped to break through. On the other hand, it was the monkey wine. The higher the rank of the gu worm, the greater the need for food, and at the same time, the feeding period would be longer. Fang Yuan had made ample preparations, but the capacity of the Tusita flower was limited. After the long journey, there was already some space left, and it would be best if it wasn't enough to store some monkey wine. Wine could disinfect and also drive away the cold. If he were to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, he would need wine as a supplementary ingredient. Even if the conditions for reverse refinement were not met, it would still be good as food for the 4 flavors liquor worm. But getting the monkey wine was not easy. This grass skirt monkey group, although it was a 100 beast group, had close to 1,000 members. There were 300 beast monkey kings. Monkey groups had always been united, and once they faced an enemy, they would attack together. Although Bai Ningbing was rank 3 peak stage, he was still alone, and attacking forcefully would be courting death. Although Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 1 middle stage, the help he had in this situation was negligible. But Fang Yuan was insistent on snatching the monkey wine, and Bai Ningbing was worried about this. So we need to outsmart them, follow me. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder and stood up. He carefully stepped on the ground, avoiding the buried, charred potatoes, and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the forest was green, and the sun shone brightly. The two walked for a while, and approached the periphery of the monkey group. Fang Yuan observed carefully and finally chose a slope. Using the higher ground, he surveyed the area and finally nodded in satisfaction. He stepped on the ground and said, "Let's dig." After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the two of them had dug a pit that was 30 feet deep and 50 feet wide on the slope facing the sun. Charred Thunderbeam Mother Gu. Fang Yuan squatted at the bottom of the pit, and with a thought he summoned a gu. This gu was shaped like a potato, and its surface was uneven and filled with small holes. Its appearance was terrible, but it was a genuine rank 3 gu. "My primeval essence is not good enough. I'll lend it to you." Fang Yuan passed the charred Thunderbeam Mother Gu to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing held it in his hand and injected his primeval essence into it. Soon he could see that on the surface of the bean Mother Gu, there were green sprouts growing out of the small holes. The sprouts quickly grew, blossomed, and bore fruit. In almost a breath's time, the finger-sized dark green fruits ripened. As the branches withered, they fell into Bai Ningbing's hand. Fang Yuan took these dark green fruits and carefully selected them, eliminating the bad, dead, and empty fruits, leaving less than a third of the good ones. These fruits were the charred thunder potato gu, a rank 2 gu. Buried in the ground, it could use the fertility of the soil to grow. Once a living creature stepped nearby, it would cause a tremor. The charred thunder potato gu would self-detonate. Fang Yuan took out one of them and instantly refined it. He pinched it between his fingers and injected his green copper primeval essence into it. The charred thunder potato goo immediately let out a faint green light and slowly floated up. Next he willed, and the charred thunder potato goo suddenly burrowed into the ground. Fang Yuan purposely buried it deep, and only stopped when the bean goo was an arm's length away from his feet. The primeval sea level in his aperture rapidly decreased, and the surrounding earth's strength gathered on the charred thunder potato goo's body. In Fang Yuan's perception, this small grass goo in an instant grew into a fist-sized potato. This was a mature charred thunder potato goo. As long as it was shaken, it would detonate. Bai Ningbing saw this and could not help but feel strange. I saw that demonic path female goo master buried the charred thunder potato goo very shallowly, and it would easily detonate. If you bury it like this, even if I stomp on it, I probably won't be able to detonate it, right? Of course. Fang Yuan replied and continued to bury his head. Bai Ningbing slightly pouted. Fang Yuan did not answer her directly, and the prideful her did not pursue the matter. Instead, her gaze concentrated and she started to ponder. After interacting with Fang Yuan for so long, she knew that Fang Yuan would not do useless things. After Fang Yuan buried the bottom of the pit, he stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling Bai Ningbing to bury the pit together. But after a short while, when the bottom of the pit increased by 15 meters, Fang Yuan called for them to stop and continued to bury the charred thunder potato goo. Bai Ningbing saw this and immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention. So it was like this. The charred thunder potato goo is only a rank 2 goo. An explosion of one has limited power. You buried so many at once, and once it detonates, even 1,000 Beast King would not feel good. But how are you going to lure those 3 Monkey Kings here? Although the charred thunder potato goo was an offensive goo, it could not be moved, and its practical value was greatly reduced. How difficult is this? When the time comes, I just need to catch 2 or 3 young grass skirt monkeys and taste their brains in this pit. Their screams will definitely attract the angry monkey groups. At first, it will only be an ordinary monkey group, and all you need to do is block them and kill them. After that, it should be those 3 Monkey Kings. Fang Yuan buried the grass goo as he replied. Bai Ningbing could not help but nod. Wild beasts were wild beasts after all, and had limited intelligence. Fang Yuan's plan was extremely crude, but it would definitely be useful. As long as I kill those 3 Monkey Kings, getting the monkey wine will be as easy as pie. Of course, if I can catch a few wild goo from the Monkey Kings, that would be even better. Bai Ningbing pondered. Next, they spent the entire afternoon in this pit. They continuously stimulated the charred thunder potato goo, and then buried it personally by Fang Yuan. Next, the 2 of them filled the pit. After one layer of soil, another layer of soil was added. This continued until the pit was filled. The 2 of them were sweating profusely. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, and Bai Ningbing had the strength of 1 crocodile to perfection. But on the second day, Fang Yuan did not make a move but continued to dig. Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Fang Yuan said, "One pit is not safe. We have to make preparations. Every little bit of preparation is a good thing." Thus, for the next 3 days, Bai Ningbing finally realized Fang Yuan's abnormal caution. They dug 5 pits and buried large numbers of charred thunder potato goo. Of course, the first pit was the largest. Because of the ample preparation, the plan to deal with the grass skirt monkeys went very smoothly. Only 2 pits were detonated, and the monkey group was routed. 2 of the 3 Monkey Kings died, and 1 was injured. The injured monkey group escaped with their group. The dead were blown to bits, and the goo worms on their bodies naturally did not survive. Fang Yuan obtained large amounts of monkey wine, so much that the Tusita flower could not hold it all. It was enough to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. As for feeding the liquor worm, it would not be a problem for 2 years. If they encountered a caravan, these monkey wine could also be sold for a good price. There is one more thing before we leave. Let's clean up the battlefield and fill the 2 pits. Fang Yuan said, "Do we need to be so careful?" Bai Ningbing felt pained at the thought of the pits. Fang Yuan glanced at her, and with just one sentence made Bai Ningbing obediently work. "Did you forget how we found that demonic female Gumaster?" It was by relying on the traces left by the demonic female Gumaster along the way. Dig a pit. Don't end up burying yourself in it. Chapter 218. By Gu Mountain we are finally here. On a slope, Fang Yuan gazed at the white mountain peak far away, sighing. Beside him, Bai Ningbing stood silently. Both of them were dressed in rags, their faces full of fatigue. Just a moment ago, they had struggled to escape the pursuit of the angry steel boar family of 5. The angry steel boar was a special beast group. They were few in numbers. Usually in families, the number of members would not exceed 10. But as long as it was an adult angry steel boar, it was at least 100 beast king. In the family of 5 that chased after Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, Grandpa Boar was already 1,000 beast king. Daddy Boar and Mommy Boar were 100 beast kings. Even the son and daughter had rank 1 gu worms. Another 5 days had passed since they obtained the monkey wine. After a difficult journey, Gu Mountain was already in sight. The southern border was vast with many mountains. Ordinary hills were not worthy of being called a mountain. Only those that were at least 10,000 feet tall could be called a mountain. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope, gazing into the distance. This was the first time she had seen Gu Mountain. Around Qing Mao Mountain there were many hills. But this Gu Mountain was like a lonely general. The surrounding terrain was very flat. It rose from the ground, reaching into the clouds, a deathly white color. This kind of white was not the white of snow, but the white of bones. Gu Mountain, as the name suggested, every rock on the mountain was made of bone. People called it bone rocks. Gu Mountain was not a dead and desolate place. There were many special plants growing on the mountain. Large numbers of bone beasts lived there, and at the same time, there were many bone-type wild gu worms. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows as she read on. Any mountain or river was a place where the essence of elemental energy gathered. Gu Mountain did not have any traces of humans. It was a completely wild mountain. Large numbers of wild beasts, gu worms, and deadly plants gathered on the mountain. The danger level was definitely higher. What was Fang Yuan's motive for insisting on entering this mountain? Or rather, what was it that was attracting him so strongly? Fang Yuan's imagination was running wild. Gu Mountain was still a barren mountain. No signs of human habitation. But this situation, after 10 years, would completely change. A large mountain stronghold would move the entire clan over and develop here. This clan surname was Bai by Clan Village. In the future, with the White Bone Mountain as the center, it would radiate for thousands of kilometers, becoming the overlord of this place. What left the deepest impression on Fang Yuan was not the rise of the Bai clan's power, because in this world, the power of an individual could completely override the power of a group. They were a pair of siblings from the Bai clan, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua. When this pair of brother and sister were 18 years old, they were competing in the back mountain of White Bone Mountain, and they had accidentally discovered a cave. In this cave, they activated the inheritance, the complete inheritance of a righteous rank for Gu Master. This Gu Master's name was unknown. Only his title was left, Flesh Bone Master. 100 lives and 100 flowers had benefited from this. After receiving the inheritance, they had grown into the righteous path's twin stars. Close to 100 years later, they both advanced to rank 5 and took over by Clan Village. The strength of 2 rank 5 Gu Masters pushed the clan's power to a new peak. The Gu Worms in the complete inheritance must cover the 6 aspects of attack: healing, defense, movement, storage, and investigation. Once I obtain this inheritance, I will be able to gain a stable foothold and know when to advance or retreat. Previously, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing escaped from Qingmao Mountain, their cultivation was not enough, and their gu worms were not complete. It was like a boat sailing in the raging waves, or walking on the edge of a cliff. If their luck was bad, they would be in danger of dying. After many twists and turns, an opportunity came, and they killed a heavily injured demonic female gu master. After snatching her gu worms with the rice bag grass gu and jumping grass gu, they could barely survive. But they still had their flaws, not only because they lacked a healing gu, but also because their cultivation was too low. Even if Fang Yuan advanced to rank 1 middle stage, so what? Green copper primeval essence was still green copper primeval essence. Right now, he was relying on his great aptitude, as well as the heavenly essence treasure Lotus's quick recovery of primeval essence, allowing him to barely deal with the situation. But in reality, his battle strength was negligible. If not for Bai Ningbing, he would have died tragically in the crocodile's stomach when he was stranded by the river. To be able to get here, it was all because of Bai Ningbing. But relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. If I can obtain Bai Gu Mountain's inheritance, many problems can be solved. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. First was the jade bone gu. With this gu, he would be able to rid his body of the weakness of mortal bones, making his bones harder and more resilient. His current body could only bear the strength of 2 boars. With the jade bone gu, he could add another crocodile's strength on top of this foundation. Next was the healing gu. Fang Yuan remembered that in this inheritance, there was a very famous rank 3 healing gu, flesh bone. In his previous life, it was obtained by Bai Hua and became a famous healing gu master. Finally, it was the bone-flesh unity gu that Fang Yuan valued the most. This gu was created by Master Bone Flesh and was the only one in the world. This gu had extraordinary effects, and in his previous life, all the forces in the southern border were attracted by it. According to their effects, the gu worms in the world could be divided into 7 categories. First, attack; second, defense; third, healing; fourth, scouting; fifth, storage; sixth and seventh, cultivation. Whether it was liquor worm for flavor liquor worm, man-beast life, burial gu, relic gu, or even heavenly essence treasure lotus, they were all under the cultivation category. This bone-flesh unity gu was a mystical gu in the cultivation world. Like the yin-yang rotation gu, it was a pair of gu used on 2 gu masters. It could allow these 2 gu masters to dual cultivate, and their cultivation would advance at the same time, achieving twice the result with half the effort. If I get the bone-flesh unity gu, with Bai Ningbing's help, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. After rank 3, it will rise at a terrifying speed. Especially at the early stages, the effect is much better than the liquor worm. Bone-flesh unity gu, I must get it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Bai Ningbing from the corner of his eyes. Bai Ningbing did not know, and was still looking at Bai Gu Mountain. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, and was about to leave, when suddenly several figures flew over. Righteous gu masters! Be it Fang Yuan or Bai Ningbing, their hearts shook. A total of 4 gu masters quickly approached. When they were 100 steps away, they landed on the ground and moved closer to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. The leader was an old gu master, emitting an obvious rank 3 aura. The other 3, however, were rank 2. They wore the same clothes, moved in sync, and had a strong aura. This is the wilderness. How can we meet righteous gu masters? Gu masters and wild beasts are 2 completely different concepts. Although I am rank 3 peak stage with the chainsaw golden centipede's blunt edge, and with Fang Yuan dragging me down, I'm not these people's match. This is troublesome. The 4 gu masters approached step by step, and Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were complaining in their hearts. Dusk. The setting sun was like blood, and the night crows cawed, flying back to their nests. Tai Ao Tian's expression was cold, walking in the middle of the group. When they set off from Qingmao Mountain, there were 8 people with him, all experts of the clan. But now there were only 3 left. Thinking of the sacrifices along the way, Tai Ao Tian's heart started to bleed. The casualties were too great. This was far beyond his expectations. It was not that their cultivation was insufficient, but their luck was too bad. After finding Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's traces, they started to drift down the Yellow Dragon River. But the river was too fast, and it was hard to leave any traces. Even if they used goo worms and had investigative and tracking experts, they had still gone too far in their pursuit. They had no choice but to go against the flow, and after some time, they finally found the place where Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's bamboo raft was stranded. Then trouble came. They were attacked by a large group of 6-legged crocodiles. Speaking of which, they were really unlucky. It turned out that this shoal was one of the 6-legged crocodiles' spawning grounds. After the destruction, the 6-legged crocodiles that occupied this place were also destroyed. Among the beast groups, there was a division of power. So the owner of this territory was already dead. This ownerless land naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding groups of 6-legged crocodiles. Just as they were about to spread their influence here, the Tai clan's hunting team came ashore. "What are you? How dare you barge into our territory? This territory belongs to us 6-legged crocodiles. Trying to snatch my territory, you are courting death." The territorial concept of wild beasts could not be violated. Thus, a huge battle erupted. Under the attacks of 2,000 beast groups and 300 beast groups, the Tai clan group lost 2 people and were forced to escape. Fang Yuan's method of dealing with traces was very experienced. This caused their investigation to be unable to make any progress. With the help of goo worms, they finally found out the direction Fang Yuan was heading in. Then, a colorful nightmare descended, and Xian Yuan divine pheasant descended from the sky and targeted them, treating them as food. Right now, the entire escape process was deeply buried in Tai Ao Tian's heart. The Xian Yuan divine pheasant's figure became the culprit that woke him up from his dreams every night. The Xian Yuan divine pheasant took away the lives of 3 of their companions. Among them were their most professional investigative goo masters, as well as rank 3 defensive goo masters. Their losses were severe. Right now, the goo masters in charge of investigation were all taking turns. Although he suffered such heavy losses, Tai Ao Tian did not want to give up. He was the 4th young master of Tai clan with a great aptitude. He had high hopes placed on him since he was young. He cultivated hard, inheriting the Tai clan's strong and resolute character. Supporting Tai Shuelong and his daughter was his first official mission. However, he only saved Tai Ruonan. Divine investigator Tai Shuelong sacrificed himself. There was a huge gap between this and his ideal result. But if he could capture the demonic remnant of the Blood Sea inheritance and take revenge for Tai Shuelong, how successful would that be? Such a contribution would turn into his capital for the clan leader's position in the future. This would allow him to gain the support of more clansmen. He was not worried about the strength of the demonic remnant. During the pursuit, they had already discovered from the clues that Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's battle strength was limited. Maybe because of their injuries, they only had the strength of a rank 3 goo master. Although we lost many companions, I am rank 3, and so is Tai Dao Ku. With the help of the other 2 rank 2 goo masters, our strength surpasses the other 2. Once we capture the demonic remnant, our losses will become the proof of my tenacity and never giving up qualities. Tai Ao Tian's eyes shone. 4th young master, we have found some traces ahead. It seems we are pursuing in the right direction. At this time, the goo master in charge of scouting returned and reported. "Oh, Bring me there quickly." 15 minutes later, 2 deep pits were dug, revealing a large pile of corpses of the grass skirt monkeys. It has not even been a week since these grass skirt monkeys died. Young master, it seems we are about to catch up to those too. Tai Dao Ku was pleasantly surprised. Tai Ao Tian breathed in deeply, his expression suddenly becoming excited. Finally, we are about to succeed. He clenched his fists, walking around excitedly. He looked at the western sky, the sunset glow shining on his young face, his eyes shining brightly. All his patience and hard work had not been in vain. He was finally going to get the result. Although the sun is about to set, I can see the future and hope from this. He sighed in his heart, suddenly having the mood to climb this hill and enjoy this beautiful moment. The Gu masters beside him looked at him with admiration and admiration. Fourth young master. He is indeed fourth young master. Along the way, we all had the thought of giving up. Only fourth young master persisted, and now he is finally going to get the result. From fourth young master, I can see the hope of the clan and a bright future. In this life, I will follow fourth young master with unwavering determination. The Gu masters looked at Tai Ao Tian slowly climbing the hill, dazed for a moment. They could almost see the scene of Tai Ao Tian ascending to the position of clan leader in the future. But at the next moment, an intense explosion occurred. Boom! Chapter 219. By Mo Xing was already 68 this year. At this age, he should have retired long ago. But Bai clan's situation was not good these years. As the clan leader's uncle and an important official, he had been working hard and doing his best, but could not leave. At this crucial moment of the clan's survival, he accepted the order and left the mountain. While marching, he unexpectedly found 2 Gu masters' aura. Could they be demonic Gu masters? This mission was extremely important to Bai clan. They could not afford to fail. He immediately led his troops and rushed over. 2 youngsters. After seeing Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, he could not help but feel surprised. His gaze swept across the crowd and stopped on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold. Her gaze was cold as she stared at Bai Mo Xing with her blue eyes, revealing her rank 3 aura. So young, but already rank 3 genius. Not only Bai Mo Xing, the other 3 all had the same thought when they saw Bai Ningbing. At once, for pairs of eyes gathered on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had turned into a woman. Her appearance was elegant and beautiful, emitting a cold aura, making her look like a snow fairy. Even though she was in a sorry state, it could not hide her pearl-like radiance. It could even serve as a foil to her strong and unyielding nature, causing others to sigh in admiration and love. Compared to her, Fang Yuan, who was behind her, was much dimmer. Fang Yuan had an ordinary appearance and only rank 1 cultivation. Many people's gazes swept past him before turning back to Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan was happy to see this. He hoped these people would pay less attention to him. But Bai Mo Xing was different. Soon, he turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing protected Fang Yuan, showing a stance of not retreating no matter what. And Fang Yuan hid behind Bai Ningbing, but his gaze was calm. To be protected by this genius girl, this young man seems to be the leader of the 2. What kind of person is he? Bai Mo Xing was an old fox after all. His gaze was extremely shrewd. Originally, he thought they were 2 demonic Gu masters, but now his heart wavered. Looking at Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's stance, as well as their orthodox Gu master attire, they looked like young masters of large clans. If it's a demonic Gu master, we can just kill him. But if he was the young master of a big family, he had to be careful. If I provoke the revenge of the powers behind them and bring trouble to the Bai clan, then I, Bai Mo Xing, will be the sinner of my clan. Fortunately, I'm strong and the enemy is weak. The situation is under my control. As Bai Mo Xing was thinking, Fang Yuan took a step forward and suddenly stood out. He cupped his hands together and said, I'm Guyue Fangzheng, the young master of the Guyue clan of Qing Mao Mountain. Greetings, senior. Qing Mao Mountain? The young master of the Guyue clan. Everyone was astonished. Bai Ningbing was also surprised, but she slightly lowered her eyes to hide the flaw in her gaze. She knew that Fang Yuan was starting to bluff. Now that the enemy was strong and they were weak, the only way to escape was to outsmart them. She had a clear view of the situation. The tacit understanding she had developed over the past few days made her take a small step back and stand beside Fang Yuan. He was still glaring angrily, looking like a bodyguard who was unafraid of death. Young lad, you're lying. Qing Mao Mountain has long been destroyed. Do you think I don't know? Bai Mo Xing's expression was cold as he shouted. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and spread his hands. It is because Qing Mao Mountain has been destroyed that I am here. May I ask for senior's name? Bai Mo Xing was hesitating if he should say his name, but a young lad beside him already spoke, then listened carefully. We are the elites of the Bai clan. This is our Bai clan's #1 elder, and also my clan uncle, Lord Bai Mo Xing. At this moment, Bai Mo Xing wanted to kick his nephew to death. The Bai clan's operation this time was done with great fanfare, but other than the upper echelons of the clan, no one knew of their true objective. These people were also kept in the dark. On the surface, they were out to hunt and train their young master's courage. But their true objective was to investigate the location of the spirit spring in Baigu Mountain and carry out the preliminary cleanup. However, I don't think they will be able to guess. Bai Mo Xing looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing and quickly calmed down. As expected of the Bai clan, Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. From the appearance of these 4 Gu masters, he already had a rough guess. The Bai clan spirit spring was on the verge of drying up. Thus they needed to find a new spirit spring and relocate the clan. The matter of relocating the clan was extremely important, and there was a lot of preparation work. At the same time, it had to be kept a secret. Otherwise, if the enemy forces found out and sabotaged the work, the Bai clan would be in danger of being exterminated. It was just that Fang Yuan did not expect this Bai clan leader to have such foresight. 10 years ago, he had already started the preparations. He sent these clansmen to Baigu Mountain from time to time to investigate. There was indeed a reason for the Bai clan's future prosperity. The appearance of the Bai clan's Gu masters surprised Fang Yuan. This would no doubt have a huge impact on his following actions. But on his face, Fang Yuan showed a slight smile and cupped his fists. So, it is a fellow Bai clan member. Nice to meet you. Then, he turned to Bai Ningbing. Ningbing stepped down. Don't worry, the Bai clan is not a demonic Gu master. Bai Ningbing heard Fang Yuan speak to her in such a gentle tone and almost got goosebumps. She endured the annoyance in her heart and retracted her battle intent, taking a step back and remaining silent. This action made the 4 Gu masters let out a sigh of relief. After all, Bai Ningbing was a rank 3 Gu master. So her name is Ningbing. Bai Mo Xing's nephew muttered in his heart, his gaze somewhat dazed. Bai Mo Xing squinted his eyes and probed. It sounds like nephew Gua met a demonic Gu master on the way? Yes, my heart still palpitates when I think about it. Fang Yuan patted his chest, his gaze revealing a trace of fear, but fortunately the clan leader and a few elders arrived in time and killed that rank 3 Gu master. Clan leader and elders. Bai Mo Xing's heart thumped, and he quickly asked, Don't tell me the Gua clan leader and elders are not far away. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. We got separated from the main group. Bai Mo Xing immediately relaxed. Then Fang Yuan's next sentence made his heart skip a beat. But I believe that not long later we will meet up with the main group, because our destination this time is the White Bones Mountain. Bai Mo Xing immediately tensed up. Baigu Mountain? What are you doing at Baigu Mountain? This. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated and did not say it. Bai Mo Xing snorted, a bad answer appearing in his heart. Qing Mao Mountain was already destroyed. What did Guyue clan's remnant members do first? Of course it was to set up camp and rebuild their homes. Don't tell me they also chose Baigu Mountain? Damn it. In an instant, Bai Mo Xing's heart surged with intense killing intent. According to his conjecture, Qing Mao Mountain's main group was his Bai clan's enemy. But he quickly restrained his killing intent. He was already old. He was not as impulsive as youngsters. Old people always prioritize safety when dealing with matters. He calmed down and thought carefully. Even if he killed these two immediately, it would be useless. Killing them would not stop Qing Mao Mountain's remnant members from coming to Baigu Mountain. Instead, it would make the situation worse. First, it would create a group of enemies. And this group of enemies, although they did not have any foundation, they were very strong. Didn't you hear what Guyue clan's young master said? There were clan leaders and elders in the main group. What was even more frightening was that these people were even more determined to die in battle when they were in a desperate situation. Secondly, even if they attacked now, that girl called Ningbing was a genuine rank 3 Gu master, and on his side, although they were strong, there would still be casualties. Furthermore, such an important matter should not be decided by himself. The clan leader was not far away. Why not ask her for instructions? Thinking of this, Bai Mo Xing decided to stabilize Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing first. He smiled, saying passionately, "This is such a coincidence, nephew. Our Bai clan's main group is nearby. We are holding our annual big hunt. Our Bai clan is like half the host. Nephew must come and be our guest. Let us do our best to be the host." This. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated. "Come, our Bai clan's roasted lamb leg is top-notch." Bai Mo Xing's nephew also persuaded, but his gaze was fixed on Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan rubbed his belly, showing a difficult expression. He seemed to be somewhat apprehensive, but also somewhat eager. Bai Mo Xing's eyes shone brightly, laughing loudly. "Nephew, don't hesitate. If you continue to hesitate, you are not giving me face." Fang Yuan bowed. "Then I shall trouble your clan." A banquet was prepared in a spacious tent. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing each had a banquet, sitting next to each other. A few clan elders sat opposite, and the main seat was by clan leader. The top of the tent was opened, and the blue sky could be seen. In the center, a lamb was being roasted, and the fragrance had already filled the tent. "Come, the lamb leg is the most tender. Guests from afar, please enjoy." Bai clan leader said passionately. She was a middle-aged woman. Under her signal, the servant in charge of roasting the lamb first cut the lamb leg and offered it to Fang Yuan. Then he cut another leg and placed it on a silver plate, placing it in front of Bai Ningbing. The lamb leg was giving off steam. Fang Yuan took a bite. It was crispy and tender. If it was dipped in some honey or cumin, it would be even more delicious. It is indeed a delicacy, not inferior to the grass skirt monkey brain. Even Bai Ningbing praised after eating. "The guest likes it. That is what makes the host the happiest." Ha ha ha. Bai Mo Xing laughed. As Fang Yuan ate, tears flowed down. Everyone was shocked, and Bai clan leader hurriedly asked, "Nephew Fang Zheng, why are you crying?" "The delicacy is truly too delicious, but thinking of how Ningbing and I have been in danger these days, wandering from place to place, and thinking of how our clansmen are barely clothed and starving, I cannot help but feel heartache. I hope clan leader can forgive me." Fang Yuan stood up and cupped his fists. The few clan elders looked at each other and sighed. Bai clan leader asked, "My clan deeply sympathizes with Guyue clan's disaster. Can nephew tell me what actually happened on Qing Mao Mountain? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Iso." Chapter 220. The once lively Qingmao Mountain had now become a land of ice and snow. Such a shocking change had already attracted the attention and investigation of the nearby powers. In these few months, the news of Qingmao Mountain's destruction had already spread far and wide. I don't dare to think about it. Just thinking about it makes me feel pain. Fang Yuan sat down with a sorrowful expression. Servants, bring the wine. Bai clan leader saw that Fang Yuan did not want to talk about it, so she did not pursue the matter and ordered a servant to bring 2 jars of wine. Bai Ningbing was indifferent. She never drank wine, only water. Fang Yuan directly removed the seal and gulped down a mouthful, tears falling down his face again. Bai clan leader was shocked. Nephew, why are you crying? After drinking your noble's wine, it is intoxicating. I can't help but think of my clan's green bamboo wine and the days of drinking on Qingmao Mountain. Fang Yuan said as he wiped his tears. The clan elders sighed even louder, and many of them comforted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's experience resonated with them. After all, Bai clan's spirit spring was showing signs of drying up. If they could not find a new spirit spring, the miserable state of Guyue clan would be the future of Bai clan. Bai clan leader comforted Fang Yuan again before stopping his tears. Who wouldn't be sad when their home is destroyed? I can understand nephew's feelings, but as long as there are people, there is hope. Nephew, don't be sad. I believe that in a few days you will be able to reunite with your clansmen. Bai Mo Xing probed. Fang Yuan pretended to be ignorant, wiped his tears, and casually replied, Yes, probably in a few days. Hearing this reply, Bai Mo Xing and Bai clan leader quickly looked at each other. After the banquet, Bai clan leader summoned Bai Mo Xing for a secret discussion. Clan leader, the situation is not good. Guyue village was destroyed. Why did these remnant people specially rush to Baigu Mountain? It is very likely that they want to seize this territory. Should we make the first move? Bai Mo Xing said worriedly. He. The Bai clan's matriarch laughed lightly. Bai Mo Xing was slightly stunned. Why is clan leader laughing? The matriarch narrowed her eyes and consoled. Elder Mo Xing, don't be impatient. There are pros and cons to this matter. As long as we operate it well, it will save us a lot of effort. With this reminder, Bai Mo Xing started to think. That's right. The spirit spring of the 100 clans had been used for many years and was about to dry up. He needed to find a new spirit spring as soon as possible. This time's mission, in the name of hunting, was actually to find a suitable spirit spring on White Bone Mountain. The Bai clan's team had just arrived not too long ago, but they had not found anything yet. However, Guyue's remnant group had traveled such a long distance to come to White Bone Mountain, so they must have obtained some information. It could be deduced that the Guyue family definitely had information regarding the spirit spring's location. Bai clan leader saw the change in Bai Mo Xing's expression and continued. Looks like you have also thought of it. Actually, as long as it was a famous mountain or a great river, it was a place where vitality gathered and there would always be a spirit spring. However, it was not easy to find the exact location of the spirit spring. It requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Around our Bai clan are the Fang clan, Liao clan, and Fan clan. They are all powerful clans, and they have always kept each other in check. If the news of our Bai clan's spirit spring drying up were to spread, they would probably try to take advantage of us and hit us when we are down. Thus, we had previously discussed to secretly find the location of the spirit spring, and this time we're using the pretense of hunting. However, this way, our hands and feet will be tied, and the manpower and material resources needed to search for the spirit spring will be even greater. At this point, the 100 Clans clan leader wanted to say something, but hesitated. She was deeply worried. Bai Mo Xing continued. So, clan leader, you want to directly obtain information regarding the spirit spring's location from the Guyue family? Exactly. Bai Emoshing nodded, her eyes glowing. The Guyue family's clan leader and elders are definitely not easy to deal with. But who asked those two youths to fall into our hands? This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Bai Emoshing frowned. However, I don't think those two youths are stupid. It was obvious that the girl was a stubborn person with a firm will. Although the boy's cultivation was a little weak, he was calm in the face of danger and calm in the face of trouble. The first time we met, he did not panic at all when he was surrounded by us. It will not be easy to pry open their mouths. Bai Emoshing snorted. If they do not have such determination, how can they be the young master of a clan? These two youths are very outstanding. If they are not, then I will suspect their identity. Bai Emoshing continued, So, clan leader, you have to think thrice. If we torture them, I am afraid they may not give in. They left traces along the way, and the remnants of the Guyue family will arrive very soon. These people are standard desperados who have nowhere else to go. Bai Emoshing waved his hand. Clan elder does not need to worry about this. I already have a plan. Oh, I would like to hear the details. Bai Emoshing's murky eyes lit up as Bai Emoshing listened in detail. After Bai Emoshing finished, Bai Emoshing could not help but praise. This plan has great potential. I have observed that Gua Fangzhen. He is indeed concerned about the clan. He shed tears twice during the banquet. He is a person of character. He is a youngster after all. Clan leader's plan is like placing honey in front of a bear cub or a carrot in front of a rabbit's nose. There is no need to worry about him not taking the bait. Fang Yuan pulled open a corner of the tent's curtains. It was already late at night, but Bai Clan's temporary camp was brightly lit. The tents were arranged in picturesque disorder, and there were torches on metal frames at intervals. From time to time, there were patrolling Gu masters. Young Master Fangzhen, what's the matter? Fang Yuan had just pulled open the tent's curtains when two guards walked over. Fang Yuan purposely burped. I drank a lot during the banquet. Where can I relieve myself? Young master, this way please. You are our clan's esteemed guest. The clan leader has specially arranged a place for you to relieve yourself. It is less than 30 steps away. One of the guards immediately said, Point me in a direction. I don't like people nearby when I relieve myself. Fang Yuan waved his hand. We do not dare to disobey young master's orders. The wooden hut is over there. The guard pointed and bowed before retreating. Fang Yuan went to the wooden hut, and after taking a piss, he pretended to be drunk and purposely walked in the wrong direction. Before 20 steps, several patrolling Gu masters walked over. Esteemed guest, you are walking in the wrong direction. Your tent is over there. Is that so? I remember it was over there. Fang Yuan burped. Esteemed guest, this way please. The Bai Clan Gu masters showed a hypocritical smile, with a hint of unyieldingness. Fang Yuan was brought back to the tent by these people. In the tent, the lights were lit. On the east and west sides, there were 2 beds. Bai Ningbing was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating and using her primeval essence to cleanse her aperture. Hearing the sound of Fang Yuan entering, she opened her eyes and asked with her gaze. Fang Yuan glanced at her before lying down on the bed. Ningbing, you should sleep early too. These days must have tired you out. Not long later, you will be able to reunite with your clansmen. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. Towards the end, he had already closed his eyes and was breathing as if he had fallen asleep. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk. She knew Fang Yuan was putting on an act, purposely saying this to prevent any surveillance Gu worms. He had just gone out to relieve himself, but came back so quickly it showed that this place was heavily guarded. It was impossible to sneak away at night. Thinking of this, she could not help but worry. Although she had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, her Gu worms were not good enough, causing her battle strength to be lacking. In this camp, the Bai clan leader was a rank 4 Gu master. There were also 5 to 6 rank 3 elders and large numbers of rank 2 Gu masters. Meat on the chopping block was the current situation. Although the Bai clan was a righteous faction, humans would die for wealth and birds would die for food. Once the benefits were huge, they would definitely kill them. Bai Ningbing knew that the Gu worms in Fang Yuan's hands were all top quality, especially the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and Blood Skull Gu. Once they were exposed, it would definitely attract the greed of the Bai clan Gu masters. The reason why they did not make a move now was because Fang Yuan had used a tiger skin, using the non-existent Gyue clansmen to temporarily deceive them. If they did not see the Gyue clansmen in a few days, they would definitely be suspicious. By then, Fang and Bai would have no way out, and the situation would be very dangerous. How do I get out of this? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already laid down with his back facing her. Listening to his breathing, it was calm and even, as if he was really asleep. You sure can keep your composure. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, feeling slightly annoyed and helpless. The next day, the weather was fine and the sun was shining brightly. With 3 drum beats, Bai clan leader gathered the clansmen. Our Bai clan's annual hunting competition will last for 7 days from today onwards. It will be the time for you to display your strength. According to the rules, those who obtain a good ranking will be rewarded handsomely. Next, display your bravery to your heart's content. Bai clan leader waved her hand, and the village gate opened. The Gu masters who were already itching for a fight immediately rushed out impatiently. Not long after, they merged into the various mountain forests and disappeared without a trace. The previously crowded camp immediately became spacious and empty. Nephew Fangzhang, did you sleep well last night? Bai clan leader turned around and smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and bowed. Many thanks to clan leader for your hospitality. I fell asleep the moment I lay down last night, and when I woke up it was already morning. Ha ha ha. Bai clan leader laughed, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder with an amiable attitude. Nephew, do you want to participate in our clan's hunting competition? Let us see the heroic bearing of a Gyue man. Fang Yuan showed an awkward expression, declining. I am ashamed. I was heavily injured not long ago, and my cultivation fell from rank 3. Fortunately, the clan healed me and saved my life, but now I am only rank 1 middle stage. Actually, even without Fang Yuan's words, his rank 1 aura was already obvious. Nephew doesn't need to worry about this. As our clan's esteemed guest, you will naturally receive preferential treatment. How about this? As long as nephew can hunt an adult black bear, this green copper relic Gu will be your reward. Bai clan leader lightly clapped her hands, and a Gu master beside her opened his palm like he was presenting a treasure, and a finger-sized spherical Gu appeared in his palm. Fang Yuan looked at this Gu and sneered in his heart, but his eyes revealed a fervent expression. Then Junior will respectfully accept. If you like this work, you are welcome to Iso. Chapter 221. Roar. In the forest, a fat black bear was 2 meters tall when it stood up like a human. It roared at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, but the two were indifferent. The black bear was enraged and ran towards the 2 youngsters on all 4s. Don't be fooled by the bear's clumsy appearance. Its running speed was extremely fast, usually twice that of a human. The black bear was only 50 steps away from him, but Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile of success. Bam! An explosion resounded and soil flew everywhere. The black bear let out a miserable howl, as if it was hit in the head, and its charge was immediately halted. It was infuriated by the sudden attack. It quickly adjusted its direction and charged towards Fang Yuan again. But just 10 steps later, another explosion occurred on the ground. Roar! The black bear's chest was covered in blood, and its eyes were bloodshot as it furiously pounced again. Wild beasts will always be wild beasts, lacking intelligence. Fong Yuan sighed and turned around to retreat. The black bear chased relentlessly from behind, but every few steps it took, it would detonate an explosion. After dozens of steps, the black bear's body was covered in injuries, and none of its fur was intact. Its 4 limbs were crippled, and it was limping no longer as ferocious as before. Its anger subsided and its survival instincts took over, even though Fong Yuan was not more than 20 steps away from it. But it chose to retreat. But Fong Yuan had already predicted its retreat direction, and dug a deep hole along the way, burying at least 5 charred thunder potato goo. Bam! A loud sound and the battle ended. At the same time, a wisp of smoke floated in the tent. Within the smoke, images flickered, showing the entire process of Fong Yuan's battle. Elder Mo Xing, what do you think? Seeing the battle end, Bai clan leader asked. In the entire tent, there were only her and Bai Mo Xing, if I am not wrong. This Giwe clan young master should be using a charred thunder potato goo, right? This goo is a one-time consumable, buried in the ground and growing by absorbing the earth's energy, then exploding after being shaken. It is quite powerful among rank 2 goo worms. However, this goo would be greatly weakened in Bai Goo Mountain. There was no soil on the White Bone Mountain. Even the mountain rocks were bones. The charred thunder potato goo cannot be planted at all. Bai Mo Xing pondered. The 100 Clans clan leader shook her head. Your analysis is correct, but that's not what I'm focusing on. Did you notice from the time he buried the charred thunder potato goo to the end of the battle, it was all done by Fang Jing alone? He clearly had a rank 3 guard beside him, and it was very taxing for him to use the rank 2 charred thunder potato goo. Every time he buried a stone, he would have to use a yuan stone to recover his Jin Yuan, but he insisted on doing it himself. What does this mean? By Mo Xing's eyes lit up. I understand. This Fang Zheng was a man of integrity and was not the kind of person who would resort to trickery. He agreed to participate in the hunt, even if it would be troublesome and tiring. He doesn't want to use external forces to cheat. Crafty and deceitful people usually don't have strong wills. A righteous man is always steadfast. If we want to find the location of the spirit spring from these two, the best way is to beat them with our wits. Hee, I am even more confident in last night's plan. Bai clan leader laughed. I did not disappoint you. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan handed a tattered bear skin to Bai clan leader. Hee, in such a short amount of time, you managed to kill an adult black bear, as expected of the Guyu clan's young master. The Bai clan leader's face revealed an appropriate amount of surprise, which quickly turned into a smile. Nephew, you can go back and rest. The green copper relic, Gu, will be delivered soon. Thank you, clan leader. Junior will take his leave. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing left the central tent and returned to their residence last night. A moment later, a Gu master delivered the green copper relic Gu. Fang Yuan took it and immediately used it in the tent, advancing his cultivation to upper stage from middle stage. A Gu master's small realm was easy to break through. It was a matter of painstaking effort. But large realms needed the support of aptitude. Relic Gu, stone aperture Gu. Many Gu worms could allow a Gu master to forgo painstaking effort and raise their cultivation in a short period of time. However, rank 1 upper stage was still rank 1. Such a small increase could not change the current situation. At night, Bai clan leader set up a banquet in the tent and invited Fang and Bai. Bai clan had a tradition. During the hunting competition, there would be a bonfire banquet every day. The super large bonfire banquet would be held outdoors in the camp. As for the small banquet in the central tent, only the top few of the competition would be invited. Fang and Bai, because of their different statuses, were still guests. Come, let me introduce our tribe's hope star to nephew. You youngsters should get to know each other. During the banquet, Bai Mo Xing started the conversation. In the central tent, there were 4 youngsters. 2 males and 2 females, without exception, were all rank 3. One of the males was Bai Mo Xing's nephew, called Bai Mo Ting. He had a thin body and was 3rd place on the first day of hunting. Of the 2 females, one was called Bai Chao Shui. She had a sloppy appearance but was 4th. The other was called Bai Lian. She had a beautiful appearance with white skin and thick and dense eyelashes. She had a fresh and natural aura and was the publicly recognized beauty of the Bai clan. The 2 girls sat next to each other, forming a sharp contrast. Bai Zhan Lai greets the 2 esteemed guests. The last young male Gu master took the initiative to speak, taking over Bai Mo Xing's words. He had a tall and sturdy body, filled with arrogance and surging battle intent. His gaze swept past Fong and Bai, pausing on Fong Yuan for a moment, revealing a disdainful smile. However, his gaze was fixated on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was like an ice fairy, with silver hair and blue eyes. Her beauty surpassed Bai Lian by a head. More importantly, she had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, attracting Bai Zhanlai's interest. He snorted. It seems in your Guyue tribe there are more yin and less yang? Bai Ningbing's expression was like ice, not changing at all. Fong Yuan's expression turned cold and ugly. Bai clan leader laughed. This is the number 1 expert of the younger generation in our tribe. Nephew, don't blame me. I have always spoken like this. I don't dare. Fong Yuan's lips curled as he faced Bai clan leader. Brother Zhanlai is indeed a dragon among men. Fong Jing admires you. His tone was complex, but he displayed it perfectly. There was the patience of living under someone else's roof, the helplessness of having weak cultivation, and the unresigned arrogance of a young man. Even Bai Ningbing could not help but raise her eyebrows. Bai Zhanlai snorted coldly. Fong Yuan sneered in his heart. He knew of Bai clan's difficult situation, but Bai clan did not know his true background. Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Fong Yuan firmly held the advantage in information. How to use this advantage is the key to escaping. Green copper relic Gu is a good sign. This shows that Bai clan is wary of the non-existent Guyue troop. They don't want to use force and want to use schemes to deceive. Is this Bai Zhanlai the next chess piece of Bai clan? Thinking about it carefully, his words seemed too forceful. If he really is the next chess piece of Bai clan, it will be somewhat troublesome. Why don't I personally give my weakness to the other party and reveal my weakness? If Bai clan casually set up traps like this, Fong Yuan would no doubt become more and more passive. Thus, he might as well give the other party a weakness and purposely expose some fake weaknesses and fight for some initiative in disguise. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan's gaze swept through the tent and immediately came up with a plan. He looked at Bai Lian opposite him. After staring for a while, Bai Lian seemed to sense Fong Yuan's gaze, and Fong Yuan turned his gaze away, looking elsewhere. As the banquet continued, Fong Yuan stole glances at Bai Lian from time to time, but avoided eye contact with Bai Lian. During the latter half of the banquet, Fong Yuan kept peeking at her, and the frequency increased. This scene was witnessed by the 100 Families clan leader and some of the elders. The clan elders revealed smiles in their eyes. It was normal for a young man to be in love. Bai Lian was the clan flower of Bai clan. It was natural for her to attract the attention of Guyue clan's young master. After the banquet ended, Bai Mo Xing excitedly requested to see the clan leader. Clan leader, did you see the scene during the banquet? Bai clan leader nodded with a smile. Let me make some more plans. The night was silent. On the 2nd day of the hunt, Bai clan leader summoned Fong Yuan again and asked Fong Yuan to hunt an earth horn rhinoceros. Fong Yuan used the same trick, using charred thunder potato Gu to blast the earth horn rhinoceros, and brought back the rhinoceros horn. After Bai clan leader praised him, she rewarded him with a clearing heat goo. Clearing heat goo was like a beetle fossil with a translucent jade-like texture. Holding it in his hand, he could feel a cool air. This goo was specialized in detoxification and was a rank 2 healing goo. After obtaining this goo, Fong Yuan finally made up for his greatest weakness. At the day of the bonfire banquet, "This is my son and this is my daughter. Bai Sheng, Bai Hua, stand up and offer a toast to this brother," Bai clan leader said. A pair of twins stood up and raised their wine cups like adults, saying together, "Bai Sheng offers a toast to young master Gua." They slightly bowed with a solemn expression, showing that they had good upbringing, without the slightest bit of mischievousness of children. Fong Yuan was slightly stunned, and could not help but size up this pair of siblings. According to his previous life's memories, these two children would become the twin stars of the righteous path, and for a period of time they would be unparalleled. Eventually, both of them would reach rank 5 and push Bai clan's power to an unprecedented height in history. At the same time, they were the inheritors of Bai Gu Mountain's inheritance. Among them, Bai Sheng was the future clan leader of Bai clan. In a clan, the position of clan leader was usually inherited by the clan leader's own children. But like Guyue village, where the clan leader did not have any children, they would select the best among the pure-blooded clansmen. Humans had to go through a process of growth. This pair of twins, Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, could become heroes in the future. But these two were still too young and could not even be considered students. Fong Yuan retracted his gaze and turned his attention back to Bai Lian. The banquet continued. During this time, Fong Yuan kept sneaking glances at Bai Lian. Bai Zhan Lai was finding fault, and his tone was getting more and more impolite. Bai Mo Xing's nephew, Bai Mo Ting, was sneaking glances at Bai Ningbing. Chapter 222. On the third day, Bai clan leader summoned Fong Yuan. In the name of hunting, she gave him a lot of yuan stone. During the banquet, besides sneaking glances at Bai Lian, Fong Yuan also toasted Bai clan leader with a sincere and grateful expression. Bai clan leader did not say it, but she was very satisfied in her heart. That night, Bai Lian visited Fong Yuan, saying that a friend of hers was poisoned and only clearing heat goo could cure it. But clearing heat goo was rare. Thus, she borrowed it from Fong Yuan. "You can't endure it anymore." Fong Yuan sneered in his heart and lent clearing heat goo to her without saying anything else. After this, Bai Lian was very grateful. Fong Yuan took the initiative to talk to her passionately, and the two got closer as their relationship heated up. On the 5th day, during the banquet, Bai clan leader suddenly asked, "Nephew, does your Guyue tribe want to set up camp on Bai Gu Mountain?" Fong Yuan quickly stood up, his expression calm, but he could not conceal the panic in his eyes. Bai Gu Mountain is adjacent to Bai clan village. It can be said to be your tribe's territory. Junior would not dare to offend you. Bai clan leader laughed in her heart, and was even more certain that Guyue tribe's destination was Bai Gu Mountain. She said hypocritically, "Nephew might not know, but the situation here is very complicated. My Bai clan is under a lot of pressure. If Guyue tribe can stay on Bai Gu Mountain and become my tribe's ally, that would be for the best." Fong Yuan quickly denied it. Bai Mo Xing also tried to persuade, but Fong Yuan seemed to be moved, but he did not say anything. After the banquet ended, Bai Lian also came to ask. Fong Yuan had a complicated expression, but still did not admit it. This kid's mouth is really tight. After the banquet, Bai Mo Xing gritted his teeth and sighed. This is how a young master of a tribe should behave. I am not surprised. It is time to add fuel to the fire. Bai clan leader's gaze was deep. Thus, the next morning, before Fong Yuan could get out of bed, he was woken up by the quarreling outside the tent. He walked out of the tent and saw Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian pulling at each other. 100 Zhanlai, how many times have I told you to stop bothering me? Feelings can't be forced. Bai Lian shook off Bai Zhanlai's hand and said coldly, I still have things to do. You can leave first. Today's hunting competition is about to begin. What else do you want? He went to find that pretty boy from Guyue's family again, right? Bai Zhanlai roared angrily. What are you talking about? Young Master Fangzheng was a kind person, lending the clearing heat gu without hesitation. If it weren't for his help, would Parks in View have recovered so quickly? Lian can you not be so naive? Clearing heat gu, hee. I think he wants to be intimate with you. Didn't you notice the way he looked at you? Bai Zhanlai said anxiously. Bai Lian glared at him. Bai Zhanlai, stop before you go too far. Ah, young Master Fangzheng. The two quarreling discovered Fang Yuan standing outside the tent. Fang Yuan's expression was somewhat awkward, and his gaze was somewhat worried. He said to Bai Lian, so it's Miss Bai Lian. If you have anything to say, come into the tent. You brat. Bai Zhanlai flew into a rage and wanted to find trouble with Fang Yuan, but was stopped by Bai Lian halfway. Bai Zhanlai, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy? This is our clan's esteemed guest. What esteemed guest who's just a stray dog? Bai Zhanlai spat and pointed at Fang Yuan's nose. Brat, if you have the guts, let's have a real contest. Whoever loses can no longer bother, Lianer. Humph, I am rank 1 and you are rank 3. You still have the nerve to say such words. Is there no fairness in the Grand Bai clan? Fang Yuan's expression turned ugly. In this world, there has never been fairness, only the strong and the weak. If you don't dare to compete, then you are a coward. So, Guyue clan is full of cowards. Ah. Bai Zhanlai raised his head and laughed, his voice attracting the attention of many people. What's going on? Bai Mo Xing hurried over. After Bai Lian explained, Bai Mo Xing immediately reprimanded Bai Zhanlai. You are really reckless. You dare to be rude to an esteemed guest. Bai Zhanlai raised his head. He doesn't even dare to accept the challenge. He is not a brave warrior. Since he is not a brave warrior, why treat him with respect? You. Bai Mo Xing glared. Bai Lian said, only a fool would agree to such a challenge of yours. Young Master Fangzheng's cultivation has declined because of his injuries. If he was at his peak, you might not be his match. A young girl speaking to Fang Yuan like this, if Fangzheng was here, he would probably be extremely grateful. But Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. What a good show! I will represent young Master Fangzheng and compete with you. Bai Lian continued. Bai Zhanlai was so angry that he was breathing heavily. Why are you standing up for him? Also, what right do you have to represent him? He is just a pretty boy, a good-for-nothing. I can beat 10 of him. I won't compete with you, brat. Stand up if you have the guts. Are you still a man if you don't say a word? If you want to compete, then compete. Who's afraid of who? Fang Yuan looked like he couldn't take the provocation and said with an impulsive tone, Sir Elder, did you hear that? He agreed. Bai Zhanlai immediately shouted happily. Bai Mo Xing frowned. Life should be brave enough to accept challenges. Nephew Fangzheng, your courage is obvious to all, but you are an esteemed guest of my clan. If anything happens to you, it will be hard for us to answer to Guyue's clan. Also, both parties have different cultivation levels. It is unfair to challenge. Sir Elder is right. This junior didn't think it through. Fang Yuan purposely hesitated. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to retreat, Bai Zhanlai and Bai Lian quickly exchanged glances. Bai Zhanlai continued to speak, provoking Fang Yuan's anger and provoking him. Bai Lian clenched her teeth and walked in front of Fang Yuan. She opened her big watery eyes and said with a gentle voice, Young Master Fangzheng, this one has a presumptuous request. Oh, what do you want? I sincerely request young master to accept this challenge and help me get rid of Bai Zhanlai. I really can't stand his harassment anymore." As she spoke, Bai Lian was about to cry. A young girl was begging a boy for help, asking him to chase away a very hateful pursuer. Especially this boy, he also had a good impression of the young girl. Tell me, how could this boy not agree? Thus, Fang Yuan immediately patted his chest and agreed. "Miss Bai Lian, please don't worry. Your problem is my problem. I will definitely do my best to help." After a pause, Fang Yuan's tone became hesitant, "But my cultivation is currently weaker than his. If I lose—" "Don't worry, young master, I already have a plan." Bai Lian smiled like a blooming daffodil. She turned around and said to Bai Moxing, "Lord Family Elder, although young Master Fangjing has agreed to the duel, if we were to really have a duel, it would probably harm the harmony between us. I have a suggestion. Why don't we use this hunting competition as an opportunity to split into 5-people teams and compete based on the results of this hunt?" A good suggestion. Bai Mo Xing stroked his beard and nodded. "Then you can choose your people. But, to be fair, the 5 people must have similar cultivation." Bai Zhan Lai snorted in displeasure. "Yes." Bai Lian hurriedly bowed in excitement. An hour later, the 2 groups set off. On Fang Yuan's side, there were rank 3 by Ningbing, Bai Lian, as well as 2 other female Gu-masters. Their ages were similar to Bai Lian, and they had rank 2 cultivation. One of them was called Bai Shengjing, and was very grateful to Fang Yuan. Earlier, she was poisoned and was saved by Fang Yuan's clearing heat goo. The group was very harmonious, and although Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation, he was the center of attention. "Young master, don't worry, we have already obtained detailed information and know where there are more precious prey. Just follow us." Bai Shengjing had a lively personality and was in charge of scouting. Everyone followed her, and sure enough, they killed many unique prey. Fang Yuan did not put in much effort, and the whole process was more like a field trip. "Young Master Fangjing, I heard that your Guyue tribe is moving to Baigu Mountain. Is it like this?" On the way back, Bai Xingjing seemed to ask casually. "These are all groundless rumors." Fang Yuan laughed. "Young master, you are cultured and refined, a gentleman, much better than that Bai Zhanlai. Sai, if we can settle down on Baigu Mountain, we will be able to see each other often." Bai Shengjing continued. Fang Yuan chuckled, sneaking a glance at Bai Lian, who was walking beside him. Bai Lian had a worried expression. Settling down and establishing a village is not a simple matter. The first condition is to find a spirit spring. However, around the spirit spring, the primeval energy is dense, and there will definitely be beast groups or strong, wild goo-worms. When the predecessors establish a village, they must go through intense battles to kill the beast groups or wild goo-worms. This process will definitely be accompanied by blood and sacrifice. Saying so, she looked at Fang Yuan. Actually, there are large numbers of bone beasts living on Baigu Mountain. These bone beasts have tough bodies and are hard to deal with. There is no soil on Baigu Mountain, only pure, white bone stones. It is not impossible to establish a village on this mountain, but the price to pay will be very high. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan's smile showed a trace of reluctance, his gaze revealing a trace of deep worry. However, he pretended to ask casually, "I am rather interested in Baigu Mountain. Bai Lian, you are half the owner. Tell me, how many dangers are there on this mountain?" Bai Lian laughed. "If young master wants to hear, I will tell you." She exaggerated while secretly activating the accumulating anxiety goo in her aperture. This goo's effect was like the spring breeze and drizzle, silently affecting the surroundings within 10 steps of the user. It could make one's mind heavier and their worries deeper. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded, the worry in his eyes showing clearly. Young Master Fangjing doesn't need to worry. This time we will definitely win against Bai Zhanlai. Bai Shengjing purposely comforted. Fang Yuan nodded, and answered a few sentences, but he seemed to be absent-minded. Following that, he asked even more questions. They were all related to Baigu Mountain, especially a certain part of the back mountain. Bai Lian patiently answered all of them. This scene was playing out in the tent at the same time. The little fish has taken the bait. Bai clan leader laughed complacently. Back mountain, she started to compare the map on the table. Chapter 223. After a while, Bai clan leader retracted her gaze from the map. She gave up helplessly. Baigu Mountain was huge. Although the range had been reduced to the back mountain, it was still far from the accurate location. Guyue clan's lad is wary of my Bai clan. He will definitely not ask for the location directly. It seems I need to work harder to find the Spirit Spring's location. Bai clan leader gritted her teeth, thinking, once they know the location of the Spirit Spring, Bai clan will carry out a detailed investigation. If there are not many beast groups around the Spirit Spring, and the price of killing them is not high, then I will make a move directly. Strike first to gain the upper hand. But if there are too many ferocious beasts and goo worms, then I will provide logistics to support Guyue clan. I will let them be the vanguard, and when the time is right, I will reap the rewards. If I do it well, I might even be able to swallow up the remnants of Guyue clan. Thinking of this, Bai clan leader could not help but chuckle. She still did not know that the so-called remnant of Guyue clan was just a fabrication. On the contrary, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of valuable information from Bai Lian. The righteous path inheritance was at the back mountain of Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan did not hide this. However, there were many bone beasts and many goo at the back mountain. Occupying an area, it was difficult and dangerous. He knew that Bai Lian's words were exaggerated. With his 500 years of experience, he got rid of the exaggerated content, and Fang Yuan obtained a fact. If he and Bai Ningbing were to reach the inheritance location, they would need at least half a year. The situation on Baigu Mountain was different from the forest. There were large-scale beast groups, and at the same time ferocious beasts and dangerous goo worms. Many places needed to be avoided, and some places needed to be avoided. After returning to the village, it was as Bai Shengjing said, their battle results surpassed Bai Zhanlai's. After a day of rumors, this competition was widely known. The 5 of them walked in the camp, receiving much attention. Senior Bai Lian won today. That is because Lord Bai Zhanlai's luck was not good. You have to know, hunting also depends on luck. If we don't encounter any rare prey, it won't work even if we have the strength. Are the 2 people over there from Guyue's family? Who is that woman? So beautiful. Her beauty is actually not inferior to Bai Lian's. I heard that the young master of the Guyue clan is interested in Lady Bai Lian. A toad lusting after swan meat. In my opinion, this person's character is unshakable. You already have one by your side, yet you still want another. No wonder Lord Bai Zhanlai is angry. Everyone can see Lord Bai Zhanlai's feelings for Senior 100 Lotus. I heard that they were childhood sweethearts. Sigh, it's a pity that the falling flowers yearn for love, but the heartless water is heartless. Many whispered and bowed their heads in discussion. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, seemed to have a heavy heart. Although he had one, he did not look happy. In the evening, there was another bonfire banquet in the central tent. Bai Sheng and Bai Hua, this pair of siblings, after toasting Fang Yuan, were led away. There were a few new faces in the tent. Bai Lian and Bai Zhanlai's competition caused them to be separated from the normal hunting competition. Therefore, the positions that were originally occupied became empty, attracting the appearance of 2 young talents of the Bai clan. These 2 men were obviously close to Bai Zhanlai. During the banquet, one glared at Fang Yuan, while the other ignored him. Nephew, it has already been a few days. Why haven't we seen your clansmen? During the banquet, the Bai clan leader asked. Fang Yuan showed a trace of worry. According to my calculations, it should be in the last few days. Sigh. Maybe they encountered some unforeseen events. But I think that, with their strength, it shouldn't be too big of a problem. The Bai clan leader nodded. Her main concern was still on Fang Yuan. She had spent a lot of effort to build such a stage. Seeing that progress was fast and success was in sight, she did not want the appearance of Gyue's remnants to ruin this great situation. What the Bai clan leader did not know was that her worry was completely unnecessary. In this world, only the two brothers, Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng, were left in the Gyue tribe. Nephew, don't worry. I have already sent people to investigate. I believe there will be news of your clansmen soon. On the other hand, the Bai clan leader consoled Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly thanked her, while Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. It was still fine now. They could use excuses to dodge the situation. After all, encountering some unexpected troubles in the wilderness was a normal thing. But once the situation drags on, Bai clan would become suspicious. They might even be able to see through their own side. But these days, Bai Ningbing did not dare to act rashly while hunting in the wilderness. She knew that there were definitely Bai clan Gu masters monitoring the surroundings, hiding at the side. They lacked a powerful movement Gu, and the complicated situation in the forest greatly restricted their speed. From Bai Ningbing's point of view, the situation was worsening day by day. They were like sinking into a swamp, sinking deeper and deeper. If left alone, they would sink and rot sooner or later. Then what are your plans? Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan, who was sitting beside her. She understood Fang Yuan and knew he was not a person who would sit and wait for death. But because of her limited life experience, she could not think of a good way to break out of this situation. In this environment, she could not directly discuss with Fang Yuan. The pressure in Bai Ningbing's heart was getting heavier. Another day passed like this. Fang Yuan's team's battle achievements were close to surpassing Bai Zhanlai's. After the banquet, Bai clan leader summoned Bai Mo Xing to discuss a secret plan. The female clan leader tapped the table with her finger. We cannot continue like this. Bai Lian kept talking about the dangers of Baigu Mountain during today's hunt. I can already feel Fang Zheng wavering. But time waits for no man. Once Gyue tribe's main force appears, Fang Zheng will have found his backbone, and our efforts will be wasted. Time waits for no man. Bai clan leader heaved a long sigh, unable to conceal the worry on her face. She did not know that Bai Ningbing was actually more worried than her. Time was even more precious to Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan. Bai Mo Xing pondered for a while. Clan leader, in my opinion, it is not realistic to make Fang Jing trust us and tell us the location of the spirit spring in a short period of time. I have an idea, but we still need to beat around the bush. But we need to add some fuel to the fire. Oh, tell me about it. Bai Mo Xing mumbled in a low voice. Bai clan leader nodded. You are right. That Fang Zheng is very worried. He must be worried that the tribe will suffer great losses in order to attack the spirit spring. Doesn't he want to know the location of the spirit spring? He must be thinking about it, but he is worried about us. Moreover, their cultivations were too weak. Your idea sounds good. Faintly, the female clan leader felt that there was something wrong with this idea. But there were no other good ideas now. They could only give it a try. Thus, on the third day of the battle, Bai Zhanlai accidentally caught a wild swimming dragon butterfly during his hunt, causing a commotion in the camp. Bai Lian's expression was heavy. The situation is not good. Swimming dragon butterfly Gu is a rank 3 Gu. It is extremely rare. Bai Zhanlai is already far ahead. We can only take a risk to have any hope of victory. I know the situation of the surrounding forest. We can only go to Baigu Mountain to hunt and kill bone beasts, or subdue wild bone Gu. Bai Ningbing's heart jumped when she heard this. Baigu Mountain Isn't this the best time to break the deadlock? Ha! To think such a good opportunity would come knocking on our door. Although Baigu Mountain is dangerous, it is the best way to get rid of Bai clan. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. This is too dangerous. Lady Bai Lian, our strength is limited. Let's forget about it. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, wishing she could strangle Fang Yuan. Bai Lian smiled. Young master, don't worry, I have a plan. I have a close relationship with Bai Sheng and Bai Hua young masters. We can coax them to join the hunt tomorrow. They do not have any cultivation, so we can't secretly bring them in. But they will definitely have hidden Gu masters protecting them. Now that we're on the White Bones Mountain, if we encounter any danger, will these guards not intervene? We will not steal the corpses of the beasts they kill. We will hunt our own. There will always be the old, the weak, and the young in the beast group. The wild beasts on Baigu Mountain are much more valuable. Fang Yuan was stunned. To think that Bai clan would do this in order to not arouse my suspicions. Although he thought so, he said, this is a great plan. Lady Bai Lian, you are so intelligent. I have a whole new level of respect for you. Not at all, young master is too kind. Bai Lian smiled shyly, her eyes concealing a hint of pride. The next day, in the dark central tent, Bai clan leader stared at the colorful smoke in the air. Within the smoke, a scene appeared. In the scene, there was a group of 7 people. Other than Fang Yuan, Bai Lian, and the others, there were 2 children. They were the 2 young masters of Bai clan. It seems Baigu Mountain is very peaceful. We have been walking for so long, but we have not met any trouble. In the scene, Bai Shengjing spoke. Bai clan leader immediately snorted in anger. To protect them and open the path, she sent large numbers of Gu masters. Even the clan elders around her followed them, secretly. Fang Yuan's group moved without any obstruction, and the scattered wild beasts they met were purposely left out by Bai clan's Gu masters. In these 6 hours of trekking, Bai clan had already sacrificed tens of outstanding Gu masters. Even 3 clan elders were injured. Among them, 2 were already unconscious and were on the way back to camp. But this was only the foot of Baigu Mountain. The further they went up the mountain, the more dangerous it became. Fang Yuan's group might look relaxed, but it was actually because the Gu masters ahead had used their blood and lives to exchange for it. Especially Baigu Mountain, there were no signs of human habitation. It was the territory of ferocious beasts and wild Gu. To explore the path, one had to pay a huge and high price. Fang Yuan's group continued to climb, and under Bai Lian's intentional guidance, they unknowingly arrived at Baigu Mountain. Our information is limited. I don't know where to go next. It is getting late. Maybe we should return. Bai Lian purposely said, since we are already here, we might as well take a look. Fang Yuan said. He looked around, trying to discern, as if he was looking for something. He started to lead the way, and according to his memories, he knew the inheritance location was not far away. Hey, can't you at least act more realistic? At the side, Bai Ningbing saw this and felt anxious. Fang Yuan's actions were too blatant. Bai Ningbing worriedly looked at the people around her. But what made her feel strange was, be it Bai Lian or Bai Shengjing, none of them seemed to have sensed it, and silently allowed Fang Yuan to move. Good, that's it. It seems this place is extremely close to the spirit spring. In the tent, the clan leader's excitement was clearly shown. He, Fang Zheng, you are still too inexperienced, eh? They entered the cave. Is the spirit spring inside the cave? The scene flashed, showing the scene inside the cave. Just as Bai clan leader was feeling puzzled, someone outside the tent reporting to clan leader, an investigative Gu master has returned and captured a Thai clan Gu master. Furthermore, I have important intelligence to report. Chapter 224. Important information. By clan, leader frowned slightly. But what kind of important information could be more important than the spirit spring? Since it is not urgent information, let them wait outside the tent. The clan leader instructed before focusing her gaze on the smoke image. The image flashed and showed the situation inside the cave. Fang Yuan and the other 6 went deep into the cave and soon reached the bottom. This cave was not big. Bai clan leader was soon disappointed. She did not see the spirit spring, and it could not be in such a place. It seems we still need time to find the spirit spring. Bai clan leader muttered and lightly waved her sleeves, keeping the smoke into her sleeves, and said, "Call them in." The tent flap was opened, and a valiant, investigative Gu-master walked in and bowed. "Subordinate greets, Lord Clan Leader. I have important information to report." His tone revealed a sense of anxiousness. "You captured a Thai clan Gu-master?" Bai clan, leader frowned slightly. Thai clan was a huge force. Even 10 Bai clan villages were not their match. If it was not handled properly, it would be very troublesome. Bai clan leader was reprimanding this subordinate inwardly. This Thai clan Gu-master was like a hot potato. He should just kill them secretly in the wild. But if they were brought back to the clan, it would be a source of gossip. Subordinate received a mission to investigate the movements of Guyue's remnant forces and unexpectedly found a heavily injured Gu-master. Subordinate originally suspected that this person was a Guyue clansman, but after treatment he claimed to be a Thai clan Gu-master. And from his mouth, Subordinate learned a shocking piece of news. Qing Mao Mountain's 3 clans were completely annihilated, but there was a mysterious, demonic Gu-master who escaped from the disaster. Thai clans sent out Gu-masters to pursue these demonic Gu-masters. The investigative Gu-master reported. "What did you say?" Bai clan leader was shocked. Her heart thumped and she frowned. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's appearance and actions flashed past her mind like flickering shadows. These 2 youngsters were demonic Gu-masters? They did not look like it, especially when Bai clan leader recalled the scene of Fang Yuan crying at the banquet. How could such a person be a demonic Gu-master? How can you be sure this person is a Thai clan Gu-master? Bai clan leader asked. "This is the Thai clan's token we found on him. Moreover, this person's Gu has the characteristics of the Thai clan." The investigative Gu-master said as he presented an iron token. The 100 Clans clan head took the token and held it in her hand, feeling the coldness of the token. It was indeed the token of the Thai family, but this is also possible. This person killed Thai clans Gu-masters and obtained the spoils of war from them. Maybe this person, a thief crying thief, is the demonic Gu-master the Thai clan is chasing. Bai clan leader thought of a possibility. In order to survive, demonic Gu-masters had to disguise their identities. The 100 Families clan leader's first impression was too deep, but no matter what, she had to confirm it herself. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Bring the captive here. Let's go." Soon, the tent's curtain was opened and a Gu-master was brought in. Tai Daoku's hair was disheveled and his face was pale as he appeared in front of Bai clan leader with light steps. "Kneel." The Gu-master behind kicked him, and this man groaned as he knelt on the ground. But he struggled with all his might, wanting to stand up immediately. "Be obedient." The 2 Gu-masters behind each held an arm, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Tai Daoku struggled to no avail and screamed, "I, Tai Daoku, kneel to heaven and earth, kneel to my parents, and kneel to the clan leader. Don't humiliate me, just die. Oh my, your acting is quite good." Bai clan leader raised her brows and sneered. Soon after, he shouted, "Speak, you demonic Gu-master. How did you kill Tai clan's Gu-master and obtain this token?" Tai Daoku was stunned and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Puffed. "I am an upright man, Tai clan's Tai Daoku. I will never change my name." After falling into your hands, you can kill me or torture me as you wish. But now you are still trying to frame me. Don't you seem hypocritical?" The blood did not land on Bai clan leader's body. As if it hit an invisible wall in the air, it fell to the ground. Bai clan leader's expression was somewhat ugly. Tai Dao Ku sneered. "My Tai clan specializes in investigation. Bai clan, you captured me and humiliated me like this. You better chop me into pieces and pray that no one finds out. Once you are found out, your Bai clan will suffer my Tai clan's thunderous revenge." Bai clan leader sneered. "You keep saying you are a Tai clan Gu master, but I have seen many Tai clan Gu masters. Rank 5 and below always move in large groups, and they are all capable and imposing with a steel-like concealment. Not mentioning that you are alone, look at your current appearance. If you want to act as a Tai clan Gu master, you better act properly." Tai Dao Ku's sneer froze. Bai clan leader's words evoked the most painful part in his heart. Thinking of the time when they set off from Qingmao Mountain, the group of 9 were in high spirits. But now he was the only one left, and he was even a prisoner. So bitter, especially when Tai Dao Ku thought of Tai Ao Tian's death. The huge regret and pity made him feel even more pain. He was Tai clan's 4th young master, with outstanding aptitude and a persevering nature. He had been placed high hopes on since young. He was a strong competitor for Tai clan leader and the hope of Tai clan's future. Ever since he was young, he had displayed extraordinary intelligence and aptitude. From him, Tai Dao Ku saw hope for the future. But when the earth-shattering explosion rang out, everything was over. The explosion was too sudden. Tai Ao Tian, who was at the center of the explosion, did not even have time to activate his defensive goo worms before he was blasted into smithereens. A generation's pride, a future star, died just like that. Not only Tai Ao Tian, but the others also suffered. Several of them were killed in the explosion, and countless goo worms were destroyed. The remaining 2 were heavily injured. Tai Dao Ku was one of them. At that time, he was at the back of the group, and because his skin was modified into copper skin by a goo worm, he was able to survive. There was also a heavily injured person. Half of his body was blown up, and after 5 minutes he fainted. Rescue efforts failed, and he died. Tai Dao Ku shed tears as he buried his clansmen's corpses into the ground. He had wanted to bury them separately, but most of the corpses were blasted into pieces. Tai Ao Tian's situation was even worse. Only palm-sized pieces were left. He built a grave with an extremely sorrowful heart. He cut off a huge rock and moved it here as a marker. Afterwards, he investigated the explosion site. With his rich experience, he determined that this was charred thunder potato goo. More than 100 charred thunder potatoes were buried in the ground. No doubt, this was a huge, sinister, and vicious trap. Who did such a wicked thing? Who set this trap? Tai Dao Ku thought about it, and felt that Fang and Bai were the most suspicious. Of course, he did not know Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's names and other information, but he understood this was very likely the work of the demonic Gu master they were chasing. Too despicable, too vicious. Tai Dao Ku was furious. His hatred was as deep as the sea. Revenge, he had to take revenge, and bring this demonic Gu master to justice. To Tai Dao Ku, he could no longer return to Tai clan. Tai clan's 4th young master was dead. This responsibility had to be pursued. Moreover, if Tai Dao Ku returned like this, it would be a huge humiliation to him. He decided to continue chasing. Tai Ao Tian was dead. His life had turned from colorful to gray. He wanted to kill Qingmao Mountain's demonic Gu master to vent the hatred in his heart. Even if he could not kill them, he would use all his strength. Revenge! Revenge! He shouted towards the sky, vowing not to rest until he killed Fang and Bai. However, reality was cruel. His injuries could not be treated effectively, and in the next few days he had a high fever and felt dizzy. He was also attacked by beast groups and only managed to escape by water. But under the situation of lacking supplies, he still fainted. When he woke up, he found that he had been saved and had become Bai Clan's captive. He could not bear to recall the past and felt pain just thinking about it. Tai Dao Ku knelt in the tent and could not help but shed tears. Bai Clan leader was secretly surprised and continued to ask questions. But Tai Dao Ku did not speak, as if he was ready to die a martyr. This was not the demonic Gu master who disguised his identity and wanted to survive. What if this person is really a Tai Clan Gu master? Bai Clan leader felt something was wrong, and the bad feeling in her heart was growing. She wanted to find out more information, but Tai Dao Ku did not speak and even closed his eyes, not cooperating at all. Bai Clan leader's eyes turned and suddenly said, "Not long ago, our Bai Clan hosted 2 Gyue clansmen. They were 2 youngsters, and one claimed to be the young master of Gyue clan." Before Bai Clan leader finished speaking, Tai Dao Ku suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with brilliance. Hatred, anger, joy, all sorts of complex emotions were revealed at once. He was so excited that he wanted to stand up, but was pressed down by the 2 Gu masters behind him. He shouted, "It's them, it must be them. To think I would meet them here, and 2 youngsters at that. Humph, they must be demonic Gu masters who escaped from Qing Mao Mountain." Tai Dao Ku naturally did not know about Bai Clan. The investigative Gu master was only interrogating him. It would be strange if he told him this. Bai Clan leader saw that he finally spoke and immediately asked, "If you are a Tai Clan Gu master, where are your companions?" Tai Dao Ku's attitude completely changed at this moment. For the sake of revenge, he replied in a deep voice, "They're all dead." "Where did they die? Where are their corpses?" Tai Dao Ku's expression changed. "I cannot tell you this. The dead are buried. Even if you suspect me, I will not allow you to dig up their graves." Bai Clan leader heard this, and her heart sank. This was not something a demonic Gu master would say. "Don't tell me." Bai Clan leader felt a strong sense of foreboding. She finally waved her sleeves, and a colorful smoke flew out, spiraling in the air and showing a scene. "Your clan's young masters are in our hands. Get out now." In the scene, Fang Yuan had already shed all pretense of cordiality. He grabbed Bai Sheng and Bai Hua's throats, one in each hand, and shouted coldly. Bai Clan leader was stunned. After a few breaths of time, she flew into a rage and slammed the table in front of her into smithereens. She roared in anger. "So you are demonic scoundrels!" Chapter 225. Bai Clan leader's expression was extremely terrible. Everything was clear now. She was hesitant at first, but after seeing the scene in the colorful smoke, only an idiot would not be able to tell. Bai Clan leader was not an idiot. In fact, she was wiser than ordinary people. In Fang Yuan's previous life, she led Bai Clan to complete the migration and laid a solid foundation for the next generation. Damn it! How can this be? These 2 scoundrels are actually demonic Gu masters. They are too good at acting. Young master, the 2 young masters are in their hands. What should we do? In the tent, the other Gu masters saw this and panicked, their minds in chaos. The situation was terrible. Fang Yuan was holding the 2 young masters hostage, causing everyone to be wary of taking action. Bai Clan leader forced herself to calm down. She was Bai Hua and Bai Sheng's mother. Her anxiety and worry could not be matched by others. But as a leader, she had to have her own strengths. Other than her identity as a mother, she was also a clan leader. She first ordered her subordinates to release Tai Dao Ku. "I have misunderstood Tai Clan's hero. I apologize to you here." She stood up and bowed with a sincere expression. Tai Dao Ku snorted. Although he was extremely unhappy, he admired Bai Clan leader's ability to let go. Right now, he was only a prisoner. His life and death was at the mercy of my clan leader. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Because his body was extremely weak, even this action was very difficult for him. Come, help Tai clan's guests to their seats. Bai clan leader ordered. Tai Dao Ku sat down, his gaze fixed on the scene in the colorful smoke. He looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing with a burning gaze, making it hard for others to look at him directly. The demonic Gu masters who escaped from Qingmao Mountain, are they the two of them? That explosive trap was set up by them? Young Master Tai Ao Tian's death, my current predicament, were caused by these two youngsters? Tai Dao Ku imprinted Fang and Bai's appearance and physique deeply in his mind. No, it might not be them. Maybe this is a misunderstanding. Tai Dao Ku quickly thought of another possibility. He was an upright person and never killed the innocent. But no matter what, I have to confirm it personally. If not, I will go after the real culprit. If that's the case, then I'm going to cripple their apertures and chop them into pieces. Thinking of this, he said, 100 Clans leader, the most important thing now is to capture these two thieves and save the two young masters of your clan. Tai clan hero, what do you have to teach me? Bai clan leader wanted to get some useful information from Tai Dao Ku's mouth, but she was destined to be disappointed. Tai Dao Ku shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. The atmosphere in the cave was tense. Back off. Do you want me to repeat myself? Fang Yuan sneered and threatened. Fang Zhang, what are you doing? What's going on? Why did you kidnap the two young masters? Bai Lian, Bai Shengjing, and the others were all dumbfounded. They had originally thought that they would be able to find the spirit spring. However, everything had happened too quickly. No one had expected that Fang Yuan would suddenly launch an attack and kidnap the two young masters who were so close to him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, 3 figures appeared. Fang Zhang, you dare to kidnap our clan's young masters. Your audacity is unforgivable. Let go of the young masters, and we will spare your life. Fang Zhang, let go of the young masters now, and come back with us. We will send you off. The 3 elders spoke one after another, their expressions extremely ugly. They had strong cultivation and had been following and protecting this group. Now that they sensed the commotion, they rushed here first. You finally couldn't hold back and jumped out. Very good. Fang Yuan sneered. In his hands, the twins Bai Sheng and Bai Hua were struggling crazily. Evil thief, let go of us. If you kill me, you will die too. The 2 children shouted with difficulty. Their faces were flushed red. They were choked by Fang Yuan and could not breathe properly, gradually feeling suffocated. These 2 children would become rank 5 Gu masters in the future, the leaders of Bai clan, the twin stars of the righteous path. Unfortunately, right now, they had no strength to even truss a chicken and were being strangled by Fang Yuan. In just a moment, their eyes started to roll back and their auras weakened. Fang Zhang, don't make a mistake. Let go of the 2 young masters. We have given you the chance. As long as you let go of the young masters, our Bai clan will let you leave and will not stop you. What do you want, Yuan stone or Gu worms? The 3 elders were anxious, their eyes shining with ominous light as they were ready to make a move. Wasn't my words clear enough? Get out of here, otherwise. Fang Yuan laughed malevolently and signaled Bai Ningbing with his gaze. Bai Ningbing understood and took out the chainsaw golden centipede. She injected her primeval essence into it, and the silver saw started to move crazily, making buzzing noises as it slowly moved towards Bai Hua's delicate arm. Let go of my sister, let go, let go! Bai Sheng stared angrily as he shouted and struggled with all his might, but Fang Yuan used a bit of strength and his words were stuck in his throat. Don't be rash. Stop, stop. At this time, other Gu masters rushed over. Seeing the scene, everyone shouted and panicked. Fang Yuan laughed. I'll count to 3. If you don't leave this cave, Your young master's arm will be gone." Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes spewing fire, wishing they could chop Fang Yuan into pieces. Still not leaving, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and raised his arm. Bai Hua and the chainsaw golden centipede got closer. Ah! Everyone screamed in shock. "Oh my God!" A young female Gu master covered her eyes. Leave the cave," the clan elders shouted. They were afraid to take action and did not dare to gamble. The crowd slowly retreated, but before they left, they all glared at Fang and Bai. If looks could kill, then Fang Yuan would have been killed countless times already. If anger was like water, then Fang and Bai would have been swallowed by a tsunami. Everyone left the cave, and Fang Yuan handed Bai Hua and Bai Sheng to Bai Ningbing, then looked around. The entire Baigu Mountain had no rocks or soil. It was made of white bones. This cave was the same, a field of snow white. Around the cave walls, there were sharp bone spikes. These bone spikes looked no different from other caves. But in fact, if one observed carefully, they would find that these bone spikes were like spiral spears. They were different. This was the Spiral Bone Cave. It was also the entrance to Gray Bone Scholar's inheritance. Although there were many caves in Baigu Mountain, only this cave had such dense spiral bone spikes. Fang Yuan had never been to this inheritance before, but in his previous life he had heard many rumors, and even Bai Sheng and Bai Hua had personally confirmed it. I first entered the Spiral Bone Cave, then I unexpectedly found a bone spike that could be twisted. This is the mechanism to open the entrance. Fang Yuan thought for a while before starting to search for that special bone spike. There were thousands of bone spikes in this cave, but in Fang Yuan's previous life, Bai Hua had once revealed some details during a banquet. At that time, she was playing with her brother at the back of the mountain and saw a bone spike in the cave. It was extremely sturdy and had dense spiral patterns. She casually touched it and unexpectedly twisted it, opening the cave entrance. "Fang Zheng, you are already surrounded. You can't escape even if you have wings. Come out. In all fairness, our Bai clan has treated you well, but you are repaying our kindness with enmity. Fang Zheng, let me give you a piece of advice. Leave some leeway for others. If anything happens to the two young masters, our Bai clan will do our best to take revenge." The cave was not deep, and many Gu master shouts could be heard from outside. Bai Hua started to sob softly. Bai Sheng said, "Fang Zheng, stop. Let us go. I can guarantee with my identity as a young master that you will leave safely." He was so young and in such a dangerous situation. He was even calmer than an adult. From his body, the light of a future star was already shining. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, but his eyes suddenly brightened. He took a step forward and stretched out his hand, placing it on a protruding and thick bone spike. Next, he lightly twisted it. Creak! With a loud sound, the bone spikes all shrunk, and the secret door opened from the side, revealing a cave entrance that was right in front of Fang Zheng. Bai Ningbing's eyes brightened. Bai Hua stopped crying and stared blankly at this change. "Ah, there is actually a cave here!" Bai Sheng shouted. "Shut up!" Bai Ningbing struck the back of Bai Sheng's head with his hand, knocking him unconscious. He was purposely shouting to leave a clue for the people outside the cave. Sure enough, there was a commotion outside the cave. Cave entrance? Not good. They are trying to escape. Quickly chase. Fang Yuan growled. Whoever dares to enter the cave, I will kill Bai Sheng first. This voice immediately stopped the Bai clan Gu masters. Fang Yuan quickly walked into the cave, and Bai Ningbing knocked Bai Hua unconscious, carrying one in each hand and following closely behind. Stepping into this secret tunnel, it was bright inside, shining with a gentle white light. But in this cave there were still bone spikes growing, like sharp spears, their roots piercing into the cave walls. These bone spears were densely packed, completely sealing the tunnel, leaving only some gaps, allowing Fang Yuan to vaguely see a large hall at the end of the tunnel. It seems this is the reason you came to Baigu Mountain. I will open the path. Bai Ningbing walked forward, wanting to use the chainsaw golden centipede, but was stopped by Fang Yuan. These bone spears are extremely hard. Don't be anxious. Fang Yuan searched around, and according to what Bai Hua had told him in his previous life, he found the shortest spiral bone spike and pulled it out. Crack! With the sound of a mechanism, the tunnel behind the two closed up, and at the same time, the densely packed bone spears in the tunnel shrunk back into the cave walls. All of a sudden, the road ahead became smooth and flat. Fang Yuan laughed and turned to Bai Ningbing. Welcome to Baigu Mountain. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered, and she subconsciously turned around to look. The tunnel behind her was already completely closed. If the Bai clan Gu masters wanted to chase them, they would at least have to open up this tunnel, and that would take some time. Bai Ningbing's lips curled up, showing an excited smile. Everything had become exciting. This was the kind of life that he had been pursuing. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Isu. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.